Sound check one check. Check. Hello? 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 One, two, check. Check. Hello? One, two. Sound check one check. Hello? One, two.
right, Ed, very insightful comments this morning and discussion about how to pull more money into nature and conservation. But let's just start with the basics. What are carbon credits?
Carbon credits is essentially an easy term to describe a verified emission reduction. And by verified emission reduction, looking to put a value on what we call ecosystem services. So these are the services that nature provides for free, like carbon sequestration or the provision of habitat for biodiversity. So carbon is just the first one of these ecosystem services, like carbon sequestration or habitat protection for biodiversity, which is being standardized and made into a tradable instrument that has a value. Biodiversity is, as a credit, is still really in its infancy. So it's aiming to draw on a lot of the lessons learned from carbon, not make the same mistakes, but it's worth saying that biodiversity is a much more difficult thing to quantify in a single unit or a single credit than carbon. Trying to compare a savanna ecosystem in Zambia is very difficult to compare with a rainforest ecosystem in Brazil. How do you make sure that you're comparing, quite literally, apples and oranges?
Earlier on, you spoke about the integrity of carbon credits, speaking about some that are high quality, others that are low quality. How do you determine this?
I've never met anybody who doesn't think that they have a high quality carbon credit, but there's been a lot of pushback on that, and now we have the analytical framework to try to really get under the skin of what is high quality and what is not. So the way that we at Respira think about that is looking at high integrity from a climate perspective, high integrity from a community perspective, and high integrity from a biodiversity perspective. Now, from a carbon perspective, the key things that we're looking for is, number one, the risk of over-crediting. Do we think that the calculations behind the number of credits generated are sound, and what are they based on? What are the key assumptions there? Number two, it's around permanence. Do we think that these emissions are going to stay out of the atmosphere for a period of time, 30, 40, 50, even 1,000 years? We're looking for, number three, additionality. How are we sure that the carbon project wouldn't have happened had it not been for the carbon finance? We only want to make sure that we're having carbon credits that wouldn't have happened otherwise. And number four is around leakage. How do we make sure that we're not just displacing activity from one area to another?
The final question for me, there has been lots of discussion here. How do we bring in communities to this conversation? Because at the end of the day, they are the people who interact first and foremost with the projects. Are we having and bringing communities to the table?
Yeah, I think that quite simply these projects wouldn't exist without the communities. They're the implementers, and they should be the primary beneficiaries as well if the project is designed right. So they have to be core to the whole thing. It's not just a box ticking exercise. If the communities aren't involved with the project, if they're not benefiting from the project, the whole project can come falling down. So they have to be integrated into the project design as key partners to the project.
Africa is rich in natural capital. Its living organisms comprise around a quarter of global biodiversity. It supports the Earth's biggest groupings of large mammals, and it is home to the world's second largest rainforest. Africa's natural capital is also crucial to the economic well-being of its people. Every business depends on resources or services provided by nature, such as crops, fish, timber, fiber, or rare earth elements. With almost a quarter of the continent's GDP dependent on nature, Africa's future depends on the responsible management of natural capital. Yet it is threatened as never before by expanding populations, overexploitation, and the destruction of habitats. Between 1970 and 2016, the stock of natural capital in African countries fell on average by 65%. As fellow Africans, we cannot ignore this. A sustainable economy depends on our ability to stop destroying the natural capital we depend on and to invest in nature-positive activities. Investing in nature does not just have to protect African lives and livelihoods. It can also offer enormous commercial opportunity. For example, every dollar invested in marine protected areas in Senegal and Tanzania generates $5,000 of economic value. For financial institutions, the first step is to understand their exposure to nature-related risks. The Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, or TNFD, is a global initiative to address this. TNFD is a framework for companies and financial institutions to manage and report on both the risks and opportunities from their dependence on nature, and so put its responsible management at the heart of their decision-making. By working with TNFD, African institutions and governments have an opportunity to take a lead in this vital endeavor. But they must also make sure Africa's voice is heard in its development. That is why the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa and FSD Africa have come together with some of Africa's leading financial institutions to form the African Natural Capital Alliance, the ANCA. Working in partnership with TNFD, ANCA will work to promote nature-positive policies and provide feedback on the framework to TNFD. It will also act as a platform for sharing information and best practice across Africa. The loss of biodiversity and the degradation of Africa's natural capital is something that threatens us all. But by joining this initiative, African nations can show global leadership and help reshape their economies for a prosperous and sustainable future.
Dorothy, thank you very much for finding time for this interview, and maybe we could start with a brief introduction about yourself.
My name is Dorothy M. I'm the head of the African Natural Capital Alliance. I am also the Nature Finance and TNFD lead at FSD Africa.
This conference is about nature-based solutions. What are those?
When you talk about nature-based solutions, then you're talking about products and services that are developed to actually protect and conserve nature. And many of these solutions have a financial element to it. So you're talking about, carbon credits or carbon-related projects. You're talking about payment for ecosystem services, which are payments or, monies paid or received for, services that nature actually provides.
Why is nature such a key topic for us, especially here in Africa?
If you look at the data or the statistics, we actually have no choice. 65% of Africa's GDP is highly or moderately dependent on nature. Around a quarter of the continent's countries are actually already facing a water crisis. 3% of Africa's GDP is also directly affected by soil nutrient depletion. And so when you look at those statistics, and then you look at the fact that around 70% of the African population depends directly on forests and woodlands, there's a real need to actually protect and conserve nature.
It's been an intense week, 54 countries represented, hundreds of delegates coming from all over the world. What have been your key highlights and takeaways from these events?
Yeah, my key takeaways, the role of indigenous people and local communities comes out so critically. And for many of these solutions to succeed, then communities need to be at the center. I think one other aspect that came out for me was the need to actually have various sectors or various experts coming together in humility to address this challenge.
Before I let you go, Dorothy, so what next after these events?
It's time to put skin in the game. And what we are encouraging Anka members is that we have provided and will continue providing the support, we'll continue providing the platforms for them. And in this manner, then how can they, work towards, moving capital towards nature-based solutions, towards, responsible business practices.
Thank you very much, Dorothy, for your time.
So today we were discussing about the investment opportunity in Africa, and we had an interesting panel. And this panel was largely, speaking about what kind of opportunities there are. Of course, we talked about some of the challenges in natural capital. We talked about the context of Africa. It was an interesting balance, an interesting mix, just looking at the context and then more importantly unpacking the opportunities in terms of natural capital.
So we covered everything from what's the global public good of this for Africa and the world, the challenge of climate change, how 300 billion needs to go into nature-based solutions across the world. So there's a huge public opportunity from this, as well as a big opportunity in Africa in terms of new types of jobs, growth, employment opportunities, but then also for the investment community, the opportunity of this huge liquidity in the investment space, seeking these opportunities that can show real impact to the projects and needs in Africa. So it was very much about how do you connect the two.
We're in the midst of a biodiversity crisis, and biodiversity is an input into our economy. It underpins everything you do, from the clothes you wear, the food you eat, and the products that you buy every day. We don't have the answers yet. We're figuring it out. It's a messy space, it's new. But the fact that conversations at the highest level in industry and in the financial sector are taking place means that they know very well that they are massively exposed to potential biodiversity impacts in the future. And that acknowledgement is really encouraging. And I think it's the first step towards actually moving the money into the space where it needs to be.
The role of financial services is then to look at those challenges and to define solutions, and more importantly, see the new opportunities that this nature discussion presents.
We, the members of the African Natural Capital Alliance, recognizing the critical role of nature in our continent's well-being and sustainable development, pledge to uphold the following principles and commitments.
We acknowledge the intrinsic value of nature and the essential services it provides for all life on Earth. We understand that the preservation and restoration of natural capital are fundamental for the prosperity of present and future generations.
We recognize that Africa's rich biodiversity and ecosystems are unique and irreplaceable. We appreciate the significance of safeguarding and sustainably managing our natural heritage to support resilient economies, promote social equity, and enhance the quality of life for all Africans.
We affirm our role to establish a distinct voice and actively contribute to the global conversation on nature. We commit to mobilize our resources, expertise, and influence to promote nature-positive practices within and outside of our institutions.
And enhance ecosystem services. We will aim to support local communities in doing so.
We'll consider the impacts of our operations on ecosystems, biodiversity, striving for sustainability and resilience. We will integrate the value of nature into our business decisions.
We will explore products and services that promote nature-positive outcomes, and we will encourage investment in sustainable solutions.
We disclose relevant information on our nature-related risks, opportunities, and initiatives, aligning with the international reporting frameworks and best practices.
We will engage in constructive dialogue with policymakers regulators, and industry peers to advocate for nature-centered policies, regulations, and incentives. We will support development of frameworks that integrate the true value of nature into economic systems.
We will actively participate in platforms, forums, and partnerships that foster collaboration and knowledge sharing on nature-related topics. By signing this Nature Voices pledge, we, the members of the African Natural Capital Alliance, Anka, commit ourselves to these principles and actions. We recognize the urgency of our mission and the transformative power of our collective efforts. Together, we will contribute to a sustainable future.
All right, Ed, very insightful comments this morning and discussion about how to put more money into nature and conservation. But let's just start with the basics. What are carbon credits?
Carbon credits is essentially an easy term to describe a verified emission reduction. And by verified emission reduction, we mean 1 ton of CO2, which is either avoided from going into the atmosphere or has been removed from the atmosphere and stored either biologically in trees or soils or wetlands, or geologically in rock formations. And to become a carbon credit, it has to go through an independent certification process, normally done by a large certification body like Verra or Gold Standard or Plan Vivo.
Initially there were carbon credits, now we are talking about nature, biodiversity credits. What's really the difference and the similarities between all these credits?
Essentially all of them are looking to put a value on what we call ecosystem services. So these are the services that nature provides for free, like carbon sequestration, or the provision of habitat for biodiversity. So carbon is just the first one of these ecosystem services, like carbon sequestration or habitat protection for biodiversity, which is being standardized and made into a tradable instrument that has a value. Biodiversity as a credit is still really in its infancy. So it's aiming to draw on a lot of the lessons learned from carbon, not make the same mistakes, but it's worth saying that biodiversity is a much more difficult thing to quantify in a single unit or a single credit than carbon. Trying to compare a savanna ecosystem in Zambia is very difficult to compare with a rainforest ecosystem in Brazil. How do you make sure that you're comparing quite literally apples and oranges?
Earlier on you spoke about the integrity of carbon credits, speaking about some that are high quality, others that are low quality. How do you determine this?
I've never met anybody who doesn't think that they have a high quality carbon credit, but there's been a lot of pushback on that, and now we have the analytical framework to try to really get under the skin of what is high quality and what is not. So the way that we at Respira think about that is looking at high integrity from a climate perspective, high integrity from a community perspective, and high integrity from a biodiversity perspective. Now, from a carbon perspective, the key things that we're looking for is, number one, the risk of over-crediting. Do we think that the calculations behind the number of credits generated are sound, and what are they based on? What are the key assumptions there? Number two is around permanence. Do we think that these emissions are going to stay out of the atmosphere for a period of time, 30, 40, 50, even 1,000 years? We're looking for number three, additionality. How are we sure that the carbon project wouldn't have happened had it not been for the carbon finance? We only want to make sure that we're having carbon credits that wouldn't have happened otherwise. And number four is around leakage. How do we make sure that we're not just displacing activity from one area to another?
The final question for me, there has been lots of discussion here. How do we bring in communities to this conversation? Because at the end of the day,
all right, check mic.
First and foremost with the projects.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just an apology for the late start, but I'm advised that the press conference that was going on is now over, and we are now ready to start. So I'm just going to ask us, if you're still outside, please make your way into the room. If you're outside, please make your way into the room. Kindly get a vantage view of the front. I noticed most of us are sitting right at the back. If there's an opportunity to please occupy an empty seat in front of you, please do so. Just for the optics of the room. We're going to be live shortly on our FSD Africa YouTube platforms. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. I'm also just doing a sound test to make sure that our online audience can hear us clearly and loud and clear. I got that. Awesome. Thank you to our online audience. We are starting our program shortly. The front two tables are marked reserved for our speakers and panelists. So if you're a speaker and a panelist, please make your way to the front tables. There's still more sitting space on my right. Please allow me to do this. In view of the optics of the room, if you're sitting on the last two tables, kindly, I'm going to ask us to please move to the front tables on my right and on my left. And if you're not on part of the organizing team or the technical team, kindly allow me to move you. The last table at the back, please. Delegates, if you don't mind, please just welcome to both on my right and the left. There's some great space. Thank you for complying, appreciate it. Yes, thank you. Please occupy the front seats. Kindly occupy the front seats. This is a hybrid event, so we're trying to make sure that we also have a well set out studio, if you may. Thank you very much. Thank you so much to our guests who've also just walked in. I'm just waiting for the cue of my team, and then we'll begin shortly.
About how to pull more money into nature and conservation. But let's just start with the basics. What are carbon credits?
Carbon credits is essentially it.
expanding populations, overexploitation.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like now to officially welcome you to the African Natural Capital Alliance Summit 2024. That's Anka. Thank you all for being here. Please give yourselves a round of applause for making time. We are honored and glad that you could join us here today, and it's indeed an honor and a pleasure to be moderating this session. My name is Laban Cliff, a very passionate business journalist, and honored and glad that I could see familiar faces as well. I was just about to share with you some information, the rich information as well, that and the milestones that we're marking. But before we do that, allow me to just engage you a bit. You feel free to connect to the Radisson Wi-Fi at the moment. But if not, and you're connected to the internet, there's a QR code on your tables. The QR code, if you could just do that for me, please. So there's a QR code on your tables. And that QR code will lead you to a beautiful website, which is the www.africannaturalcapitalalliance.com. And if you can get that on the screen, I think it will be great, but that will be coming up shortly. So the QR code, if you could just scan the QR code on the name tags on your table. Ladies and gentlemen, that's just a teaser of the African Natural Capital Alliance, that's Anka, which of course serves as a collaborative platform that aims to mobilize the financial community's efforts in addressing the risks associated with nature loss and exploring opportunities in Africa. Anka was established by FSD, a specialist development agency, with support from the United Nations Economic Commissions of Africa, that's UNECA, and the United Kingdom's Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. Anka brings together leading financial institutions, government organizations, intergovernmental partners, and civil society representatives. This group is joined by a wider set of members from both the public and private sectors who support Anka's aim of integrating nature into financial decision making. Ladies and gentlemen, this is also part of the events alongside, of course, the AFDB meetings, and I must say great strides from, of course, the team lead, the head of secretariat, who I'm going to invite her shortly, and of course, the CEO FSD Africa. But please give a round of applause to all working behind the scenes. I see our technical partners here, and also the Anka CEOs. Please give them a round of applause for the great strides. The program is also shared with you on your tables. We have a full day, I'll say, of a workshop. And of course, that will culminate later in the evening with a networking reception, which I'll welcome you all to. The hashtag we're running for today's Anka Summit 2024. Please engage, feel free. I cannot wait to hear a lot more on the pledge that will be shared shortly as well, looking at how do we acknowledge the importance of nature, emphasizing the African context, assuming responsibilities, conserve and restore the nature environment, integrate the nature in decision making, and a lot more. The CEOs just left a press conference right now, and I'm just basically maybe speaking into a lot more of what they will discuss shortly. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's my absolute pleasure to invite on stage Mr. Mark Napier, who is the CEO of FSD Africa, to give the opening remarks. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and welcome to everybody. My name is Mark Napier. I'm the CEO of FSD Africa. I just want to say sincere thanks. It's my real immense pleasure to invite to welcome everybody today. We have the Anka CEOs. Dr. James, always a pleasure. Thank you very much for coming. I think we should probably meet more often. Arthur, all the Anka CEOs. Everybody here is distinguished, and it's really a great honor to have you here. I wanted in particular to recognize Elizabeth Mrema, who you'll hear from in just a minute. And the reason I wanted to recognize Elizabeth is really because of TNFD and the work that you have been doing on TNFD, which has been a real journey for us. I mean, you have been an incredible standard bearer for that, and a great partner for FSD Africa. So we really wanted to Thank you for all of your work there. I know you haven't been released from TNFD, but you have moved into extremely important and senior roles as well, and we wish you all the best with your various changes. So thank you very much for coming today. The theme of today is harnessing nature for Africa's sustainable transformation, and we're going to be discussing the role of nature in shaping Africa's future development trajectory. Much of our role at FSD Africa is about encouraging the players in financial markets in Africa to think afresh about where opportunity lies in the economy, especially in new and arguably more challenging areas, and to offer practical support, perhaps through knowledge sharing, sometimes with a little bit of money, to build momentum, the momentum that's needed to bring about large-scale change in financial markets to create a more sustainable future for this continent. This is why we are proud to have played a role in the establishment of Anka in 2022. It's why we're proud to act as its secretariat today. It's why we're proud to have had a hand in setting up a platform that really does amplify Africa's voice on natural capital. And it's why we're very happy to pledge our continuing and wholehearted support for its members as they figure out how best to guide the development of a market that will one day look very mainstream. We're very confident that one day, in the not too distant future, we will be able to look back and see that Anka played an extraordinarily instrumental role in rewiring the relationship between nature and African financial markets, such that capital was able to flow in much greater volumes in ways that respected and benefited nature, making Africa a greener, cleaner, safer, and more prosperous place to live and work. I really want to thank Anka members for their interest and for their dedication, and I want in particular to recognize the leadership of individuals within Anka member firms who often have to go out on a limb to create the organizational space to allow those innovative ideas to flourish. I also want to thank the UK government and especially its Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, DEFRA, for their belief in Anka and for their support for all the other initiatives that we're running with on nature, particularly in the area of nature-related financial disclosure, TNFD. So FSD Africa's theory of change is to strengthen financial markets to create economic opportunities, to benefit the environment, and protect against vulnerability. And Anka is an important instrument in that, but we're also determined to integrate nature-related opportunities across all our work streams. For example, we're very committed to growing high-integrity carbon markets in Africa. We already have significant skin in the game in this area. We've invested $5.5 million in carbon projects and ventures. We're re-strategizing on carbon to make sure we understand where the most ambitious opportunities lie in carbon markets in the next 5 years. And we're adding significant additional resources to our team. Our strategy is largely premised on the idea of mobilizing domestic private capital for climate and nature-positive projects. And our capital markets team spends a major part of its time engaging with domestic financial institutions to create conduits that will allow large-scale institutional capital to flow to those parts of the economy that we want it to flow to. We understand from UNEP literature that globally only 14% of nature financing comes from the private sector. Well, I can tell you that in Africa, since the private sector share of all climate-related finance is 14%, the share of private finance for nature is far, far less than 14%. So we have to find ways to connect the very large pools of capital in Africa, 2 trillion, 2.4 trillion, to the opportunities in nature that are in their backyard. The water sector might be one way to do that. So Tanga Uwasa recently, which is a Tanzanian water utility, recently announced a $21 million green bond to fund its long-term needs. This was East Africa's first green bond in the water industry. We provided a lot of technical support to Tanga, and so did our investee, the African Local Currency Bond Fund, which also anchored the issue. through work that we do on ESG today and work that we plan to do on IFRS S1 and S2 disclosures, we're very committed to building awareness of nature-related risks and opportunities and to building capacity in these very critical areas. I could go on because, as everybody knows, in this room knows only too well, it's difficult to take nature out of what we do. We're in it all the time, and it is part of us. But I did just want to say how pleased I was that we received board approval last week to invest another $2.5 million in nature, this time in a mangrove project in West Africa. So there's a lot going on nature at FSD Africa, and we can point to actual delivery as well as future plans. And we can point to the fact that we are risking capital as well as conducting research and facilitating important ideas, important though that is. In my view, events like this annual conference are very important, especially for reinforcing the social capital that we have as a community in nature finance, but also for holding each other to account for promises made, and there's nothing wrong with that, and for identifying what needs to be done in the coming months and years to sustain the momentum that Anka has done such a great job at starting. And I think a really important part of that is to isolate, communicate, and communicate again why nature should be at the core of our vision for development that benefits people, as well as the wild spaces that must be protected. And we really don't have a lot of time. We're told often that by 2100, half of Africa's bird and mammal species could disappear because of climate change. But I wonder, when you look at the UK's dreadful record on biodiversity loss, apparently we've lost 80% of our butterflies and moths in the past 50 years, as well as the dreadful record of other European countries, like the Netherlands, which is appalling. I wonder if losing 50% of bird and mammal species isn't a real underestimate. So on that sobering note, let me thank you very much again for coming and for your support for Anka, and I wish you very productive discussions. I hope will result in some breakthrough ideas and even some fresh commitments. Thank you very much indeed, and have a great day.
Thank you, Mark. Another round of applause, please, to our CEO. And great announcements there. Looking forward to many more, even as we go along with the summit. The next speaker would have a presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, I call upon us to get a vantage view of the screens, because Dorothy, in her role as the Africa lead of the Nature Finance and TNFD, and also the head of Anka Secretariat, she's going to take us through the progress, the achievements, and the strategy. Please give her a round of applause as she comes up as well.
Thank you very much. It's an extreme honor and pleasure to be here with you this morning. And I want to especially really appreciate each and every one of you and the Anka CEOs who are here present. You know, my former boss is here. Of course, I will mention that. Philip Lopokoi from ICA Lion, Dr. James Mwangi, Richard Marisin from Fidelity, Mr. Arthur Oginga from Old Mutual, Fred Kuma from African Wildlife Foundation. And I know there are many other Anka members, including out of the country, who are here, represented by many of you today. So I'm going to just give you a quick run of who we are, for those who are not very clear of what we do. But then I'll also highlight to you the progress that we have made as a collective. And I think the most important term is that it has been done as a collective. So I'll talk about the nature program at FSD Africa. I'll talk about Anka. Then I'll also talk about what's next, especially for us in 2024. And looking at the nature program at Anka, let me just go back to that slide. You can see on that slide quite a number of logos. We have just under 60 Anka members as we speak today. We have just onboarded a number of them last week, about 23 of them, and I'll acknowledge them in the next few slides. But in terms of the nature program at FSD Africa, I just want to very quickly highlight to you a couple of things that we have been doing. We have been running the TNFD pilot, which Mark graciously spoke about, of course supported heavily by TNFD, and in this case, Madam Elizabeth Mrema, who has been a great, great supporter. I know a number of TNFD people are also joining us online today. And so over the past year, we have run 21 pilots, meaning we've worked with 21 institutions to run TNFD pilots. What do the TNFD pilots do? We are preparing these institutions towards their first nature disclosures. But I also want to mention that out of these 21, 4 came out and publicly declared that they were going to be early adopters of TNFD. And that's KCB, that's Equity Bank, that's ICA Lion, and Sanlam. And these institutions were announced in Davos in January, and now there's another call for another batch of early adopters. But I'll let Madam Elizabeth speak about that. But then I want to also mention that apart from the TNFD pilot, we're also working with about 8 regulators. You have them on your screen there. We have SEC Nigeria, we have the Bank of Zambia, we have Capital Markets Authority, and we are supporting these institutions in developing policy road mapping on nature. And then the last item down there is the advocacy part, which is Anka, the African voice of nature, a voice that is not just speaking, but a voice that is working towards driving capital towards nature. And so currently, like I mentioned, we have just under 60 members, and the nature program, we are actually covering around 9 African countries, and of course we are seeking to grow. An aspect that is not on your screen is that we are also supporting 5 African countries in developing what you call national nature strategies. These national nature strategies ideally are supposed to support countries in ensuring that they link their economic plans with biodiversity impact. And so that is part of the work we are doing. And aside from that, we have just completed a central bank's stress testing exercise for, again, 5 countries, and we are going to be highlighting that report in the next session. So those are some of the things that we have been doing within the nature program over the past 1 year. But I also want to mention that our aim in Anka is to catalyze nature-positive African economies. And I really like what Mark said. You know, in other words, we are rewiring the relationship between nature and financial markets. And I want to mention, specifically the past 6 months, we have realized that we are not only going to be focusing only on financial institutions, but we are also bringing on board the real economy. We are bringing on board businesses, because businesses are a key part of this journey. Anka, as you know, has a number of on nature. My clicker is not moving? Okay, now it's on. Over the past few weeks, we have onboarded 23 additional members. I just want to quickly mention them because the other members had the benefit of being mentioned during the Anka annual dinner, gala dinner last year. So we have Solidaridad, we have Nedbank, we have Third Way Partners, we have Etwekwini Municipality in South Africa. That's actually our first municipality we have recently onboarded. We have WWF Kenya, we have Kilimanjaro Project, I can see Sarah Scott there. We have Britam, we have the African Leadership University, Climate Action Platform, we have Kuvua, we have Kenya Tea Development Authority, we have African Parks, we have Net Fund, the Climate Resilience Fund, Lion Rouge, we have NMB, Climeco, AXAM, EnviroCompass, and TLC. So, and then one last one I forgot to mention is Zamini, which is a data provider. And so these are the new 23 members that we've just onboarded, we've undertaken, we've had an induction program, and we're excited about some of the ideas that these new members are already coming up with, even as we grow. Could we just give them a hand of applause? So I just want to quickly speak about the milestones, and I will start from around November of 2022, where we had an Anka roadshow. I can see a number of you attended that roadshow. We, in May of 2023, we released a white paper. And this white paper was specifically speaking to regulators. And it was a white paper on Africa's nature regulatory agenda. And in the white paper, we talk about the challenges that institutions, regulated entities are facing when it comes to nature. And then, of course, within the paper, we also talk about some of the recommendations that we would suggest a regulator to bring on board. So that white paper is available online. In September of 2023, during the Africa Climate Summit, we also launched, or many of you who are Anka members took part in developing the Nature Voices Pledge. And I think if you've been in the room, if you came earlier, you must have seen the video. I know we'll play it during the day. And this particular pledge speaks about the commitments that you all make towards the nature agenda. We had our Anka Gala dinner. Of course, remember that Gala dinner, the British High Commissioner, Neil Wigan, was there. And a number of you, including some of the Anka CEOs who are here today. In January of 2024, we released some capacity building toolkits or resources which are supposed to support the TNFD. These resources are available online, and I want to thank specifically the TNFD who have come in, reviewed these resources, given feedback, and are actually supporting these resources to be used for institutions who have taken on nature and who are working towards their disclosures on nature. So these tools are available online, and you will also find them listed up within the TNFD resources page, and we do not take for granted. In March of 2024, that's this year again, we co-hosted a big annual conference, the Global Evergreening Alliance Conference in Livingstone, Zambia. And during that conference, we actually had 45 countries presented and around 145 project developers from around the continent. And that was, what we were calling a solutions-based conference, a conference which aims to come up with solutions on nature-based, issues. In April of 2024, we launched a case study on nature data with one of our Anka members, the Development Bank of South Africa. We had a soft launch in April, and then we had a big launch last week in Johannesburg. And this particular white paper is so interesting because it is where an Anka member came and said, look, we have been on this nature journey. We have had significant challenges on data. We have found ways of overcoming these challenges. We want to put our thoughts, we want to put the lessons learned into a white paper that can be used by the wider community. This white paper is also available online. You will also find it in the TNF resources page, and it essentially covers what DBSA has done when it comes to data. And by commissioning this study, then you're working towards building resources that can be of benefit to us all and can be of benefit to you as institutions. And we continuously encourage Anka members to come to us. We have the resources to support you in doing some of this, in putting some of these initiatives in place. Today, we are going to talk about what's next on Anka, so I won't cover that. But I just want to mention very quickly about the working groups that we have. And these working groups, they aim to make a targeted contribution towards the Anka strategy. And each of the working groups' objectives should be aligned and are aligned to Anka's strategy. So we have the Anka communications and event strategy. And here we have all the PR, communications and marketing people who many times come to us and say, this topic is too complex. You need to unpack it. Our clients don't understand what you're saying. You need to unpack it. And this PR and comms people came together and they actually said they're going to simplify the language of nature. And they have been very supportive, including in the development of the newsletter. An exciting working group is the Commercial Opportunities Working Group. And I want to say that many times when we have Anka webinars, you bring in institutions, and sometimes you only talk about the disclosure side and they start thinking, oh, that is just a risk. This is about all the things that could go wrong. But when you start speaking about opportunities, when you start thinking about potential for bonds, potential for carbon credits products, potential for mangrove insurance, you see their faces lighting up. So this is one of our most exciting and engaged working groups, and it aims to accelerate. Sarah, you're smiling because I know you're very excited about this. It aims to accelerate the integration of nature-positive business opportunities in Africa. We also have another working group, TNFD Adoption. What it aims to do is to support companies in their first disclosures. Within this working group, we're also supporting the TNFD in what you call TNFD consultation groups. We have set up a TNFD consultation group in East Africa. We have set up one in South Africa, which is going to be managed or convened by BASA, the Business Association, and the NBI. And those two institutions are going to be working towards, setting up the South Africa TNFD consultation. And we are working towards setting one up in West Africa. And I want to call upon entities who are interested in joining these, consultation groups, which again supported by the TNFD Adoption Working Group. Please feel free to put in your names. Then we have the Nature Data Sources. This is currently led by DBSA. And this Data Sources Working Group is working towards creating a baseline towards standardization of data. Many of you institutions, I know, when you start working on your disclosures and you go to commercial tools out there, you find that these tools, many of them, are not granular enough to help you. And so this working group is working towards creating a solution to that challenge. And then the final one is the Regulatory Engagement Working Group. Like I said, we are working with a number of regulators, we are working with a number of policymakers. Two of those central banks are here today with us, and you'll hear from them later on. And this working group aims to engage regulators and policymakers on the nature agenda. So we aim to launch this in the next week. So what's next? What is next? We want Anka to continue to be more member-driven. And so we are working towards a governance structure. And this governance structure will have a governing council that will ideally be made up of Anka CEOs. So we will be placing a call, and I want to place an open call to all the Anka institutions here today. Please respond when we place that call. And this governing council will provide the strategic agenda on Anka. It will be supported by a steering committee. And the steering committee will be composed of the working group leads. The working group that I've just talked about has working group leads supported by the secretariat that you have here, which sits at FSC Africa. So as Anka Secretariat, we will support the steering committee, of course, led by the governing council. And this whole aspect is to ensure that you, as Anka members, drive the nature agenda across the continent. Secondly, what's next for 2024? We have just gotten we are in the final stages of getting a final approval to build an accelerator facility that aims to catalyze or ensure nature-based solutions, to put them to a stage where they can now be investable. And we noted a challenge. When we engage with Anka members, when we engage with fund managers or banks or insurance companies, they say, where are the products? Where are the solutions? We want to invest in this. We want to invest in this particular bond. We want to, but where are they? And so this accelerator facility seeks to actually provide the initial resources necessary for these projects to actually start, but not startups, but to actually be investable over a period of time. We are also working towards a leadership program. We want to create 20 change agents, and we are going to call them 20 change champions. This ideally would be coming from the Anka membership, and we hope, or we plan to take them to a massive program within the University of Oxford for a number of days, take them then to the African Leadership University, and then thereafter release them back to the institutions so that they can actually begin to make a difference. Because when we engage with Anka members, we realize the mathematicians, the actuaries, the risk people, the finance people, they understand the finance, but they don't understand the science. When we engage with scientific organizations within the membership, they understand the science, but they don't understand finance. And so we need to bring all this to one table. We need, for us to move the dial, we need to bring in all these sectors. We need to bring in academia. We need to bring in the project developers so that we can actually, get products off the shelf. And then the last item, this is a big project for 2024. We are working towards an Africa data utility platform. We're not going to recreate the wheel. There's a lot of work that has been done by many pockets here and there. But what we're going to do is through the Nature Data Sources Working Group, and again with the support of the TNFD, we are going to work towards creating or developing a platform that can be used by institutions, specifically within Africa, and that has granular data for the African continent. So that's what we have for 2024. Let's move my slide. Next slide. I want to invite you over the next maybe five or 6 months. We have a number of global events that we will be present in, starting with the New York Climate Week. We are curating some of those sessions now, and I want to place an open call to all of you who'd be interested to participate. Like we said, it's Anka, so it has to be member-driven, and so even the sessions that we're curating, we aim for them to be member-driven. Then we have the AFSIC, which is an Invest in Africa conference, usually held in London. We will also be there. Then, of course, we have the two COPs, the COP that is in Colombia and the COP in Baku. And we also aim to have a number of sessions there. So we want to encourage participation. We will be, of course, sharing the events calendar with all of you through your key contacts for the Anka members. We want to place this open call for you to participate and for you to set aside time to attend and, most importantly, participate in this event. So I want to end my presentation with this slide. I want to mention something here. Here I'm now going personal. You see this tree? As a little child, we used to climb on this tree. My dad comes from Rusinga Island, a beautiful island in western Kenya. And this tree sits at the edge of my parents' farm. And we would go there when I was 9 years old. And literally I remember sitting on that tree to watch the sunset. But year in and year out, that tree moves deeper into the lake. Actually, right now, I was there last in December. This picture I took this picture in 2022. So in 2023, it's actually way, you can't even get in. But I want to mention that just looking at this tree reminds me of the reason why we are doing what we do. Generations to come, I'm told, some of our grandchildren may never see lions. You already know 25% of countries in Africa are already facing a severe water stress. You already know that 62% of Africa's GDP is highly and moderately dependent on nature. And while this is just a tree that I have fond memories of, their livelihoods that are going to suffer. There are species that we may never get to see again, that will disappear from this world if we do not come to the table. And this is not the work of WWF alone. It's not the work of ICRAF or the work of scientific organizations, African Wildlife Foundation. No, it is each and every one of us. We all have to come to the table. And Anka provides this collaborative forum. So with that, I wish you a pleasant day, and I hope that you'll continue to be with us as we discuss why we need to preserve nature. Thank you.
Oh my, she deserves another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You know, you think it's a joke, but it's actually very true. Dorothy Maseke is known to be a coalition builder, not only in Kenya, but in Africa, and from her speech, you can tell that's so. So please, thank you for the great work, and we cannot wait to have you back on stage to speak to us further as well about the call to action and the strategy going forward, and of course, the many partners in the room who want to join and engage further. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving into a technical partners session, and Dorothy mentioned part of them also in the room. One of us will be joining us online, Mr. Antonio Pedro from UNECA. So just to give them a bit of time before they come up, I don't know if you can play that CEO pledge that we have reiterated and spoken about, and it might be good also for you know, Mr. James Wangi, Lopokoit as well, and Mr. Oginga to see themselves on the clip that marks the sort of the pledge that we made, and that is also can also be found on the Africa on our website, which I should reiterate as well for our online audience in case you're just joining us. We are live on our FSD Africa YouTube platform. We've been playing a series of videos, but I'd address you to the www.africannaturalcapitalAlliance.com, which is resourceful as well of many statistics and data as well. Those of us in the room, please scan the QR code, and there's a lot shared as well as we go along. So at this point in time, to the technical partners, Madam Elizabeth Mrema, Dr. Olufonso Somorin, I'm going to kindly ask you both to come right to the front. Let's please appreciate the two formal interviews. This would not have been possible without the great help from UNEP, from AFDB as well as UNECA. Very well. So first up, and to appreciate her, because I think she was among the first in the room. So thank you so much, Madam Elizabeth, for even just having the passion for this project. Madam Elizabeth Mrema is a UNEP Deputy Executive and Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations and TNFD Advisory Council. It's now my absolute pleasure to welcome her to speak to us.
Good morning to you all, distinguished delegates here. And indeed, this is not my first time in Anka Summit or meetings, so it's my pleasure to see common faces. Thank you, Doro. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, all others. Yes, I've been mentioned that I will stand here and speak for TNFD, but I think now that I'm wearing multiple hats, yes, I will speak for TNFD, but I will also speak for UNEP, United Nations Environment Program, where I am, and particularly the UNEP Finance Initiative, which was among the founders of TNFD, which is part of UNEP and the work they do. But let me first acknowledge how privileged I am to join in this important meeting that really marks the second annual Natural Capital Alliance Summit. This gathering represents a critical convergence of purposeful minds and efforts aiming at recognizing the immense value of Africa's natural capital in advancing the global community's 2030 agenda for sustainable development, Paris Climate Agreement, and Africa's own Agenda 2063. It is very opportune that this is happening ahead, as Dorothy had indicated, September Global Summit for the Future, or Climate Week. And after 3 months before, about 3 months before the launch of Africa's Atlas of Africa Natural Capital, which will be launched during the special session of Africa Ministerial Conference on Environment in September. The upcoming regional atlas is spearheaded by UN Environment Program together with the African Development Bank, our long-standing partner in the region. This summit also comes almost a month after the UN Secretary General established a high-level panel on critical energy transition minerals. Africa region is strongly represented in the panel as it occupies 9 or 37.5% of the 24 seats for the government and intergovernmental fora, including a seat of the African Union. I'm citing these developments because they perfectly align with the overarching theme of this gathering, which focuses on the need to enhance our collective, and Dorothy underscored, collective endeavor to harness nature for Africa's sustainable transformation in the context of the region's current and future development trajectories. The continent remains with the unparalleled richness and diversity of ecosystems, biodiversity, and natural resources, all of which have a massive potential that is yet or are yet to be tapped. Africa Development Bank's estimated last year show that 60% of Africa's gross domestic product, or GDP, is derived from natural resources and their related ecosystem services, representing major potential to address the region's development and financial constraints, including these unsustainable levels of debt to GDP ratios. The commitment of everyone in this room to safeguard our natural capital is both inspiring and crucial for our collective future. I especially congratulate all involved in the groundbreaking central bank's stress test for nature report to be launched here today. As recent World Bank research indicated, African financial institutions' portfolios are amongst the world's exposed to nature-related risks. In some cases, beyond 70% of the portfolio is directly exposed to nature-related losses. The reasons for this are many, including the dependence of many African economies on natural resources, the presence of biodiversity hotspots, the undue impacts of climate change, limited diversification opportunities, and gaps in insurance and risk mitigation products available on the continent. Nature stress test is therefore an essential tool for central banks in this region to identify and manage such critical risks among the finance sectors in their countries. Knowing about the materiality of these risks to the financial sector helps us to ensure provisions for capital adequacy, to inform strategic decisions, to enhance investor confidence, and to improve operational resilience. As nature stress testing remains a new concept, only one country has conducted one to date. The African central banks here today are at the leading edge of practice. Commendably, the participants in this work are not only contributing to the stability and robustness of institutions in their respective countries, but also offering learning that boosts the stability of our broader global financial systems. Over the past years, I've been proud to co-chair the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosure, that is TNFD, until a month ago or two, when I too stepped down and remain in the Advisory Council. Through the completion of TNFD recommendations, which were launched last year in September, TNFD has laid down the groundwork for nature-related stress testing in many ways. And before TNFD, there was no such structured approach to risk assessment. There was no common approach to data collection and scenario analysis. And there was limited stakeholder collaboration or institutional capacity, and limited transparency without common disclosure requirements. Thanks to Anka is filling this gap in this continent. TNFD is market-led, science-backed, and has been able to accelerate getting all these essential conditions in place. With TNFD guidance, each financial institution, insurance, real estate, asset management, can individually better understand and manage the risks as well as opportunities associated with nature. Adding these efforts together and moving towards economy-wide nature stress testing, we are moving at pace towards a more sustainable and resilient financial institution. This is exciting work, to be sure, but the challenges of transforming economies should not be underscored. Addressing nature-related vulnerabilities will require a concerted effort to strengthen environmental governance, diversify economies, and enhance the resilience of financial institutions to nature-related risks across the continent. From our headquarters here in Nairobi, UNEP has been at the forefront of advocating for policies and practices to promote sustainability and resilience in Africa's financial sector. The UNEP Finance Initiative works with over 30 leading African financial institutions to help you build from natural assets and promote regenerative and just economies in harmony with nature. Most of Africa Natural Capital Alliance members are also members of UNEP FI, or Financial Institution Initiative, and these institutions are leading the change in the world of nature finance. First Fund's Investment Bank Unit, Rand Merchant Bank, are amongst the first commercial banks in the world aiming to use debt markets to raise money to help species conservation. Like the Rhino Bond, supported by the World Bank, Rhino Bond are leading fundraising for bonds that support Africa's wild dog and lion population. The Development Bank of Southern Africa's recent case study on nature data, commissioned by Anka, lays the ground for one of the world's first nature targets by the Public Development Bank anywhere. But even with this great momentum, our work is far from over. We must deepen our collaboration, innovate relentlessly, and scale up our efforts. This means more investments in regenerative agriculture, nature-based solutions, and sustainable infrastructure, including ecological infrastructure. It means strengthening policies that incentivize green finance and penalize environmental degradation. And it means applying the voices of indigenous peoples and local communities to be rewarded for their valuable efforts at the forefront of nature stewardship. The role of Anka in this endeavor is invaluable. By fostering dialogue, sharing best practices, and driving collective action, Anka continues to help to build a sustainable future for Africa. UNEP and TNFD continue to stand ready to support your efforts, bringing our expertise, networks, and resources to bear. Protecting Africa's natural capital is not at all about preserving the past. It is about securing a more prosperous and resilient future for all. It is about using the advantage that African countries have in stewarding natural capital and standing to benefit in the new economic order that values nature, conservation, and restoration. Ladies and gentlemen, this gathering is not just a congregation of experts and leaders. It is a call to action. It is a reminder to that our natural capital is our shared heritage and our collective responsibility. Let us seize this moment to chart a bold and transformative path for this continent, one that ensures an harmonious balance between development and conservation, between human well-being and ecological health. In closing, I urge each one of us to leave this forum with a renewed commitment to safeguard our natural capital. Let us work together with determination and vision to create a future where Africa's natural wealth is a source of lasting prosperity for us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Elizabeth, and thank you for the call to action as well and great encouragement. I'll still ask you to stay on stage as Dr. Olufunso Somorin, who's the Regional Principal Officer for Climate Change and Green Growth at the AFDB speaks. You remember also this session also aligns with the theme that the FDB is looking towards remodeling the Africa's financial infrastructure. So here goes. Please give a round of applause to Somorin.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to the leadership of FSD Africa for inviting me. I recognize in the room captains of industries, thought leaders, and every one of you who has been pushing this agenda for a while. Thank you for inviting the African Development Bank. And I have to say that we're having a very important conversation, but it's also a very timely one. And the timeliness of it raises the flag that we don't have a lot of time. We have to do things differently going forward. And as we embrace the things that need to be done differently, we must also see the opportunities in them, particularly when it comes to the type of Africa or the type of development we want to see. I want to start by sharing a personal story. Thanks, Dorothy, for your brilliant presentation. So some 16 years ago, I was a young researcher working in the Congo Basin forest on climate, nature, biodiversity. I was actually working for the Center for International Forestry Research. And congratulations, Elaine, welcome to C4 ECRAF. And then as a young researcher, passionate about these issues around REDD+, about biodiversity, I kept on asking myself, why was it then that banks were not getting it? The value of nature. Why was it that the financial institutions just didn't get it? Well, unfortunately, I got myself into a bank. I work in a bank now, and I think I know the reason why the banks didn't get it. But I want us to reflect on key challenges when it comes to financial institutions and how they relate to nature. First and foremost, there's what we call the market failure that we have to deal with. And what is this market failure? We have decided that whatever we consider to be the cost of production is what is tangible, is what is quantifiable, and it's what we can relate with on basis of value. And unfortunately, some of the things that are significant input into our economic processes, economic systems, in fact, even at the very household level, most of them are nature-based. Unfortunately, they are intangible, and they may not be necessarily unquantified. In fact, when you even think about how we calculate our gross domestic product, it's basically a total of products and services traded in the market, as opposed to products of untraded services produced by nature. And that tells you that the failure is very significant, because those who have the enormous and significant endowment in natural capital may not necessarily get the significant attention that they need when it comes to financing. The second problem we're dealing with is what you could call the tragedy of horizon when it comes to financial institutions. Most banks will lend or provide capital for a period that is relatively small to medium term. But when it comes to the investments that need to be made in the nature space, most of them are largely over a long-term horizon. So there's a mismatch between the capital available, which is largely targeted at small and fast return type of business, compared to something that is very significant, very critical to our economy, but because it has a long-term horizon, and that becomes its own tragedy, and that becomes its own undoing. And these are some of the challenges that fundamentally are affecting or influencing the reasons why the banks were not getting it. But I think there's a new generation of banks, and I'm happy to see some of them in the room, because we're beginning to redefine what we call value, and we're beginning to question what we allocate value to, and we're also beginning to relocate and question the agencies around some of the things that drive our economy. I want to share with you, over the last few weeks, some of you have been part of the SBI conversation, and there was this very tough conversation about financial resources, mobilizing finance for biodiversity. I was privileged to be in a meeting, a closed-door meeting, on the margins of the spring meetings by IMF and World Bank a few weeks ago. And the MDBs came together, the whole heads of MDB, climate and nature level, and we were asking the question, what do we need to do for nature? So I want to share some of the findings with you, and I hope it will help the rest of the conversation going forward. First, I don't want you to ever think in your mind that money is scarce or money is not available. Our challenge is not inadequacy of capital. Our challenge is the distribution of capital. Money is not scarce. Money is just not evenly distributed. Unfortunately, those who are most in need of it don't have access to it compared to those who have abundance of it. And the question is, how do we move capital from where it is most abundant, perhaps less needed, to where it is most needed and less abundant? And those are some of the thinking that we think MDBs have a role to play in making that possible. But we also have to talk to ourselves. If we consider ourselves to be the nature ambassadors, then we have some work to do. We need to invest a lot more in some level of cost-benefit analysis of nature. What is the benefit? And convert those benefits as much as possible in monetary terms. And many of you, if you're students of environmental economics, we've done this payment for environmental services for years. But we need to turn it into practical actions and projects on the ground. So as we make more cases, economic and business cases as well, we also need to expand the financial instrument that we're using for nature-related investment beyond concessional loans and grants to new instruments that we haven't tried, equities, guarantees, bonds, and we have to take that innovation. Now, I like the conversation that if we are nature experts, we need to come closer to the finance expert, and that is where the conversation about expanding the instrument becomes very important. The value of that work is that it brings us into a space where we can expand the investor base beyond the limited pool of people that we keep going to, and we bring in another pool of investors that we're not talking to. The insurance companies of this world, the capital market, impact investors, even high net worth individuals, it's important to expand the investor base beyond the traditional ones that we're talking to. Let me give you a context as I close. And just to appreciate the quantum of capital that is currently available in global economy. And I was in this room, and this lady from Bank of America said, look, if we just group the tier 1 banks globally, commercial banks globally, if they undertake 1% of their balance sheet in nature-aligned or nature-related investment, it could unlock trillions of dollars. And that got me curious, but I went back to do some research. It will interest you to know that the top 100 commercial banks globally, top 100 across the world, they have a financial asset of $130 trillion. $130 trillion. 1% of that is $1.3 trillion. And imagine if 1% of the entire portfolio of financial institutions, tier 1, we're not talking of all of them, will go into nature-aligned. So it's very important to be able to match the pool of capital that is available, wherever it is at. We must be able to know what language of money do we need to speak in order to be able to unlock that capital. Please never, ever assume or believe that money is not available. We just need to solve the distribution crisis. We also told ourselves as MDBs, and we're telling ourselves as AFDB as well, that we should deepen the work that we do to get to a point where we start tracking what percentage of our total development finance is going into nature-aligned or nature-related investment. We're doing that for climate, in climate finance tracking. If we can start doing that for nature, that would be very good. But I also want us to see that MDB pool of capital in a very smart way as something that can be catalytic. The capital, the pool of capital that can de-risk investment from the private capital and ultimately help us to be able to expand investment and capital flows for nature on the ground. Lastly, we need to structure new partnership. And the power of partnership is you bring partnership, you bring it closer to yourself to the point that you think of anything you call market, whether buying and selling, whether producing a service, a product, and somebody else paying for it, you see market as partnership. Markets should be seen as domains of partnership. And it's very important that we have a partnership mindset towards everything, because that mindset can help us unlock flow of ideas, particularly new ideas, knowledge as well, resources, but ultimately as well, the type of consistent relationship that is needed in mutual learning in order to go through the long time horizon that we need to take care of. I'll leave you with 3 things in the interest of time. We need 3 shifts quickly. Number 1, we need a policy shift. A policy shift that creates an incentive system in any setup to make it illegal to do anything that does not include or consider nature. Policy remains the biggest driver of change. We need to be able to see that. If we can't do it all at once, we can take some baby steps in that. Secondly, we need a new framing of the issue. I learned yesterday from Simon and Fiona that we need a shift away from nature for infrastructure to nature as infrastructure. And that framing, it's very important, because nature is not something you're bringing in from somewhere else into something. Nature is the very core of everything that you do. And I think if we're able to transition to that mindset, we'll be able to do a lot. And lastly, we need to build a new set of markets that is not just about resource exchange, but it's something that knowledge becomes a tool. We need to deepen our knowledge about what the issues are. The things we know, we must know them better. The things that we don't know, we must strive to know them. And I think it's at that core of that we have an opportunity to make meaningful transformation on the ground. Thank you very much. Appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Somarine, as well. Thank you, Madam Elizabeth. Just seeking your indulgence. just a bit farther on. We have Mr. Antonio Pedro, who's joining us online. Could still stay on stage, since that you're speaking still as technical partners. Antonio, if you can hear us, greetings from Nairobi, and you have the floor, sir.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to address you today at the African Natural Capital Alliance Annual Summit. FSD African Economic Commission for Africa jointly established the Anka in 2022 with an aim to drive multi-stakeholder initiatives that integrate the value of natural capital into economic planning and decisions and deliver nature-based solutions for Africa. ECA is pleased to have supported its inception and remains committed to its ongoing success. Bioeconomy development presents an important frontier for Africa to harvest its natural capital. The speakers before me have really underscored the importance of natural capital. Together with partners such as Nature Finance, ECA is supporting Brazil's G20 presidency and the African Union on the initiative on bioeconomy. The initiative advocates the bioeconomy to be an integral part of global economic discussion, presenting an economic paradigm that emphasizes the sustainable use of biological resources to produce goods, services, information, and energy. Nature-based solutions present a unique way for Africa to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs and Agenda 2063. They can contribute to the conservation of Africa's rich biodiversity by preserving habitats, protecting endangered species, promoting ecological connectivity, and enhancing climate resilience. With careful design of its development pathway, Africa can harness the value of its natural resources through responsible management practices that recognize planetary boundaries and balance economic growth with environmental conservation and social equity beyond GDP. To that end, in 2023, FSD Africa and ECA jointly launched a framework for a national nature strategy at COP28. This framework was created and tested in Ghana based on a comprehensive understanding of national context and extensive consultation to various stakeholders. It is designed to assist countries in the sustained utilization of natural resources, scaling up financing for their national biodiversity strategies and action plans, and ensuring compliance with international regulations with national committees. Through the framework, we aim to help African nations capture national and regional growth opportunities while better understanding their nature-related risks and opportunities. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Central Bank's release of nature-related stress tests demonstrates the importance of integrating environmental and climate impacts into the evaluation of financial instability. The framework can contribute to financial institutions' understanding and mitigation of nature-related risks, as well as the integration of the value of natural capital into economic planning. Its successful implementation will enable data-driven decision-making and policies for the efficient management of natural assets, fostering inclusive, green, and blue economy development, and achieving the Sustained Development Goals and Agenda 2063. I would argue that in recognition of the immense value of our natural capital and its services, we should be more consequential in our actions and channel our efforts to maintain natural capital accounting in national accounts towards the rebasing of GDP. As such, the wealth of our nations will be much greater than it's currently accounted for. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Africa's vast resources should drive inclusive growth, structural transformation, prosperity, and the well-being of its people and nations. For example, its vast coastline provides an opportunity for the development of the blue economy, which could generate $576 billion a year and create 127 million jobs by 2063 through research, innovation, and ecosystem management. Moreover, the continent has about 2/3 of the world's cobalt reserves, 10% of copper, 30% of lithium, 15% of rare earth elements, 95% of chromium, 20% of graphite, and more than 30% of manganese. Properly managed, these resources offer opportunities for economic growth, infrastructure development, increased foreign investment, accelerated deployment of renewable energy, and electrification of transport systems, which could, in line with the Nairobi Declaration, potentially make Africa a global powerhouse for climate action investment towards net zero. But we must move from recognizing our potential to fostering transformational change now. Together with a coalition of regional partners, ECA is helping member states to build a regional value chain for battery electric vehicles, positioning our member states tap into a market that is estimated to reach $60 trillion by 2050. Greater global demand for carbon credits could be another significant source of additional finance for Africa's development. In 2022, while the voluntary carbon market was expanding fast towards $2 billion, the value of traded carbon permits in global markets reached a record 850 billion euros. It is expected that demand for voluntary carbon credits will increase significantly to meet the needs of countries and corporations that are now committed to meeting net zero emissions by 2050. A preliminary study carried out by ECA and Dalberg indicates that African countries mobilize around $82 billion per annum if the price of carbon reached $150 per ton of CO2. To achieve this goal, we must eliminate market fragmentation and build high-integrity carbon credit markets, as it was said before. To this end, starting with the Congo Basin Climate Commission and through the development of a common registry and a harmonized protocol, we are laying the foundations towards the development of high-integrity, functional, and efficient markets for trading carbon and later on biodiversity credits for environmental sustainability and economic development in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I hope today's discussion will continue aligning and enhancing our efforts to create a sustainable future for Africa in due recognition of the value of its natural capital. I look forward to welcoming more partners to join Anka and collaboratively advance its crucial work in promoting economic growth while safeguarding our precious natural resources and biodiversity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Pedro. Thank you very much and for the great collaboration and support. We'll represent you in this picture that I would like to take. Mark, I'm going to invite you back up on stage, and Dorothy as well, to please join Madame Elizabeth, and that's Maureen as well, to take a picture as well, and in appreciation of the great work and great collaboration as well. as the technical partners. This is giving way to our CEO session up next. As they are taking the pictures to our online audience, thank you so much for being with us. Remember, we're running with the hashtag Anka Summit for 2024. Anka Summit for 2024. Please tune in and join us. And maybe because you're just still in that understanding, allow me to ask Dr. Mwangi, please, Mr. Lupokoit as well, Mr. Oginga, to please join the team on stage. And you will take the seat right up on stage straight after. The CEOs, please, Dr. James Mwangi, Mr. Arthur Ginga, and Mr. Philip Lopokoit, to please come up, and also Mr. Fred Kumar. Please join the technical partners photo session. Let's give the CEOs a round of applause, please. We're here quite early. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, so I will have the picture, and Carl, allow me to do a short rearrangement. Awesome. So please give a round of applause to our great collaboration there of our technical partners and Anka CEOs as well. Thank you for the great work. Thank you so much. This now marks the end of the technical partner session and the start of the Anka CEO session. So I'm going to invite Dr. James Mwangi to take the seat on stage, Mr. Arthur Ginga, Mr. Philip Lopokoit, and Mr. Fred Kumar. Okay. So just a bit of rearrangement work as well. I now want to just give an overview of how to proceed from here. The CEOs, and of course with permission from the FSD Africa team, will still give like a highlight perspective, and on the website, which I will still reiterate, you'll see a 1-minute video of the CEO pledge. So I know they've spoken to it about it. Now they have a CEO pledge, but now they'll actually kind of speak life into it. Press conference earlier, so we cannot wait to hear as well how they expand further on it. So first up on this rostrum, please allow me to invite Dr. James Mwangi, CEO, Equity Bank Group, who's also an Anka member, to just give his remarks.
Thank you very much, and once again, I want to record my appreciation for the invitation this morning, Mark, the great work FSD has led us to really appreciate. It was very intriguing listening to the panel of the technical experts, and particularly helping all of us to appreciate the need for science and finance to come together. The challenges we have had in the past is lack of comprehensive understanding. I think we had not appreciated the risk, and we had not really appreciated the dependence of our business of nature. Having really started to grapple with the facts. I don't want to say we have fully understood. We have still a long way to go. We need people like Elizabeth to continue to mentor and coach us. We have come to realize that the financial business is heavily reliant on economic activities that are nature-based, and particularly in most of our economies. Well, if you look at agriculture, you look at mining, you look at tourism, you look at fishing industries and all that, you suddenly realize that to a great extent it's nature supported. And as a result, the preservation, conservation of nature is an imperative. When you look at biodiversity and the impact it has or would have on the risk templates, when you look at eventually the impact of climate change, and we have come to terms with it, as in Equity Bank, where you see the impact of repeated cycles of droughts on small-scale farmers. And if it is not droughts, it's floods on the other extreme end. And then you realize it's no longer about economic activities, it's about livelihoods that are completely being lost. And then we realized we have a very unique position as financial sectors of allocating resources. We mobilize resources and then allocate them to economic activities. So if we became aware, if we became knowledgeable, then we could really tamper the scales through our mechanism of resource allocation. We would be sensitive to what we would be doing. And that is where Equity Group decided to hold itself to account, developed a twin engine model, a sustainability engine under the Equity Group Foundation, a platform of collaboration with all like-minded people. Nobody can do it on their own, and of course the commercial engine, the insurance group, the banking group. And we said the best way of holding ourselves is through partnerships and collaboration, so that this is not a journey that you can walk alone. This is a journey that we need to hold each other, our hearts, and work together and complement and complete each other. Like we said, finance and science working together to bring common understanding. We also realized this is not a local, regional affair. This is a global phenomenon, and we need to bring the world together across the board. And that explains why we chose to be founding members. But more importantly, we said, as an organization, we'll hold ourselves to early reporting through nature reporting disclosures. And I want to say we are leaving Elizabeth to our pledge. 2023 financial reporting has been based on nature reporting disclosures. So we can't wait for June for us to go back to Karura Forest and tell the world. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mwangi. So the next quickfire speech will be from Mr. Arthur Ogenga, CEO, All Mutual East Africa, and also an Anka member.
Listening to the speakers who are here before me, and it's always a problem speaking after James, because I think you've covered most of what I would have loved to say. First of all, let me say thank you very much to FSD Africa and the Anka team specifically for inviting us this morning. I think these forums play an important part in ensuring that we keep this subject top of mind. I think I see nature and the issue we're dealing with in very simple terms. Nature gives us the air we breathe, drinkable water, and productive soils. Nature gives us medicines, whether you subscribe to the traditional ones or the more conventional medicines. Nature provides a buffer against emerging zoonotic diseases. For business, we are the largest health insurer in this country. Time spent in nature improves health outcomes across the board, and we see it with our clients. The effects of the many years of destruction of nature are self-evident, very visible to all of us. More acutely so for us as insurers with the recent floods. The claims are still coming through. We are seeing extensive droughts and heat waves, which impacts our business as well when you think about how that slows down GDP growth. I think importantly is the impact it is having on the sustainability of our businesses and, as Dr. Mwangi put it, livelihoods. With an estimated additional 80 million people at risk of hunger by 2050, with the majority living in this continent, this is a major crisis. From an insurer's point of view, climate change, biodiversity loss, and environmental pollution are undermining human health. We cannot thrive if soils, water bodies, animals, and plants suffer and species become extinct. Unfortunately for us, being at the forefront of health insurance, we have a front seat in viewing this impact. We've seen an increase in respiratory illnesses over the last couple of years. 15 to 25% of our medical inpatient and outpatient claims are directly related to the environment. Africa's living organisms comprise around a quarter of global biodiversity. It supports the Earth's biggest groupings of large mammals and is home to the world's second largest rainforest. 62%, I think Dorothy mentioned, 62% of Africa's GDP is highly or moderately dependent on nature. We therefore have a duty to support and prioritize nature-based solutions at different levels. So what are we doing at Old Mutual? In this room, I'm sure there are organizations that may have made commendable efforts to the restoration and conservation of forests, and I applaud you. 8 years ago, in partnership with the KWS, we embarked on a plot to restore our forest cover in Aberdare. For context, the Aberdare is home to one of Kenya's last remaining primary forests and is the main water tower for the city of Nairobi and other surrounding districts. It is also a key biodiversity area, home to several plants and species. Historically, there have been major threats to this ecosystem. Our partnership with KWS has involved working with the local communities and other like-minded partners to sustain seedling nurseries and grow trees in the designated degraded sectors. I'm very proud that after 8 years, we have met our pledge to KWS to restore 60 hectares of the forest, with a tree survival rate in excess of 80%. Joining Anka was a natural next step for us. Through Anka, we are joining like-minded institutions to deepen conservation efforts across the continent. As speaker after speaker mentioned, our continent is too large and too important for one institution or body to make a meaningful difference. So through Anka, we have been able to take the first step in integrating nature into decision-making. An immediate outcome has been participation in the task force on nature-related financial disclosures. And there are very many interesting stories here from my colleagues in the office around the awareness that this is creating. There has been invaluable knowledge transfer and capacity building that will enable us to realize one of the key objectives of Anka: improve transparency and disclosures to our stakeholders. As Old Mutual, we recognize climate change as a systemic risk that has potential impact on our entire business model. It is a threat to the sustainability of our business operations and the communities and countries in which we operate. From a Pan-African view, Old Mutual has invested over $9 billion towards the green economy. From a health standpoint, our ongoing efforts involve offering health solutions for individuals to small businesses and large corporates. We are collaborating with our health partners to implement preventive measures and to bolster community resilience. Additionally, we support climate action by facilitating the transition to a sustainable green economy. We simply can no longer afford to overconsume natural resources and retain the tunnel vision that ignores the interdependencies. I close by once again taking this moment to acknowledge the role of this forum in driving sustainable change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause, please, to Oginga. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Philip Lopokwait, CEO, ICL Lion Group, and also Anka member as well. Karibu.
Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. It's certainly an honor to be part and parcel of the Anka Executive Assembly, and I'm very cognizant of the fact that it brings together leaders, policymakers, my colleagues in the industry, leaders, and pleased that this is held here in Nairobi, continent of Africa. And we start from the basis that a third of the world's biodiversity resides here in Africa, and therefore we recognize that this continent has a rich endowment of ecosystems, natural resources that really form the bedrock of our economic and social prosperity. And it is important that we're having this discussion. And as a leader in the insurance industry, play our role in ensuring that we maximize all the initiatives that are necessary to progress this conversation, and also to work together with other stakeholders to deliver the bigger objective. So, as an insurance company, ICA Lion, just to reconfirm that we are integrated financial services firm operating in Kenya, Ghana, and Tanzania, and we embrace the resilience and sustainability journey, and working together with other like-minded organizations within and across the industry to deliver some of the objectives that are very relevant to achieve those milestones. But as an insurance company, we are risk managers, we're risk carriers, and we're also investors, since we hold policy holders funds. We also hold funds from our investors, from our asset management firm, and therefore there are opportunities to leverage that to deliver the objectives that we have on nature. Our industry certainly holds the financial tools necessary to protect and enhance the natural assets underpinning our economies right across the continent. And I just want to go back to a little what Mr. Mwangi from Equity mentioned about collaboration. And this is a theme that we'll continue to discuss. It is very clear that we will not be able to do this by ourselves. If you look at the insurance industry, naturally just the way we're structured and the way we spread risks across other farms, for us to address some of these solutions, we need to work together as in the insurance industry. I just want to circle back to the Nairobi Declaration of Sustainable Insurance, which was launched in 2021 with the NEP alongside IC Alliance Group, and that has grown from an initial number of 10 to right now 150 signatories across Africa, covering over 30 countries. And we set out a vision that by 2030 we said we have climate cover worth $14 billion, impacting 1.4 billion people in the continent, and setting up a facility worth $1 billion. And we launched that in COP27. In COP28, we progressed the ideation and announced a climate risk facility, and the actual accumulation and structure is currently ongoing. It's been housed centrally, but this coalition of African insurers, firstly, they're committed to the Sustainable Development Goals, but also in integrating sustainability within the operations. In integrating sustainability within the operations, we're also talking about nature, and some of these are early conversations. We are beginning together with, from a capacity building perspective, we're beginning the process of actually integrating that in the next couple of months for firms that have signed up for the Nairobi Declaration of Sustainable Insurance. It will be a learning process as well. We certainly have other initiatives that we continue to follow through, which not only impact resilience, but also impact nature and biodiversity. And we're looking to move and share really in the spirit of collaboration. We fully embrace Anka. We joined the African Nature Voices pledge, and my colleagues here, CEOs, were participants in that. But I think it's important as well to circle back on the nature-related financial disclosures, because using widely accepted matrices and also decision useful matrices is really going to focus us in terms of delivering the measures on nature that we intend to do so. And the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, ICLI is one of the 4 early adopters. We are committed to delivering this because we understand the importance of that in the context of our journey. And we are participating in the Nature Positive working group, and that in itself is going to help us customize some of those disclosure requirements for insurance companies and therefore enable us track our progress in that respect. And participating in this and those necessary deliverables is certainly going to help us in terms of risk management, in terms of addressing resilience. We'll be hearing more about how the regulators are progressing, and from the banking side, we've also got that opportunity to progress that from the insurance side, and also just enabling us to invest in nature-based solutions, and certainly addressing the adaptation gap that is so large within the African continent. So I want to just summarize by saying that Anka is certainly helping ICLN in terms of providing risk assessments, helping us innovate from a product perspective, also working together with our clients. We have some of the largest conservancies and their discussions on carbon credits with some of them, but it will enable us to positively influence policy and advocacy in order to ensure that we work together as an insurance industry. And our group is very steadfast on driving this agenda, but also just sharing our thoughts as we progress on this discussion, and also very ready to borrow with pride from other leaders globally. I happen to be the vice chair of the PSI, Principles for Sustainable Insurance, globally, and a lot of the other continents are ahead of the African continent, but we're taking those steps necessary at this stage to catch up, and we are driving the agenda and highlighting the opportunities that are necessary for us to progress this discussion. So the TNFD, we believe, is a very strong opportunity for us to drive a nature-positive future for Africa, and willing and able to work with all stakeholders to building a resilient and sustainable and prosperous continent, and looking after our nature for generations to come. And in addition to that, providing those solutions that are so very necessary. If we look at the floods impact in Kenya, it's also it reflects the impact of the climate change globally. We said in Brazil, half a million people have been displaced. In Dubai and Oman, a whole year's rainfall came in 24 hours, and we can imagine the impact relating to that, including biodiversity loss, including loss of life and damage to property. And we in the insurance industry look to protect businesses and put them upright after some of these devastating consequences. So thank you very much, and we look forward to working with Anka.
Thank you. That's well put.
Distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues, it's a real pleasure to be with you. I would like to thank Dorothy, the FSD Africa, and Anka for giving us this opportunity to share with you. It's a great pleasure to stand before you as we gather here today. This summit holds immense importance as it brings together leaders, experts, and enthusiasts dedicated to preserving Africa's natural heritage. It's a moment to reflect on our collective achievements, share our experiences, strengthen our resolve for the future. As earlier speakers have said, The work at hand is nothing that can be done by any one institution, and so we need to work together. Allow me to introduce the organization that I proudly represent, the Africa Wildlife Foundation, the oldest and largest Pan-African international non-governmental conservation organization. We are deeply rooted in Africa. Our mission is to advocate for the protection of wildlife, wildlands, while recognizing them as an integral part of modern and prosperous Africa. The Africa Wildlife Foundation currently works in 17 large landscapes. We are present in 10 countries across the continent. We work with Pan-African networks, the Protected Area Authority networks across Africa are ones that we support. We also support the Africa Civil Society Biodiversity Alliance that has over 100 African CSOs as its members. We support the youth movement across Africa called the Global Youth for Biodiversity Network in Africa in 39 countries. This work across Pan-African institutions is at the core of us reaching out to Africa in ways that transform the continent's mindset towards nature. We believe that the key to enhancing, before I move on, we do work with Anka, which is critical. I just want to mention that, and we are so proud to be a member of Anka because it provides us the opportunity to engage with the private sector. We believe that the key to ensuring conservation success in a changing Africa is guaranteeing that Africans' relationship with wildlife and wildlands are strong, and wildlife is a core part of the asset that drives our growth and economies. We firmly believe that our participation in Africa is not about exploiting wildlife and wildlands, but about harnessing their potential to create a prosperous future. They are not just resources, as we may think of them, but they are the very essence of our continent's growth and sustainability. Being here communicates our intrinsic commitment to integrate conservation with sustainable development, recognizing that nature finance is a critical component of our strategy. For decades, African nations have grappled with the complex task of safeguarding their rich biodiversity amidst pressing socioeconomic needs and challenges. The preservation of iconic species such as the elephant has become emblematic of this challenge, symbolizing the continent's natural splendor and enduring conservation dilemmas. Yet, amidst the myriad complexities, a critical truth emerges. African conservation is at a crossroads, and the time for candid dialogue and proactive solutions is now. In this dialogue, it is imperative to acknowledge the multifaceted nature of Africa's conservation landscape. While the continent boasts some of the world's most iconic species and protected areas and conservation initiatives, it also grapples with systemic challenges of balancing population growth, food security, energy, economic, infrastructure, and urbanization needs. These issues underscore the urgent need for innovative, contextualized approaches to address the issue of conservation. And I really like James's point about the fact that conservation really, in the end, is about livelihoods and empowerment of people. On this continent, we cannot address the issue of conservation just from the perspective of nature. Wildlife conservation is not solely the responsibility of African nations. It is a shared endeavor that requires collective action and collaboration across borders. As the world grapples with present environmental challenges such as climate change and biodiversity loss, preserving Africa's wildlife heritage assumes a heightened significance as a global imperative. This discourse brings to the fore the conundrum that most leaders in the African continent faces, unraveling questions that we all need answers to. Very basic questions. What is that conservation vision for Africa's wildlife and wildlands that is crucial for agriculture, that is crucial for pasture for livestock, that is crucial for energy, industry, water, clean air, and etc.? How do we engage with business leaders like yourselves and heads of state and make the case that conservation and environment must be a priority? How do we get ordinary Africans, 60% of whom are young people, to step up and really carry the banner of conservation as an important area of focus? How do we get African governments to embrace conservation, not just as a tourism revenue? And you note that in many countries in Africa, the conservation agenda has been bundled up with tourism. But wildlife and what wildlands offer is way more than tourism. Most importantly, how do we accept the inevitable trade-off between conservation and development? The urgent need for a radical shift in how societies worldwide value and finance conservation efforts is underscored. Conservation necessitates financial resources. And Olofunso and I had a conversation last week about money. I was really glad to hear him say that there's money, plenty of money everywhere. The issue is not money, it's the inequity in the distribution of money. Well, let me say that we are looking for $19 billion to set up a Pan-African Conservation Trust Fund. We would really appreciate some help on this floor to set up that fund, because Africa holds 8,600 plus protected and conserved areas. These are the core of the conservation assets that this continent needs to drive its development. If we don't protect this asset base, we are going nowhere with our businesses and our development. So hoping that we can set up a fund together. So far it seems that Africa has outsourced the responsibility of conservation to the global north. Africa's proactive stance on developing its own funding streams for biodiversity conservation must be central to our agenda. We cannot outsource something that is so critical to our development. Recognizing the limits of external resources, often unpredictable and insufficient, Africa should lead a paradigm shift where external funding complements rather than supplants internally generated resources. However, another major challenge lies in increasing the intrinsic value of wildlife. How can national parks be valued beyond tourism? I already raised that. The Victoria Falls National Park attracts 300,000 people every year and makes about $30 million every year. That's actually paltry compared to what that water system contributes to the entire country. We do not value water coming from that park as much as we could, and we need to be thinking beyond tourism to the value that conservation assets bring to us. How can forestry cover be valued beyond timber? How can wetlands be valued more for their ecological systems than waterways? How can we look at wetlands for the ecological purposes and not as wastelands? How can species like leopards and lions be endowed with greater value than domestic animals like goats and chickens and cattle? You know what? A Maasai would die for the animal, but we're having to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to protect our wildlife. Why is our wildlife not a priority for our communities? There's something sort of broken here. Failing to confront this challenge puts wildlife populations at risk, impairing their security and survival. This compels us to consider drastic measures that potentially align our economic ambitions with preserving biodiversity. Alternatively, it steers us from the very idea that we develop first and conserve later, aiming to prevent detrimental consequences of development observed in Europe, North America, and Asia. I did hear our first speaker, I think it was Mr. Napre, talk about Britain's loss of biodiversity. We don't want to get to where Britain did get to, or the UK did get to. We need to preserve these iconic states we have because they are valuable to us. As we look into the future, it is clear that the integration of conservation and nature finance will be essential for addressing the environmental challenges facing this continent. For us to succeed, we have invaluable lessons and blueprints. I dare say that Africa Wildlife Foundation has a lot to share in this respect. However, scaling up these efforts will require concerted effort and action across society. And to that end, what Anka is doing is especially very important. There are five things that we think that needs to be done differently. And they actually relate to what others have said already. I'll name them very briefly. The first is strengthening policy frameworks. Governments must create an enabling environment to support conservation and the finance dialogue. This includes establishing legal frameworks for land tenure, promoting sustainable land use practices, incentivizing private sector investments in conservation. The second, promote the public-private partnership approach a bit more. No one sector can do this by themselves. Collaboration between the public and the private sector is essential for mobilizing resources, also for conserve. By leveraging the strengths of each sector, we can develop innovative approaches and solutions that drive conservation and economic development. The third is empowerment of local communities. We think this is really key. Conservation efforts must be inclusive, must benefit people, must trickle down. By involving communities, not in handouts, but in processes of decision-making and ensuring that they are receiving tangible benefits, they then will be more motivated and incentivized to protect the asset base that they have in their custody. Fourthly, to enhance financial mechanisms. We need to expand and diversify financial instruments available for conservation. This is really not my expertise, and I think it's your expertise, but I think at the heart of it is to begin to look at the issue of payment for ecosystem services. It comes in different forms, carbon credits, biodiversity, but there are other mechanisms out there that we need to be looking at, because the ecosystem services are what we all depend on, and we need to find a way to maintain them. So from a private sector perspective, we need to pay back what we are actually receiving almost for free at the moment. The fifth, to raise awareness and education. And I would say that awareness raising is really critical, because the lack of understanding and awareness creates a lack of action across the board. In conclusion, the nexus of conservation and nature finance represents a powerful opportunity for Africa. By protecting our natural heritage and investing in sustainable development, we can create a future where both people and nature thrive. Now is the time to act with urgency and commitment. Let us come together, governments, businesses, civil society, individuals, to champion conservation and nature finance as a cornerstone of Africa's development strategy. By doing so, we can ensure that Africa's extraordinary biodiversity continues to thrive, and that the future generates more for the continent, and it allows it to show forth its asset base. Together, we can build a legacy of resilience and harmony with nature, setting a powerful example for the rest of the world. Let us seize this moment and opportunity to commit to the transformational potential of conservation and nature finance for this continent. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Fred, for those remarks. I now hand over to the head of Anka Secretariat. Ladies and gentlemen, the CEOs will be engaged in a very short Q&A, and please engage with us on the slide. That's www.slido. The code that you can engage with us on is 9149045, and that will be projected as we go along. Dorothy, to you.
Thank you. Now, I didn't prepare the Anka CEOs for this session, but because I know they're very committed to what they do, it's going to be a personal question that I will ask. So, Dr. James Mwangi, the last time we interacted, we were at Rumuruti in Laikipia West. And the president of Kenya, His Excellency Ruto, was launching the Human-Wildlife Conflict Compensation Scheme. And I remember seeing you standing there for waiting for almost 2 hours for the entire session. But I want to ask you one thing. What is one thing that you'd want your institution to be remembered for, one that will outlive you as Dr. Mwangi?
Thank you very much. You know, if you asked me this question 10 years ago, I could have said bringing human face to financial services, opening financial sector for financial inclusion. And if you, as you know, equity was driven by a very strong purpose of giving dignity, changing lives, and expanding opportunities. That is what it was until 10 years ago. And we really pushed the agenda, believing that if we eradicated the poverty, then maybe we would live in a better world. But lately, I've realized maybe preservation, restoration of nature may be the one thing that I would like equity to be remembered for. And if you look, we have taken a complete pivot. What used to be a socio-Egypt, where we focused on the orphans, the small-scale farmers, the micro-enterprises, to bring them, support them, and we made very huge progress. Those who may not know, 25 years ago, we were bank number 66 out of 66 in Kenya, the smallest. Today, we are arguably the largest or the second largest bank in East and Central Africa. And broadly is because the purpose that we articulated, the social, resonated with the people, it was relevant to the people, and we have seen significant transformation. But look at what well-being has improved, but this future is threatened because we have developed in an unsustainable way. We forgot, or maybe as he has just said, we prioritized human development to preservation and restoration of nature. And climate change has really become a signage or maybe a clear message that all is not well. And so we have taken a pivotal position, and hopefully we would like to be remembered for the change that we are championing of restoration and conservation of nature.
Thank you. Those are powerful words. Philip, I have been following you. You know I follow you. And I have seen possibly the past maybe 3 or 4 events that you have, participated in. You're always getting your hands dirty, bending, planting some trees. What is that one thing that you want ICA Lion to be remembered for, and that will outlive you as Philip?
Thank you, Dorothy. I was preparing myself for a different question, but since that, but I think that if I look at the insurance industry, I think it's probably a fair comment that there's been a lot of, let me say, segmentation and less of really trying to work together right across to drive the agenda for the industry. And I think that what we're discussing today, and also things that we've discussed about climate, nature, is we're in total alignment. One bottle is not going to make a difference. But if we, as ICA Lion Group, facilitating that, if we can create an army of collaborators to drive this agenda, in particular in the African continent, yes, we can borrow with pride what is happening anywhere else, but we drive that in the African continent. I believe there's a lot of latent power that we have not fully leveraged, and I would be very pleased to see much later on that we have built that army of collaborators and have come to drive solutions that are specific to the African continent. I'll be proud about that. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Philip. Fred, the Volcanoes National Park in Rwanda, which I know you are working quite deeply on, and many other initiatives. What is that one thing that you want to be remembered for at AWF?
So 60 plus years ago, the conservation movement started on this continent. About 100 plus years ago, the global conservation movement as we know it also began. It almost feels like what we currently have is what the norm should be. But we at the Africa Wildlife Foundation feel that what we currently have is not sufficient. We feel very strongly that the conservation movement needs to be led and driven by Africans and the people who matter most. And our biggest ambition is to ensure that African leaders fully understand, appreciate at every level the conservation issues and take them into consideration. And to that, with the Volcanoes project, our interest really is not just expansion of the Volcano National Park. Our interest is to connecting development around the Volcano National Park with conservation. And so that brings me to the closely second issue, which is connecting development with conservation. That Africans recognize that there is no dichotomy between conservation and development, and that we truly champion conservation on this continent. I think if that's done, we will actually have nothing else to do because people and African leaders will drive that agenda. Thank you.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to assure you we did prepare the CEOs for those responses, but you heard from their mouths. I see a lion, build an army of collaborators who will solve Africa's problems through contextualized solutions, equity bank, restoration and preservation, and AWF. No dichotomy between development and conservation. That is what our CEOs feel they would want to see even after one that they would want to see, one that outlives them. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Please give the Anka CEOs a hand of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to our CEOs. Let me invite Madam Beatrice Mubert to please join us on stage, representing the CEO of FSD Africa. I'm going to ask you CEOs to please stand to take a final photo. Thank you so much for being here quite early. All right, and we also have a representation as well from the Old Mutual Group. And we thank Mr. Arthur Ginga as well for taking time. Please give a final round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to the Anka CEOs for the great partnership, the great collaboration as well. We thank you for your time as well. Dr. James Mwangi, Arthur Ginga, Mr. Philip Lopokoit, Fred Kuma, Asante Sana. We are grateful for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, to our online audience as well, this wraps up the first half of our program. We'll take a half-hour health break. Kindly let's all be back seated at 12:30 to proceed with the program. Thank you to our online audience. Please, we'll be coming back via the same link. Please join us at 12:30 as we start the next session. Thank you. Enjoy your break.
Check on two. Check on two. Check 1 2. Isa iko sawa, but iko too high. Check. 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 Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Tea served, ladies and gentlemen, tea and coffee served at the lobby. Most welcome. Tea and coffee served at the lobby. Welcome.
Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, me myself not do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. Slide down, DBT.
test report because it is one of the very first ones that have focused on nature. And more importantly, one that has covered 5 countries and one that has gone into some sort of granularity that has not been done before. And the stress test ideally quantifies how nature-related risks could affect the profits of businesses across the real economy, and in turn, how they would increase credit losses for the banking sector and within the banking sector. And this report considered 10 risk drivers across the 5 African countries. These are largely physical risks. Physical risks are risks like water stress, pollution, deforestation, or transition risks, which are risks that come about as a result of changes in policy, changes in regulation, or simply changes in consumer behavior, where now you have consumers who say they are not going to be taking meat anymore, and they are going to become vegans or vegetarians. Those kind of behaviors, again, influence, the businesses that many of you as banks have actually lent money to, or as insurance companies that you have, insured. And this report draws or builds a granular view of the sectoral exposure of the banking sector in each country. And then it does this by downscaling the loan exposure data that is published by each of these central banks. And something that I want to mention is that as we're stress testing, it provides a high-level approximation of nature risks, which can again be refined over time as we get more mature in terms of data, and even as the scenarios evolve. Now, I want to mention on this slide, without going too much into the detail, I think I want to draw your attention to the right, the part in green, the overview of scenarios. So this particular report took into account 3 scenarios. So the first scenario is where current policies, have no expected increase in ambition, either nature or climate. So therefore, by default, biodiversity then begins to accelerate, or continues to accelerate. So this is where we are saying these 5 countries, or whichever countries, but one of the scenarios is that the policies do not include any ambition on nature or climate. The second scenario is where the policies in place, yes, but these policies are not followed through by businesses. So there's policy action in line with the GBF. GBF is the Global Biodiversity Framework, but there's little action from businesses, and that's what we are calling more of a. Then, best case scenario is where you have policies in place and there's business action to follow through these policies in line with the goals of the GBF. Now, from the report, and you will see this in detail, you will see that the risk exposure is lowest and an orderly transition aligned with the goals of the GBF. Now, many times we say, possibly imagine that this is common sense. But what this stress testing report does is to give facts on the things that we have been saying, or to issue data on the things that we have been saying. If you look at those 5 countries, you can see a number of colors, the bars representing different colors there. You can see there's a light pink, a darkish pink, and a blue. The blue represents transition risks. The pink colors are more physical related risks. Now, if you look at Zambia and you look at Rwanda, and these are the countries that we will focus on, you can see that transition risks are quite high in a mitigated GBF-aligned scenario, meaning their policies There are policies, but these policies are not followed through by business. But you can see the blue line, the transition risks, the blue line reducing under the mitigated GDF aligned scenario. And you can see the same case in Rwanda. Now, this particular slide attempts to compare the risks in terms of climate and nature. And what you can see in green, these are nature-related and mitigated GBF scenarios and climate-related risk scenarios that, from, prior reports. And this particularly is a net zero 2050 scenario. Now, if you look at this slide, you can see right there that the nature-related risks, which are in green, are comparable in some sectors. And I think you can see the sectors there. And this particular slide points to a number of aspects. And one thing that I want to mention is that from the report, we saw that the risk is heavily concentrated in 3 to 5 sectors for each of the countries. And these sectors, again, account for around 20% and 40%, for between 20 to 45% of the loan book. And sectoral level profits impacts in these sectors can be substantial. I think there's one where there's actually an impact of up to 44%. And these impacts, as I've mentioned, they're comparable in magnitude to profit impacts from climate-related risks and, climate-related risks in terms of emission-intensive sectors. So what does this slide tell us? It tells us that we have indeed focused very strongly on climate, and indeed climate presents major risks to financial systems, to the banking sector. But from the analysis, nature-related risks present similar magnitude in some of the sectors in terms of risks. This particular slide looks at the changes up to 2050 for the 5 countries. And I just want to mention that, this, from what we saw in that report, this can translate to substantial credit losses for lending to highly exposed sectors such as agriculture and mining. And you can see there agriculture, you can see mining, you can see a bit of food and beverages, and you can see on your right the unweighted cumulative change in loan book value. What it simply means is that there's a major, there's a major effect in terms of credit losses for some sectors, and particularly the report pointed out to agriculture and mining for these countries. Now, let's talk about this in a bit more English, and I'll try and be very quick because I have just 2 minutes. I talked about the orderly transition, what we mean, where business adopt nature-positive practices, but we said from the report, the highlights are that where businesses adopt nature-positive practices, we find the lowest financial risks. For disorderly transition, where businesses do not take into account or do not adopt these nature-positive practices, then there are profit losses in sectors like agriculture and mining, and in some cases could reach up to 50%. And what this tells us is that there's an urgent need for a coordinated approach. That's what our Anka members said today. No one institution can do it alone. And therefore, a coordinated approach for nature-positive action. We also saw, like, I won't go into too much detail because I've talked about this, agriculture, mining, and manufacturing were key sectors. And physical risks, I want to mention one last item on that slide. In terms of country exposures, physical risks, and physical risks are things, like I said, water stress, pollinator decline. Many of us don't understand or know that bees are very important. So pollinator decline, soil quality, water availability could actually decrease net present value profits from 2020 to 2050 in the agricultural sector in Ghana by more than 50%. That is significant. When you talk about the water stress in Morocco, it could cause equivalent losses of up to 15% in food, beverage, and fertilizer. Now, this is data based on work the central banks, publicly available data, and the three scenarios that I've talked about. I think one last thing that I want to mention specifically is under exports. Of course, given the transition risks that you'd expect, because governments are taking notice, the EU has put in place certain regulations. Cost increases in exports due to nature-related risks could again harm international competitiveness. And countries that heavily rely on exporting primary commodities, these countries like Ghana and Rwanda and Zambia, and these were countries within the pool for which you did this analysis, could actually be And the last thing, and this is specifically for financial institutions, if you have invested heavily in agriculture, mining, and food sectors, you may face significant risks. And I hate to say this, but even solvency issues for some, especially in countries where there are specialized lenders. So therein, again, lies a new challenge for you as financial institutions. And credit losses could increase by up to 21% by 2050 if no nature positive action is taken. And again, as a collective. So what does this mean? This gives us two things that I want to mention. Again, saying the same thing, a well-managed transition is critical, is necessary, and could reduce risks and bring additional benefits, like new financial instruments, which we are going to talk about. And an orderly transition could significantly, again, we said, reduce risks. With some countries, actually, if you look at the report, potentially mitigating up to 78% of exposure-weighted profit losses. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call to the stage Dr. James Mwangi, CEO of Equity Bank, who is a regulated entity. He give us a regulated entity's perspective. Dr. Oswald Mungule, Senior Analyst at the Bank of Zambia. I've moved my slide. Ferdinand Murezi from the Bank of Rwanda, welcome to the stage, and Funsho from the African Development Bank. Okay, so we can start. Of course, I would want to start with the central bank stress testing team. And Oswald and Ferdinand were heavily involved in a series of meetings that we had when this assignment was taking place. It was actually quite an intensive exercise. And I just want to start with Ferdinand. Are there any significant insights? But let me say, were there any surprises from the results of that report? And then secondly, as you talk about any surprises or insights, how did this alter your perspective on nature-related risks within the financial sector?
Yeah, thank you so much, Dorothy. Thanks for the opportunity once again, and thanks the audience for being present and listening to the results of this work. This work has been very insightful for us as central banks. First, it provides strong messages to the policymakers and strong message again to the operators of banks, of microfinance institutions, insurance, the private sector in general. So as I start with the surprises, I will start with the last one you presented on key actions that need to be taken. In the report, it's highlighting that a coordinated action to the nature-related risks could reduce by up to 10 times the risks, the credit risks that our lending institutions could face. And again, this is a message to our private sector. You know, the report also highlighted, for example, in my country, the country itself has done notable work in terms of policies, but the private sector is not following up the pace. So it's a call to the public, to the private sector to take actions. And Dorothy, if I may challenge you right now, the first thing I noticed when I entered this room, I found a lot of paper pieces on the tables. Why are we still using papers? And all of us here, we are having smartphones. And one of the things, actually it's not, I don't have a lot of complaints about Equity Bank. I'm one of the clients of Equity Bank back home. But I always complain about paper, the paper processes, paper-based work. Right, starting from opening an account, you have like 3 papers to fill. When you want to change like an account details, at least one detail on your account, you need to fill like 2 papers again. So this is like a paper process working environment. And yet we have smartphones which can help us to reduce the paper work activities. So we are in one way contributing, it's a charity to all of us. We are contributing to deforestation, we are contributing to degradation of our land in Africa or all over the world by not acting properly. So another surprise in the report is probably the way or the granularity of the data we have in the report, and the way different countries at different stages of implementing their variable regulatory requirements. So those are the key takeaways from the report.
Thank you, Ferdinand. Over to you, Oswald.
Thank you, Dorothy, and good afternoon, fellow participants. Yes, Dorothy, I don't think there are major issues in the report. We were part of the report, and we agreed with the empirical results that are in the report. Now, we can explain, for instance, why in Zambia, for instance, we have very high risks emanating from transition risks, for instance. It it's understandable. If you look at Zambia, we are moving at a very rapid pace in terms of regulations. And therefore, that is actually creating these transition risks to both the private sector and the bank. So what are we doing at the central bank to try and minimize that? So we've gotten into partnerships, of course, collaboration, so that we can minimize the transition risks through capacity building. So what we've noticed is that because the pace is high, and we might leave some stakeholders behind. So we will be rolling out capacity building programs very soon, so that we bring on board everyone, and therefore transition risk will be minimized. And then the second result is that, of course, agriculture, mining, and manufacturing posing high risks. So this is also understandable. If you look at the non-performing loans portfolios on a macro level, you find that there's the financial system is not geared towards lending to the agricultural sector because it's highly risky. So it's understandable because of these transition and physical risks that the agricultural sector is confronted with. For instance, this year, Zambia has declared, the president declared the drought challenge as a national disaster. So you can see that that has affected the agricultural sector. So the results that you are seeing in this report, speak volumes, and we are there to explain what these results actually mean and what is on the ground, why the results are the way they are in the report. So those are some of the highlights from the report.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Oswald. I want to go to the regulated entity. You've seen the report. What are your thoughts around this? Does it worry you as a CEO of one of the largest banks in East and Central Africa?
Thank you very much, Dorothy. I think this report is an eye-opener. It has a lot of insights, and I must really commend the people who did it because it provides the data that is necessary. It also breaks down the data and amplifies particularly the risk aspects of financial system. But this report reminds me where we were 30 years ago when financial services were primarily for an elite class, when 90+ of the population was excluded. That time we were talking of exclusion. That time we were talking of populations, entire populations being condemned as unbankable. Yet, over the last 30 years, we've been able to manage that risk of exclusion. But that exclusion, to bring people on inclusion, we had to be very innovative. There was a lot of policy change, particularly in Kenya. So I appreciate that with us here is the regulated institutions and the regulators. So we could start dialogue like we did 30 years ago. If you look at Kenya, things like agency, mobile banking enabled inclusion to move from 4% to now over 90%. But you can see it's innovative tools that were brought into the marketplace. Financial literacy, de-risking tools like credit sharing guarantees came into place, and we now have almost everybody included. So together, once again, but for equity group, it hits us straight into the face that the bulk of our customers base has built their businesses on nature, like agriculture. You go to DRC on mining, and we realized in some of these, the risk we are carrying is above 50%. And as a result, it was a wake-up call, and we're asking ourselves, what should we do? And if you look, what we are working on is now accelerating our engagement. And if you look at small-scale farmers, last year we were rated by IFC as the bank with the highest loans for mitigation and adaptation for scale farmers. That is our response to the risk that we are facing, so that we could be able to move small-scale farmers to sustainable farming. But a lot needs to be done for us to mitigate that risk. The window of opportunity seems short, and that is what we are worried about. How quickly could we be able to adopt, because we were talking about global warming, but now it's almost not beyond it's almost boiling. So the question is, how do we quickly adapt this? And we are hedging that technology will be an enabler for us maybe to accelerate adoption of, as we have called them, positive moves towards resolution of these risks. Thank you.
Yeah, let me take this. You know, that's an excellent point to draw in, Dr. Somorin. The window of opportunity is short. What can be done, and what are multilateral development banks like AFDB doing in terms of exploring new opportunities?
Thank you. I took interest in that you gave, and I thought it was very insightful in a way, because what you are dealing with is what I would call real risk, not perceived risk, in a way. And in most cases, when we're talking about, businesses in Africa, I think most of the time what they suffer most is a perception of risk. So if we're able to go deeper to understanding what is the nature of risk we're talking about, an entire investment landscape, at what point do these risks become significant or less important, less significant in a way, then we're able to appropriate solutions to different phases. So the type of risk and the type of solutions you would need for a project that is still at startup compared to a project that is a scale-up, they're going to be different. So that the unpacking of the nature and the operations of risk is very important. Number two, it's also good to appreciate that as we deepen our knowledge through this kind of work, then we are able to question or probably interrogate our operations in financial institutions like ourselves. We think sometimes you may not be able to deal with the businesses directly. You may have to start first with the regulator. And I remember, and I don't know how many of you remember, so I think it was about 2-3 years ago, the Central Bank of Kenya undertook a report where they said guideline notes on mainstreaming climate risk in financial, in banks. And it wasn't a regulatory injunction in any way. It was just an idea of how to do this, how to integrate that. And that was very helpful in a way, because banks were able to go back to reflect the idea of risk, climate-related, nature-related risk in their operation. And that piece of work was very critical in changing systems, changing behavior, without necessarily raising, the heartstone, or the heartstick in dealing with people. So sometimes, as an MDB, our entry point is let's increase the knowledge of this issue at the regulator level. So to discuss ideas, but also to see how do you share risk in a way. And those, for some of those ideas that translated into investment or new financial product, the bank was able to take that knowledge to be able to develop those products and support these institutions. So it starts with a better knowledge system, and that probably leads to an incentive. Not necessarily that we will deal with you when you do bad, but we recognize the good on the effort you're making, and ultimately the products and the services that can help you to remain consistent. I'll keep you there for now. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think drawing in the regulators who play a very critical role. Your key mandate is to ensure financial sector stability. And you have seen the long-term nature-related risks identified by the stress test. How prepared do you think your financial institutions are? And specifically, what would you suggest in terms of the immediate actions that are needed? Maybe you could start with Oswald, then we go to Ferdinand.
Okay, thank you so much. Just to continue from where I left, when I gave you an example in terms of what the results mean in the report that Africa Natural Capital Alliance is launching today, and what we are doing as a central bank or Bank of Zambia. So, of course, the starting point is to understand the risks that are there in the market. So now we do understand. We know that there are three critical sectors in Zambia, which are agriculture, mining, and manufacturing, of course. So we're looking at regulations or regulating the market in terms of making sure that the players in the market understand and appreciate the various environmental risks. So they have to be aware of the environmental risks in the agricultural sector, mining, and manufacturing as they conduct their business. So we've rolled out, the first piece of legislation that we've rolled out was the Green Loans Guidelines. So the Green Loans Guidelines, these are regulations, these are voluntary regulations that then look at the disclosure and reporting requirements for the banking sector. So the banks, according to the Green Loans Guidelines, they are supposed to disclose the activities vis-a-vis the environmental impact the environmental impact on their business as well as on the businesses of their third parties. Now, the reason we are doing this is that there's a linkage between these risks, environmental generated risks, and also financial stability. So if the borrowers, for instance, in the agricultural sector borrow massively, and we know that the agricultural sector has got a lot of nature-related risks, then that is, if we don't do anything about it, that will then result into losses or profitability going down for those businesses as well as for the financial institution, and also the credit risks will then will then increase, and that will also affect the financial institution. So we need a rigorous way of reporting through the green loans guidelines. Now, the green loan guidelines also bring about the issue of the certification, so that we sort out the issue of greenwashing, because anyone will come and say, okay, this is a green project, but the banks are required, when they are extending the credit, to look for those certification documents to see to it that the project is actually certified by competent bodies for certification, and also to make sure that when they are issuing these green loans or green credit, they've actually computed the environmental impact. So we need to know the environmental impact or contribution to the environment as a result of that project, and many more other things. So that's the first piece of legislation that we've undertaken. Secondly, we also have the Green Finance Framework. Now, the Green Finance Framework is a framework that has now underpinned the entire green finance space, under which the green loans guidelines have been developed. So the Green Finance Framework now extends into monetary policy, greening the monetary policy. We've also extended to other financial products, as well as to the central bank itself. So we are also looking at developing strategies that will make the Bank of Zambia green. So because we know that we cannot control the financial services sector if ourselves we are not green. So that's the second piece of registration that we've done. Then we have in the pipeline to just complement these regulations. We are developing right now the taxonomy, the green finance taxonomy, which is a national taxonomy, under which the green loans taxonomy will anchor. And then we're also looking at developing the green finance strategy for the country, for the nation, and capacity building programs. So we are, of course, collaborating with key institutions. Of course, as was already alluded to, collaboration is very important, and therefore, for us to achieve this, we are collaborating with a number of institutions. One of them is FSD Africa and African Natural Capital Alliance on the stress testing, the initial part of it. And then for development of these guidelines, we also intend to include FSD Africa and NCS so that they can come on board, so that we further develop some of these remaining regulations and guidelines, and we're working with the World Bank and the United Nations Development Program. So these are some of the key institutions that we are collaborating with on the regulatory side of it in order to enhance financial stability. Thank you.
That's a lot going on in Zambia, as you have heard. What about Rwanda? What is going on in Rwanda?
Yeah, thank you so much. I would start by saying that traditionally, the central bank's business were mostly money and its protection, you know. So it's only recently that central bankers are realizing that money is nothing without sustainable economy. So I would say no one is really very well equipped in terms of climate-related or nature-related risks, be it central bankers, be it private sector. And as my brothers here said, we need, my brothers and sisters, we need concerted effort, we need collaborative effort to ensure that we put in place policies and actions towards sustainable economy. So Rwanda has done a lot in terms of putting in place some policies, and we are actually at the central bank level. We have created different groups. We have sustainable finance technical working group. We have economic and financial market technical working group, and the zero tolerance, technical working group at the central bank. It's a unit that is being created to spearhead work related with nature and climate-related risks. So those groups are collaborating with the private sector, but of course with the other stakeholder at the national level to ensure policies are in line with actions. So we recently issued guidelines to banks, to financial institutions, asking them to start incorporating climate-related risks, nature-related risks into their risk management assessment, and even in their governance. So again, we asked the financial institutions to create standalone technical working groups in their governance to ensure policies, capacity building actions are well coordinated in particular institutions. So those are the kinds of the things that we are working on at the central bank. In the guideline, again, we asked financial institutions to share the progress. This is by October this year, to share their progress in terms of implementing that guideline. So we are waiting for the data. We are waiting for the progress of the implementation of that guideline by October, and hopeful we will be getting tangible things from the private sector, but also the central bank. I liked the comment by my brother here, Alfonso, who said that central banks need to increase capabilities to ensure they are spearheading actions related to climate and nature-related activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ferdinand. We have around 3 minutes because I can see it's way past lunchtime, but I want to give the last word to Funsho and James. James, what would you tell, what's the one or two things that would move the dial based on what the regulators have said and based on your analysis of the report?
I think the first thing is a partnership with the regulators. We need to work very closely with regulators. We walk the journey together. The second one is to build partnership and collaborations. For us at Equity Bank, we have built collaborations with Global Climate Fund, IFC, development banks, and thought leadership institutions so that we could be able to learn. The last one is three-pronged. As an institution, we must be an example of what we are preaching. We must demonstrate adoption of the practices that take us forward, and then carry along with us our entire supply chain so that it is becoming more ecosystem and as a result become an influencer to those you partner with, whether they're the suppliers. And lastly is to involve the customer base. If Equity was to be able to carry its 20 million customers with it in terms of understanding, and this is done on a two-pronged approach. The first one is the policy of credit evaluation. You involve nature and environmental screening and conditionalities in loans. It may not, it's not about denying clients loans, but getting clients to become aware and to start walking the journey by adopting sustainability tools. And the last one, which we have scaled up with the foundation, is to incorporate within financial literacy and entrepreneurship training as a program on sustainability or a module on sustainability. Awareness and mass awareness of the public, I think, is what will move the needle.
I specifically like the whole supply chain and value chain idea and incorporating training even to your customers and entrepreneurs on sustainability is quite something. Funsho.
Well, thank you. And thank you, Dr. James. I like the first point that you raised. A partnership approach is the best way. And we are very supportive of a partnership approach that facilitates innovation, not necessarily an over-regulated system. You know, some will argue a model that is hands-on, hands-off, it's very, facilitative. It doesn't mean that you allow anything or everything to happen, but at the same time, you don't want to kill innovation from the financial institution. But secondly as well, as a development finance institution, we're very supportive of the idea that ideas are very homegrown. There are things to learn from other regions, other markets, but there are things that we must engineer ourselves and approach, and that comes from that close interaction about how we do things. What we continue to do at the bank is, even when we find ourselves in conversations around nature, climate risk, that are very politically, structured, our approach is to see how can we use economic incentives to achieve political results. How do we put, new ideas, economic-linked ideas, or financial resources on the table? We're not a political organization, but we know that some of these conversations are not just pure economics as well. So it's very important to see what kind of tools can we use, thinking out of the box in some cases. Last point, and I think for us this is very important, it's going to be learning by doing. There are things you can learn by just reading, but there are some greater things that you can only, make progress by doing them and repeatedly, being iterative, making mistakes, learning and doing them. And some of the institutions and products and services that we've created, they are, some of those capital, in fact, are patient capital, so they can walk the journey with you. But also in some cases, we are also, as part of that learning by doing, we're able to use our convening power to bring the right stakeholders to the table. You'll be amazed the level of progress people can make when they talk. When they just come and share ideas, I tell you my concerns, you tell me yours, and we constantly see the value of some non-economic motivations to driving this agenda forward. Thank you. I'll keep it here. This has been a great conversation.
Thank you. Learning by doing. Ladies and gentlemen, hands of applause to the panel.
Thank you very much, Dorothy, and to our online viewers. We really appreciate your time. Thank you very much. We'll be convening back in an hour. But for now, I want to appreciate all the panelists and invite them to just take a group photo just by the foyer area there, and to thank us all. Please collect your lunch vouchers just as you exit. We have a designated spot for all FSD Africa delegates, please welcome, and we'll see you back at exactly 2:30. A final round of applause, great moderation there. please occupy the front two tables right here. Or let me have the moderators first. The moderators. Let me have the moderators for the three panels we have. Please occupy the table on my left. Just an announcement, if you're a moderator, please occupy the table on my left of any one of the three panels we have this afternoon. And welcoming the online audience just as we are about to start the afternoon session. I've gotten my go-ahead to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us for the afternoon session of our summit. Really grateful that you all make time. I would want to imagine and appreciate that we know each other based off on how we are seated. By show of hands, if on the table you're in, you know everyone on your left and right, what's their name and what they do and where they come from. Let me see by show of hands if you know everyone who's on your round table. Oh, okay. You just have two people. I mean, that's quite good. Well done. Let me see by show of hands, like the table. You actually know everyone within your table. Sorry, I don't see the table numbers. Oh, that's very good. Okay. Their name, what they do, and what organization they're from. Let me see. Okay, that's one. Okay, well done. The two table. Okay, three. Let me see by another show of hands. You actually know everyone. Okay. I would welcome us to please make sure that we engage and interact. I would have loved for us to kind of introduce ourselves. It's not possible because of time. I'm advised that later on this evening we'll have a networking cocktail. Please make time to attend. We aim to start the cocktail at exactly 6 for us to continue the engagement. We want to thank you for your time, and we appreciate noting that, of course, you've been with us for this entire day. For now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to just give you an overview of how we'll move on for this afternoon session. We have 3 panel discussions that will be ably moderated by Dorothy, Stephen Masharia, and also Jane Lumumba. So we've had a debrief as well in terms of how to conduct the same, so we make it as seamless as possible. I'm welcoming the engagement on Slido, noting that we'll also have a sort of a plenary session with you in the audience to sort of interact with the panel that will be on stage. So thank you so much for being here. My name is Laban Cliff. I'm your moderator, and thank you for having the opportunity to interact. For now, without further ado, I'd like to, first of all, before she comes up, welcome the speakers. Helois Zimmerman, co-founder, that's from the Nairobi Climate Network. Peter Minang, director for Africa, that's from ICRAF. Fred Kuma, Vice President, Africa Wildlife Foundation. I don't see Fred here. He's representative, oh, sorry. There you are, sorry. Dr. William Biko from Novo. They deserve a resounding round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This panel will be looking at building partnerships for nature conservation and restoration. I'll now hand it over to Dorothy Moseke, our Head of Secretariat at Anka, to continue.
Thank you, Fred and William, for saving me a few steps across the stage. We are going to start. Before I start, I just want to welcome the CEO of C4 ICRAF, Dr. Elaine, who has been with us since morning. And thank you very much for your support. And looking forward, she'll be giving a keynote during the cocktail reception in the evening. So you better be ready to hear from her. We are going to go straight into this session, and this session is about building partnerships. We are also aware we have not engaged you too well during the morning session, occasioned, of course, by the time limitations we had. But we're going to have possibly one round of questions, and then after that, we are going to take it on to the audience. But let me start with Heloise. You have co-founded a very interesting association, the Nairobi Climate Network. What gap were you trying to address and why?
Hello. Yeah.
Thank you, Dorothy, and good afternoon, everyone. So, yeah, the Nairobi Climate Network was born from a very simple realization 3 years ago, was that there was no platform in Kenya for climate professionals to meet, to exchange, and to collaborate. I was myself working in the field of nature-based solutions. I was developing a carbon project in Kilifi at the time, and I wanted to exchange with my peers, discuss methodologies. I wanted to know where to find investors, and I wanted to complain about the long timeline with Vera. And there was no platform to meet with other carbon professionals and other climate professionals in general. Of course, and at the same time, Kenya had a really growing base of investors, policymakers, entrepreneurs focusing on climate, but all of them were kind of working in isolation, not really speaking to each other outside of very rare conferences. And so we decided to create the Nairobi Climate Network. We started with 5 people in October 2021, and we're now a thriving community of 1,300 members, representing over 800 companies in Kenya. We're 60% private sector, 40% public sector and NGO, and over 70% Kenyan and over 50% female. So it's a really amazing community it keeps growing, and we don't really do any active marketing for it. It's just the sector that's extremely vibrant and continuously growing. And we also have a fantastic board of directors, of which Dorothy is part of. And we hope that everyone here in this room, if not already part of the network, will join it, because we really want to be able to represent everyone, to allow people to meet each other. Our dream was also to have spaces where experts would meet with entrepreneurs, and where policymakers would meet with practitioners, and where an investor willing to meet to invest in a female-led mangrove restoration project would find exactly what they need. And so the more we have climate professionals joining our communities, the more we can deliver these amazing connections. So yeah.
Yeah, but and how would someone get involved? How do you join the network?
Right, so we have a form that you can fill, and then that's a way for us to make sure that you are based in Kenya and you are working in climate. These are the 2 only criteria for you to join the network. You can be from any industry, any sector. You can work in government, or you can work on your own company. If you are a climate professional and you're based in Kenya, you're welcome to join us. We also welcome companies to join as members, and that allows you to be a bit more involved, to have several of your employees joining our events, receiving our newsletters. You can also post jobs, you can post resources, and we really encourage this circulation of knowledge. We're actually in the process of replicating our model in other countries. That's a quite early stage, but we got a lot of requests to do the same in Tanzania, in Uganda, in Zambia. So we've just launched the Tanzania chapter, and Uganda, Zambia will probably be our next ones. So if you are based in these countries, reach out. We'd love to have you part of these new chapters. We really want each chapter to be led by and for local climate professionals. So we need a team on the ground to lead it. And the ultimate goal is to have these localized communities that speak to each other. So we will have coordination across chapters, obviously. But the primary goal is to build these local communities that can meet in person, that can collaborate and advance climate action in their own countries.
Thank you, Heloise. Thank you very much. So the membership is open for individuals, and you can get more information from the website, right?
Yeah, we have a website, or come talk to me. I also have a card with a little QR code to join it. It's very easy.
Good, good. Now let's move to science and research. Peter, you know, one thing I love about your campus is that I find it to be very beautiful. You just want to go in and you want to stay in there for, the rest of the day. What are some of the examples of successful partnerships that, C4 ICRAF has been involved in, specifically that have advanced conservation and restoration in Africa?
Thank you. That's really, really a tall order. Thank you for the compliments on our campus. We invite you all to the campus to have a good time with us. Thank you. I think I thought about this really hard, and I picked two examples that I'll talk about. The first one is called Regreening Africa. It's an initiative that was, funded by the EU, 40 million euros over 5 years with 8 partners, largely. CRS, World Vision, Catalytic Relief Services, Oxfam, and GIZ, and C4 ICRAF, of course. And a couple of local partners in each location. In Kenya, so we were working in 8 countries. In East Africa, Kenya, Rwanda, Ethiopia, in West Africa, Senegal, Mali, Burkina, and Ghana. And in Kenya, we were specifically working in Homa Bay and in Migori. That project really managed because we were doing a lot of the science bits, and all of the other NGOs were really more implementation NGOs that roll out extension systems, working with farmers. And we actually impacted about 350,000 hectares across all of these countries. And we worked with about 600,000 households across all of these counties with significant impact on restoration. So that's one big one that I could pick. And that particular project one is now a World Restoration flagship because of the impact that it had. We are now currently discussing a second phase for that project. The second initiative that I wanted to talk about is something that we did in Tanzania, ICRAF did in Tanzania between 1986 and 2005. Actually, for me, even before all of the talk about restoration, one of the most impactful and most successful restoration projects on the continent that I ever knew of and I worked on is the restoration in Shinyanga, in Tanzania, where we restored land by 1986 was almost desert. And we brought that back to life, significant ecosystem restoration around Tanzania, 500,000 hectares restored. We moved economic values from around $2 per hectare to $168 per hectare. We brought back 26 species that were completely gone. We could see them by the time we started. And later on, we were working with the government of Tanzania. In fact, the government actually created a special center in Shinyanga just to look after that project. It was a huge investment from NORAD, the government of Tanzania. ICRAF spent a lot of time there. And then later on, after 2005, when things were ready, then we got into RED Plus projects and carbon projects within that area because it was now restored, significant biodiversity. IUCN was involved at different points on the biodiversity side as well. So those were really complex partnerships where government was significant. At the time, private sector wasn't really significant, but in both projects now, private sector is coming in on the carbon side. There are discussions around biodiversity but also strongly in terms of value chains in those areas.
And while we are still on the subject of science, if I bring you in, Fred, from African Wildlife Foundation, what are some of those key elements that can actually build and sustain effective partnerships for wildlife conservation? And if you could share any success story that you've been involved in.
Thank you very much. And by the way, Peter, I was at some point associated with the Shinyanga project. It's a really powerful project in 2004. I think some of the elements that are key for a successful partnership is a common understanding or common interest in the issue at stake. So there needs to be sort of a superordinate goal that everyone wants to come together around. Without that, it's kind of difficult to move forward. The other is a strong center in terms of coordination. Without that coordination ability, stakeholders tend to sort of scatter around. And then lastly, perhaps some finance to stimulate the engagement itself. But let me talk to two partnerships broadly that we have been engaged in. One at the landscape level, in Kilombero, Tanzania, within the Southern Growth Corridor project for Tanzania, we collaborated with IUCN and other stakeholders to enhance the connectivity of the wildlife corridors in Kilombero. We noted that elephants and quite a number of wildlife moved back and forth across the Kilombero plains. Agriculture in that region was increasing a lot because the place was fertile, a lot of water, but consequently you had human-wildlife conflicts going up as people expanded their areas of cultivation. What we then did was to identify with the communities 3 to 4 value chains that was of keen interest to them, developed around those value chains communities of practice, if you may, of those farmers. So we had the cocoa value chain, we had the sugarcane value chain, I believe we had the rice value chain, and brought those actors, farmers together. We invested significantly in training, providing them top-notch capacity, including basic seedlings that would grow fairly quickly. We then linked these 3 value chains with financial mechanisms. We linked up with the financial sector and allow them then to connect between themselves in terms of the needs. The other thing we did was to work on creating a multi-stakeholder platform. For me, the multi-stakeholder platform is one of the change makers because it allows policy makers alongside practitioners on the ground, businesses, farmers, and everyone to talk about the key things that are barriers to change, and then ultimately come up with policies and practices that move the processes forward. Our Kilombero project has been massively successful, impacting the livelihoods of people and recreating that corridor that we so cherish for wildlife. The second brief one is on the policy level. We've been very, very concerned about the way that policy evolves in Africa without significant conservation policy, without the significant voices of local communities and African civil society. So back in 2020, leading up to COP15, we determined the need to bring African civil society together. We started very small with 8 organizations. Today there are about 100 of them. They have literally been meeting every month since 2020 February, a very active group. They have working groups that they engage with, and they coalesce around issues and inputs in terms of positions for the different regional and global policy processes. They've met with the Africa Development Bank to provide direction in terms of thoughts. They've met with the Africa Group of Negotiators. They've met with the European Union, really challenging the thoughts, leadership around conservation from an African perspective. So from a policy perspective as well, we've been able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. And, so moving away from the partnerships, just before we get into partnerships in healthcare, I was reading some interesting statistics, and it was new to me that around 70% of the medicines that we have today actually come from plants and trees and forests. So, Dr. William, we are bringing pharma and medical institutions into the equation. Explain to us the nexus between climate, health, and nature.
Thank you, Dorothy, for having me here, and it's a pleasure to actually bring in a sector that's very important to us into these conversations. It just shows us that climate change and these conversations will be part of a broader conversation. So healthcare and climate and nature are intricately related. And I'll just start by giving an example, actually, of how this could happen. So first of all, we understand that when the environment, when climate change, and even when we interact or interfere with the ecosystem, and we see a lot of interaction between human beings and disease vectors. For instance, we have insects which are carrying disease or pathogens like malaria, dengue, and all that. And in fact, WHO even terms climate change as one of those fundamental threats to health, because we're going to see much more infections happening as we clear forests and we interact more with these pathogens. And in many ways, change in climate and change in nature also can affect adversely the health infrastructure and also health systems. So as we have extreme temperatures and extreme weather, then of course we have, for instance, flooding in places, then that directly could impact infrastructure. Or it could also affect how healthcare is provided to patients, because if there's flooding, for instance, patients can't get to the healthcare facilities. And if we add to that equation having more infections because we interact with pathogens or disease-carrying vectors, then that really tips the challenge of healthcare. But I'd also want to look at it the other way around. As the disease burdens go up, then that means we need to manufacture more medicines. That means we need to transport more medicines from where they're manufactured to the patients. And of course, we can see that that directly also impacts the environment in terms of carbon emissions, in terms of waste from industries, and also in terms of medicines, for instance, devices which are made of plastic and all that, then that also kind of adds into the question of nature degradation. So I think there's a very close interplay between nature and medicine and climate change.
And while you still have the microphone, so what kind of partnerships have you at Novo Nordisk been involved in?
Yeah, so I'd say Novo Nordisk has identified two impacts to the environment, which it terms as must-win challenges. So one is the issue of carbon dioxide emission. Of course, we are producing more medicines because the disease burdens is going up. And so, of course, that means that we need to find a way of decoupling kind of growth in terms of serving more patients and also inflicting some of these changes to the environment. So that's one of them. And then, of course, the second one, a company like Novo Nordisk produces insulin, and some of the devices that we put the insulin in, like the plastic devices, also kind of impact the environment. So those are two must-win challenges that we've identified. So our partnerships revolve around some of these challenges. So for instance, carbon emissions, our company is partnering with a company in Europe, and they just signed an agreement called European Energy. So what they're trying to see is how can we use e-methanol in the future to produce lower carbon devices like plastics, so that we don't use more of the fossil-based plastics and all. So that's one of the things that's very exciting that's happening. So we're just trying to see how science and how technology can be used to somehow reduce the impact to the environment. When we look at things like carbon dioxide, of course, transporting medicine emits carbon dioxide. And we know that manufacturing it is the first step, and then transporting it is the next step. So in terms of that, the organization has really invested a lot in ensuring all our production sites are actually using renewable energy. But more than that, because we know Scope 3 contributes to a lot of the CO2 emitted. And so partnerships are with logistics companies. For instance, there's ongoing projects with Maersk to just try and see how could we deliver this medication using fuels that have less impact on the environment. And we're also currently looking at how can we use sustainable aviation fuel, because air freight is also one of the important means by which we transport our medication. So just seeing how we could address these two must-win items through partnerships with other players in the market.
Thank you, Dr. William. And you know, drawing on what you've just spoken about in terms of the scope 3 emissions, it has to do a lot with data. And I want to draw in Peter into the conversation on data and technology. Being a research institution, I mentioned when you were presenting early in the morning that data has been a key challenge for a number of financial institutions here. So want to hear more on what C4 and ICRAF is doing on the data and technology space, and then immediately pass it on to Fred. Then we'll have one final question for Heloise and take it to the floor.
Oh, no, thanks. I think we work on nature-based solutions largely, and our business is really around bringing trees into farms and onto landscapes for transformation of lives and livelihoods and environment and consequently climate. So what we've done at C4 ICRAF is working on quite a number of important databases that could be drawn from. And I wanted to state very clearly, all our data and our outputs are actually public. We generate a lot of data that is all in the public domain. One of the things that we are really proud of is some of the tools that we've done on trees and tree species that are linked to climate. So you can go onto some of our apps and you can actually, for every point where you are in East Africa, because that's the most advanced database that we have, for every reference point you have on the continent, I mean, in East Africa now, you can actually know what is the best tree that can grow in that place, and what that tree can be used for, and what sort of combinations in terms of agroforestry it can grow in. That's a huge database, because one of the problems we have with restoration these days is just planting trees without really looking at whether they are appropriate for where they are being planted, whether they are suitable, and what use is, or is it actually preferred by the farmers. So we have that people can actually access and are able to make those decisions. The second app that we've really developed that is really useful is what we call the Regreening app, from the project that we developed, where, you know, through handheld devices, farmers can actually georeference all the trees planted, and that goes onto a huge database, and that you can actually access later on for all kinds of analytical purposes. And that database, for some places, comes with diameter at breast height and all kinds of data. So that's also something else that we're working on, and that looks at technology, linking that to data that you might actually. The third thing that I think is important that we have, which I think is crucial, is the largest tropical soil database in the world, especially soil carbon. And I think that that's a huge resource that is available to people and that they can actually use. And the interesting thing about our soil database is that it has a lot of variables related to ecosystems. So for every reference point where we've collected samples, you have reference to the land use at the time, you have reference to other characteristics in the landscapes, descriptions of altitude and things like that, that can allow you to do all kinds of analysis. So we've actually put in out there a lot of stuff that is really necessary and that the private sector can actually benefit from. And I wanted to speak to one last thing that I think is a must. Interestingly, I started talking with Jackson about it just before coming on stage. It's really the economic data that we need for nature-based solutions. At the moment, it's all about the carbon, it's all about the biodiversity in certain cases, but we really are not thinking about the local knowledge and the economic benefits that are important for these people. And one thing in terms of finance, I just touch on that quickly because I think that that's what the main interest is that what we find with smallholder settings and NBS is that there isn't sufficient data to allow financing institutions to analyze and understand whether these are viable businesses for investment. So we find in places where we work, in all of the projects that I mentioned, banks are not able to invest because there is a time lag period of anything between 2 and 5 years that trees take before people actually start harvesting and benefiting from that. This is a huge effort that we're trying to really bring on partners now to develop, because in our experience, when you develop that and you design nicely, these businesses can actually become viable, and that makes it possible for them to be financed. And carbon, for example, becomes an icing on the cake, because there is a cake actually. But when there is no cake, how do you put an icing on it? You would not get carbon or biodiversity if the people are not having the cash flows and the viability that is needed to build the nature-based solutions in themselves. That's a huge aspect of data and science that I think we need to bring to be able to connect business to nature-based solutions. Thank you.
Yeah. Fred, your thoughts on this?
Thank you very much. I'll build on Peter's. We do something similar, but not at the same depth as C4 our eCraft does. So we work and collaborate with the big international data company called Esri. We've partnered with Esri at the landscape level to help manage our projects. So at the very basic level, we map out basic data around management effectiveness of our landscapes, basic stuff as incidences of poaching,
future, what we need for that is, of course, members who are willing to be part of it, have a shared goal. This is always important, and have also companies who sponsor us, who help us coordinate and have a clear objective. So if that's something that's of interest to people in this room, as a network, we are very happy to coordinate and get this done.
The power of partnerships in influencing regulation and policy, and you have had the call to action. But as you read the questions, just one minute for Dr. Eko. How would you advise us to align our resources and goals in conservation efforts?
Yes, I think one of the first things is just being conscious of our impact on the environment. I think that's very, very critical, and also especially given some companies are for-profit companies. So just being able to see sustainability not as something you do on the side, but rather at the very core of your operations. I think that's very, very important. I think the next part now is identifying our stakeholders, some of the key stakeholders we have, and then finding out how to be able to link together with other partners who have got similar goals to what we have for the environment. And then after that, just finding synergy. So a lot of the partnerships we've had are based on some of the key or core areas that we have determined that we want to work on. And once we identify those core areas, then it's easy to find other partners that are doing the same, and then just harness synergy. So I think for us, it's just finding out that impact, defining a goal, finding partners who are able to synergize and who we're able to work together.
Thank you. I can see we were literally being kicked out of the stage.
Not at all. Just a question to ICRAF. How is ICRAF raising awareness and partnering with ecosystem players to take up players to obtain research products? It reports that, for example, tree species and database. I'll repeat. How is ICRAF raising awareness and partnering with ecosystem players to uptake research products? It reports out, for example, tree species. I think the other question shared was also from the morning session in case, yes, I think the rest from that side, then we can actually do a wrap up as well on the session.
No, thanks for the question. Let me start by admitting something. You know, scientists are not the best communicators. So that's a really, really must, and I'll say, I think we've been really guilty in the past of not selling those products as best as we can, but I think we are beginning to do a really better job now at marketing and showing people what is available and what people can get. But please feel free, our website, you can check our website, you can talk to me after this, and we can link up on how you can have access to that information. Lilian is also here. We are willing to talk to anyone and to facilitate the process of getting data for whatever analysis you would like to do.
Thank you very much. I think we need to pave way for the next panel. Hands over. Please clap.
Thank you very much. And a final round of applause as well. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So Jane, over to you for making intro.
Thank you, and thank you for allowing us to interrupt the schedule. Our special guest is in high demand, so thank you very much. He has to leave, that's why we're bringing him on now. He was supposed to make the opening remarks for our last session of the day.
strengthening resilience through nature positive for climate action. But please do allow me to introduce Dr. Mahmoud Mihildeen. I'm sure most of you know him. Senior Vice President for the 2030 Development Agenda. And he's also the chair for the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero Africa. And that introduction does not do justice. He's much more than that. And with that, I welcome you, Dr. Mihildeen, to make your opening remarks. Thank you very much. You can just jump over.
Thank you so much. What a generous introduction that definitely had raised the expectations beyond what I'm going to share with you right now. It's great to have an opportunity. I was intending to join you in the opening of the planned session, but I was told that the discussion from the very beginning of the day were very much engaging, and that required that you should go beyond the allocated time. Anyways, I'm adequately represented by smarter people than me here, and they will be staying in the session, and they will update me and the team of any matter that we need to take action on to support the excellent work. So on nature finance and what I was intending to share with you at the beginning of the planned session. It's great to be specialized, and during the day I had two discussions. As you know, many colleagues of us, not just here in Kenya, but all over the world, including attending the important meetings on climate in Bonn. And I was engaged in a specialized session on mitigation, another session after that on development finance in preparation for the Finance for Development meeting that are going to be hosted next year in June. This is the fourth Finance for Development conference, and the third one, we may recall, it took place in Addis in 2015. Time flies, almost 10 years. And what was really striking, that every group, very passionate, very specialized, very focused on their areas of interest. So the mitigation group, just talking about mitigation and how to mobilize finance and enhance partnerships for the different aspects of mitigation, especially in the investments in renewables. Then the discussion with my friends focusing on the development finance agenda, the focus regulation, including ODA, private sector finance, and whatever could be mobilized from public sources as well, in addition to trade, which is what we see is better days, and matters related to debt management, very much concerned about. And then we have the areas related to incentive structure, data systems, and capacity development. This is, in few seconds, a summary of the Finance for Development agenda. And then we're in the excellent background notes prepared for me, the discussion here is basically about nature finance and why it should take the attention and the links between nature finance, biodiversity, and we have many experts in the room that have been who have been working hard in this area for many years. neglect a system approach and assume that whatever we're focusing on is going to be adequately and automatically coordinated with other lines of business. And now the team that briefed us from their discussions in Colombia a few weeks ago about the new targets for climate finance, the usual discussions, the agreements, and the more of the disagreements as well, are just focusing on what the new figure, the new lucky figure for climate finance will be. If it is not 100 billion, people are saying it should be more. Some rumors that the contributors of advanced economies are talking about doubling this figure, which is going to be a very small amount given that we know that the gaps of funding in this agenda is more than $2.4 trillion annually, excluding China, based on that excellent report prepared by Nextern, Vera Songwe, and the group that supported them. And then where is finance for biodiversity and nature? It's assumed that it is somewhere there. Then somebody's talking about finance for development, and we need the accelerator to be funded, and the stimulus that was pioneered and supported by the UN system and announced by the Secretary General that we need at least $500 billion to support the SDGs. And the discussion here that a portion of this could be as well allocated to biodiversity and nature finance. What would require really in this system? That the different silos, while I appreciate silos in their merits and their comparative advantage in knowing what they are talking about, but what we need really is to bridge the gaps between the different silos, that they need to share notes, that those who have been in government for quite some time, there are a great deal of generous assumption that whatever you are being promised, if you are of the beneficiaries, is coming with adequate funding from the sources of finance and investment. And if it is 100 billion in the past, that means additional money. If we're talking about development finance, this is another portion of additional money. If we're talking about humanitarian finance, this is the third bucket of additional money. And then, of course, when you talk about nature, biodiversity, and sometimes as per the Sharm el-Sheikh adaptation agenda, it could be included in this agenda as well. So I think this is a first issue of concern about the system approach and the kind of coordination that we are interested in, and that needs the specialized bodies and agencies working under the different conventions to share notes and work in order to really have the final addition, not just of the gaps, but the potential sources of funding. The second part, where is the money going to be coming from? And this is really highly controversial because the usual sources of funds, and I've seen some sort of challenges working with them and with these agencies during the replenishment of the Green Climate Fund. And without getting into much details, yes, we can always celebrate the success. What was required is anything north of $10 billion for the Green Climate Fund. As you know, it splits its funding between mitigation and adaptation 50-50. So we can celebrate the fact that we got pledges of more than the target of 10 billion. We reached 12.8 billion. But these are pledges. Whether that some of these pledges, especially with the political dynamics, they might be challenged and may not be delivered. This is something that we need to worry about starting now. But our worry last year is to get the pledges to match the expectations and to be more than that. But I can tell you that the current funding mechanism, not just for the Green Climate Fund, of assuming that the traditional sources of funding are always going to be providing the kind of money in terms of quantity and quality in terms of timing, that may not really be a very valid assumption. And then the beneficiaries of funds, about their effectiveness of utilization and their capacity to leverage, and Simon knows this, who's here in front of me, during the billions to trillions discussion, it's my office at the World Bank that came out from this notion of the trillions to billions. From billions to trillions, actually. What's happening now is what I just mentioned now. that we are dropping from trillions to billions, and some countries are struggling with millions. So what we talk about in terms of leveraging in a world that's seeing net capital flows to developing economies and emerging markets are net negative regardless of the purpose, be it development or climate or nature or biodiversity. This is the reality that we need to confront. And I think here that gets me into the third point, that beyond challenging the issue of working on silos and the generous assumptions of whatever was coming in the past will come in the future, this gets me into the third area of work, which has quick three components. If we cannot really bring the good, at least stop the harm. And there are three aspects of harm that are impacting developing economies and emerging markets, regardless of the good cause that they are trying to push their money and investments for. You cannot do development without growth. You cannot do growth without investment, and without money, there will not be any investment there. So, what is the harm? The first part is debt, and we are struggling because we don't have debt resolution mechanism. The G20 framework for debt restructuring, what's so called by common framework, it is not really well designed to call it a framework, and it's not inclusive enough to call it common, because it doesn't include middle income countries and it doesn't include private sector creditors. Meanwhile, many countries are spending in debt service more than what they spend on health, education, and essential basic functions of government, including dealing with the requirements for development, nature, climate, and biodiversity. So this is a reality, and we cannot just assume that whatever we are going to be doing in bringing some $1 million from here and some billions from there is going to be dealing with the issue of net capital flows to be negative. And there are many important reports, including what was summarized by Larry Summers and Professor Singh, the two advisors to the G20. And there is a decent piece by my good friend Homi Haras and his team from Brookings. I encourage you, please, to have a look at the breakdown of the sources of finance and why we are net negative today. It's because of this issue of paying back debts that have been with higher debt service than anticipated. And nobody is paying attention to that. And actually, why they are not paying attention to this, the traditional creditors are not as exposed to these debts as the old days when we had the problems in Africa or Latin America or Asian markets. The main creditors today are some of the emerging markets and the private sector creditors. The share of the what's so-called Paris Club creditors had shrunk from 35% at the beginning of this century to less than 10% today. So this is a new reality. So when you want even to negotiate, it's not the traditional kind of old negotiations of the 1980s, 90s, or until recently. This is something that we need really to be considering, and it's very much related to what we are considering here in biodiversity and nature finance. The second harm that needs to stop is trade. The WTO is not functioning as it should. The resolution mechanism, we know that our sister Ngozi is doing her best, but she is, or the organization rather, as good as its membership. And if we don't have trade resolution mechanism functioning since 2018, and what that has to do with what we're talking about here, because there are some measures that have been undertaken in the name of nature, biodiversity, green finance, including CBAM, for instance, when it comes to emissions. You cannot even challenge that at the WTO because you don't really have the resolution. And of course, you don't have the harm established yet, but the whole capacity that is required from the WTO is not there. And the only people who are saying that, no, don't worry, it's not really in contradiction with the WTO rules, are those who are imposing the CBAM. It comes with good intentions, that we need to level the playing field between local producers in Europe and their exporters, but we know very well that many of those exporters would need technical assistance, capacity development, restructuring of their industry. If you are in the businesses or the supply chain of cement, fertilizers, steel, aluminum, and gray hydrogen, you would be impacted. And of course, in the supply chain, you will be finding a lot of the components of production that has something to do with nature, and that will be impacted. In the short term, mid-term, we need really to have the required adjustments in order to restructure these hard-to-abate industries to comply with the international rules. And we don't need this harm to impact the supply chain or to cause bankruptcies or redundancies of workers and unemployment. And we need as well something that I'm happy that good colleagues working on the carbon market. We need our carbon market initiative for Africa, ACME, and the individual country cases of developing carbon markets to be recognized, for our certificates to be accepted by the EU as importers from us. And just for those who are not in this business, as I was explaining it to a couple of fellow villagers from Egypt, just last week, I told them we're exactly like graduating from Cairo University in some departments, and then you have your certificate, and because your department produces good quality of graduates, so they could be accepted in top universities in Europe or the US. We need really to have this issue of integrity resolved for our carbon credits and our carbon market to be as credible as it should. Then the list of the stopping of the harm is long, but I will just mention a third aspect. When countries design their climate initiatives and green initiatives, that could be very much of a generous call for action, because this is a sovereign matter. But if you are worried about international cooperation, when advanced economies develop their industrial policies or develop their green investment, they need to be aware of the spillovers. It's like the green initiatives of Europe or Korea or Japan, or of course, the very generous support coming from the US through the Inflation Reduction Act that makes many industries that I'm aware of their state of development today, they cannot now compete when you have these hundreds of billions offered in the American market. Definitely good news for the US, but for the rest of us, including some advanced economies, you cannot really compete with this kind of generosity. Of course, going back to the issue of the WTO, if you have the WTO as formidable as it was planned, this could be questionable in terms of its compliance as part of state aid. This is something that we can discuss later. Not now, not in my speech, but later when we have more sophisticated system in place. Then two things, and I'll finish. On what we should really be expecting more, I think at the global level is basically what I mentioned, at least stop the harm. At the regional level, I'm very excited about what's happening at the regional level. During the last few weeks, we were engaged with countries from the Middle East, from Africa, about possibilities of collaboration in trade, in investment, in technical collaboration. So perhaps the regional work, especially with the Continental Agreement for Trade for Africa, perhaps there could be supporting different and individual countries to deal with the gaps that had been left to us to bridge because of all of these tensions at the global level. But we need to do more in this front. At the national level, NDCs are now in fashion, as the new finance figure for Baku is now in fashion as well. But I know that my friends in Brazil are working hard for a new generation of NDCs. And what we need to see here is full recognition on the developmental impact on these NDCs and the links between nature, biodiversity, and climate. And for that all, if we are keen to have the private sector engage with us, these documents need to be investment strategy. The current state of the NDCs, either NDC 1.0 or 2.0, now they are telling us we are in 3.0. If we skip the first two, don't worry about that. A third generation is coming, but we need them from the very beginning to be prepared for investment engagements and partnership, because the current attempts, including through the help of top investment bankers to translate the NDCs into investment plans, didn't really result in optimal solutions. And the very final one, global, regional, national, the very final one is basically about, yes, we are engaged in different global platforms. We are impacted by the work of SBTI, by the flag forest, by the land agriculture work, by the TNFD. All of these acronyms, and each of these acronyms have group of bodies working at the global level with international coordination, but the impact is local. The harm starts local, and the solution is local, and the whole thing about localization of investments in nature and biodiversity and engaging local investors should be a priority. And actually through the work, we managed to have, and thanks to the excellent team by GFANS, by the work of the climate champions, through the help of some bodies like BCG, of course, the regional economic commissions of the UN system. For those who said that we don't really have pipeline of bankable and investable projects, we have more than 420 answers that you are wrong. The money is there, yes, it's in the assets under management globally, but those who have the asset, they say we have the money, but you don't have pipeline of bankable and investable projects. Coming from the field, I know that this is wrong, and bragging too much about developing economies do not have bankable or investable projects is wrong. And as I said, there is more than 420 proof by evidence in different projects. Some of them are in advanced scale of development, and actually almost 40% of these projects are in Africa, and some of them started to get more funds thanks to the work of all of these partners I mentioned. And many of them are in the adaptation agenda, encouraging private sector participation, which is new, as we know that the contribution of the private sector in these areas are limited. So I think we need to stop complaining about absence of pipeline of bankable and investable projects and try to address the bigger problems to solve, including issues related to governance, business environment, rule of law, and how to design fair and efficient partnerships in order to deal with the requirements, given that we have enormous opportunities in this continent and beyond. So I hope that these quick messages would make any sense to any of you. I'd be very grateful to have feedback directly or indirectly, but this is some of the work that we are engaged on, and I'm happy with the evolution of the work of GFANS Africa. We're not just at the net zero, focusing on it as we should, but aspects related to nature and adaptation are becoming very much a priority for us, especially with the kind of common solution that could serve different purposes as we are doing our work in achieving the net zero target. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muhildeen. Yeah, I know you're in high demand, so he will leave us to his next event at the African Development Bank annual meetings. Thank you very much for those remarks. I see some movement by Laban.
Okay, yes, just a group photo between, because this is the panel. Yeah. I'm going to ask if the next panel can just come up. Mr. Okay. Paul Muthaura, Simon Zadek, Bruno Mwemba, Jacques Kimani, Wakesho Sonje, and also let me have Madam Sarah Scott, please. Just kindly pose for a group photo, and the next panelists will just take their seats after Dr. Mahmoud and Madam Jane exit the stage. Please, let's give them a round of applause, and thank you very much, Dr. Mahmoud, for making time on a rather busy FTB. Sorry, hold on. One more. Kindly, all right. Cue in 3, 2, 1, and we have a photo there. Thank you very much, and thank you so much, Dr. Mahmoud, for the time. Ladies and gentlemen, right now we have the nature-based financing instruments and market session. This will be led by Mr. Sivid Masharia, Senior Manager from FSD Africa Investments. But before he takes the floor, we'll have a special presentation from Sarah Scott. This is looking at a Kijani Pamoja project showcase.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think we're at the kind of sleepy time of the afternoon, right? We've had our lunch, So I'm going to invite you all to just stand up, just momentarily. Let's all just stand up together. Give a big stretch. Put your arms up in the air. Wiggle your fingers. Just feel like you're a ficus tree, just waving in the wind. Give a big stretch to the right and a big stretch to the left. And a big deep breath in and a big deep breath out. You may be seated. Thank you. It's a real honor to present to you all today. Thank you, Dorothy, and the Anka Secretariat for this opportunity. So I'm going to present some of the enabling conditions and solutions from a project developer's perspective, the enabling conditions that ensure a healthy, thriving planet, and more specifically, a healthy, thriving Africa. So including in these conditions is effective and catalytic finance. So we've heard a bit about this today. Understanding the true risk profile of nature-based projects in Africa, and the importance of dynamic, active partners. So I see I don't have my slides, but it's okay. So my burning question is, how do we unlock the much needed finance for the land stewards, the organizations and communities doing the much needed work on the ground to ensure that we harness nature for Africa's regenerative and thriving transformation? My name is Sarah Scott. I'm the founder of Kijani Pamoja, also known as the Kilimanjaro Project. I'm South African, born and bred, but East African in my heart. I've lived in Tanzania for more than half my life. Our mission at Kijani Pamoja is to scale and accelerate biodiversity and ecosystem restoration in partnership with smallholder farmers and local communities. We work at the intersection of regenerative agriculture and biodiversity enhancement, using the carbon market as a lever to attract the much needed finance to help farmers make a transition away from monocultured farms towards regenerative systems. So amongst our strategic partners and supporters, we've been funded by AFR 100, TerraMatch, the Bezos Earth Fund financed, and we've just completed our carbon feasibility study funded by the African Forest Carbon Catalyst, which is the Nature Conservancy, and supported by their global carbon market team. We've developed on the TIST model, which is a 25-year-old carbon model connecting smallholder farmers to the global carbon markets. And this is dovetailed really beautifully of our latest success, joining Africa's first biodiversity accelerator, known as BIRA. And I think in the Finance Nature brochure, you can learn a little bit more about who the BIRA partners are. So the outcome of all these partnerships is that we do have a viable financial model and a carbon model that needs to go into pilot implementation this year. So you can go to the next slide. Thank you. So we're going to roll out. We have a very ambitious, and the next slide again. Sorry, I don't have a clicker. We're going to roll out the next slide in 3 phases across the whole Pangani Basin bioregion, starting at the foothills of Kilimanjaro, which will be phase 1, if you can click. Then phase 2 is our optimization phase. And then phase 3 is really ambitious, culminating in 61 million trees, 385 smallholder farmers, and 20 million tons of carbon sequestered during the lifetime of our project. We really need to demonstrate the ability to scale and accelerate this model so that we can really and truly transform the livelihoods of smallholder farmers and the ecosystems that depend on them. So when I started, you can go to the next slide, thank you. When I started 7 years ago, I used to joke, how do I make money grow on trees? And quite literally, that is what we've been asked to do. So together with some of the partners, we've developed a positive economic model that sustainably increases the revenues for smallholder farmers beyond carbon. And that's really important. Carbon is the lever that allows us to access the finance. So we thought, how do we help the smallholder farmer make more informed land use choices to move away from destructive monoculture practices into regenerative farming systems? If you can click ahead to the next slide. So by doing this move from monoculture farms to regenerative systems, Farmers can diversify their revenue streams, increase their yields by 20%, and enjoy a 4 times multiplier per acre on their income, while actively participating in land restoration and the benefits of the global and biodiversity marketplace. So now to really kick things off. Yeah, it's a few slides ahead now, but it's okay. If you can go back to the first slide. So I'd really like to kind of get to the heart of things. The current global financial systems and models do not fit nature's timelines. The growth rate of a tree does not fit the obscene expectations of what I'm seeing many investors ask for, who want 15% IRR, their money back in 10 years, and a money multiplier of 8 times. So I'm going to say that again. What investors are currently looking for, what we're seeing, is a 15% IRR, money back in 10 years, and a money multiplier of 8 times. These financial models also don't account for the cultural and social complexities associated with nature project implementation. I remember saying to a Wall Street investor during Climate Week in New York City a couple of years ago, when he wanted his nature investments to compete with his property portfolio, and I said, I just can't make a tree grow any faster. You can go to the next slide, please. So my hope is that you'll come away from today with some ideas as leading financial institution, Anka members, and investors of how you can play a part in truly and sustainably transforming the models of how we invest in nature and how you can benefit from these amazing opportunities. And this, we need a long-term view and a long-term mindset. No exploitation, no extraction, but rather partnerships with nature, with land stewards, local communities, and indigenous peoples. And to quote Samantha Powers from Gaia Finance, who says, we need finance in service of life. We need finance in service of life. So some of the challenges to unlocking this finance that I've seen is there's insufficient knowledge and know-how on setting up, operating, and financing nature-based projects. There's insufficient deployment of domestic risk capital to finance and de-risk projects. And this leads to non-African actors dominating the market. And I think there's also a very skewed risk-return profile. So the myth that Africa is a high-risk continent means that the finance is expensive, and we need to demystify this. The other major myth that I see is the major risk lies in the entity that provides the finance. Investors need to understand that the communities are also taking risks with their land and with their livelihoods. I've received some big eyes and sometimes knowing nods from investors when I've told them straight that their investment terms actually cause some of the biggest risks to project success. And why? When you're in a marriage and one partner is constantly taking and demanding more, it is likely that that marriage will end in divorce. And so the same applies with these community projects. They will come to learn that they're only receiving a fraction of the value of their efforts. And over time, if the income provided for the project is insufficient, they will cut down those trees and they will revert back to unsustainable farming practices, and the project will fail. So we need to ensure that the value is shared proportionately, where communities are not seen as beneficiaries, but rather as business partners, so that this can be a happy marriage and not a failed one. Because remember, these carbon and biodiversity projects are 50+ years. So I'd like to change gears a little bit into catalytic funding. But before I do, I think it's really important to understand what I mean and the definition of catalytic funding. Us project developers on the ground need finance to support our operations teams, to do pilot implementation that will include a project design document, alongside the sufficient finance to hire the relevant consultants, including setting up the baselines and the high quality MRV. And I think most importantly, the challenges lie also in the social, aligning communities and building capacities with these communities. So ultimately, we need finance to keep the lights on while we're all trying to figure this out. Maybe some of you have children and know the story about the little red hen. On the farm, she found some kernels of wheat, and she spoke to the other farmyard animals and said, "Who will help me plant this wheat?" And all the farmyard animals said they were too tired or it was too hot, and they lay in the shade. So she planted the kernels of wheat. She tended to them. She watched them grow, constantly asking the other animals to help. At the end, she harvested the wheat, made the flour, baked the bread, and said, "Who wants to help me eat the bread?" And everyone put up their hands. So who is going to help that little red hen plant her seeds? So coming back to the definition of catalytic funding, this is funding and finance that enables projects to become bankable or ripe for full financial investment. This includes project design phase and the project implementation phase. And basically the goal is to help that little red hen grow her wheat, produce her flour, so she will not only be able to bake her bread, but sell the bread at a premium price. I'm reminded by a talk by James Mungi, a Mungi that gave last year during African Climate Week, about adding value to the natural resources and commodities needed for global decarbonation. Basically, by doing so, we exponentially increase the values of these commodities before we bring them to the global market. So in order to attract the 20 million plus ticket sizes for full project implementation, one would really have had to invest up to about 1.5 million in project de-risking, due diligence, feasibility, and pilot implementation. Who finances this? How do we put fair and effective finance in place to help projects become bankable? So we're working on some possible solutions together with our partners at the Nature Restoration Company. We're putting together a consortium of partners to build a constant stream of bankable, high quality, high integrity nature-based projects ready to be offered to the highest bidder. In 2021, I co-founded a global network called the Art of Forests. We now have more than 180 members from across the world. Last week, my co-founder made headlines, partnering with Rubicon Carbon, Carbon Streaming, and Microsoft to deliver on millions of credits for Microsoft. Also in the news, Meta, Salesforce, Google, and Microsoft have created a buyers club. This got me thinking, could this not be a challenge for Africa, with African companies forming alliances and partnerships to invest in nature and deliver on nature-based solutions? We need African investors because African investors know Africa best and understand the challenges and risks associated with investing here. And they also understand the immense potential that this continent has to offer. So let these new models emerge from Africa for Africa. Let the next headline read, Kijani Pamoja partners with Equity Bank and Anka alongside the Nature Restoration Company and Dangote to pioneer early stage finance that keeps the value of nature firmly in the hands of the land stewards and custodians of the land, while still offering extremely interesting returns to the investors. Wouldn't that be a grand headline? Ladies and gentlemen, the world wants our carbon, they want our biodiversity, our natural resources, our food. This is no different from the extractive mining and oil and gas sectors of the 20th century, but this time we have the opportunity to do it differently, to shift the power and to keep the value in our own hands. So to close, an African proverb, when the music changes, so does the dance. Let's dance together to a new tune. If you're interested in choreographing some new dance moves together, please find me after the summit, and I'd love to share some of our dance moves with you, with potential investors and interested partners. And also watch this space. There's some interesting ideas brewing with a capital opportunities work stream within Anka. Karibuni wote. Asante sana.
Asante sana, Madam Sarah Scott from Kijani Pamoja Projects. And now to the panel discussion, spearheaded by Stephen Macharia. Over to you.
Thank you, Laban. Sarah, I was keeping up with all the examples, but you lost me with the dancing move there at the end. I think the one that I kept was who will help the little red hen plant the seeds. And I hope that this panel will answer that question by the time we're done. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying on for this panel. We have, I was planning to roll off a list of statistics, but Dr. Mahmoud already captured what we wanted to highlight, with basically the deficit of financing that is there on the continent. So without much further ado, I'll go to the first question to Bruno, and just ask Bruno if you could kindly give us basically a lay of the land of where we stand at the moment from a financing for nature perspective, since the initiatives and the discussions at COP15.
Thank you. Good afternoon and greetings from UNDP Biofin. I think that's quite a mammoth question, given that there was quite a lot of things that we committed to ourselves at the COP. But I think I can start from a very great update arising from Target 19B, that called for all parties to basically develop biodiversity finance plans, or the equivalent. I think that's the way it was framed. And I'm happy to report that we have so far onboarded an additional 91 countries that are soon, in a couple of weeks, beginning to actually develop their national biodiversity finance plans through the support from Jeff. So this is an addition to the already existing 40 countries that we've been working on as Biofin. So our total cumulative stock of countries that will officially start developing the biodiversity finance plans is now coming to 132. And in the last 3-4 weeks, we've basically been doing, onboarding all these countries, and they're beginning to recruit their national teams. So which is quite exciting. So that's something that we can actually report as we go to the COP in Colombia around, that. So basically, they walk through the whole methodology that begins with the policy and institutional review. They do their national biodiversity expenditure review. They do their finance needs assessment, and then the results of all that then culminates into developing their national biodiversity finance plans, which I think really also begins to speak to the issue around having an investment, plan at country level. So that's one, monumental kind of update. The second one is around Target 18. You know that we've got an elephant in the room, which is the issue of harmful subsidies. And we have a target that, at least 500 billion per year needs to be kind of repurposed. And I'm happy to report that within the Biofin community, we've got 10 countries that have so far completed analysis of the harmful subsidies. And we have more than 20 countries that are currently already undertaking the analysis on, reforming, subsidies. Though I do indicate that the larger component of that is obviously agricultural subsidies. And in one of my recent, LinkedIn, posts, I did indicate that I think the happenings or the events around the EU, protests by the EU farmers around the Green Deal kind of gave a bit of a dent to the progress, because that kind of becomes a bit of a prescription on how to react. But it's understandable, I think, some of the issues around the EU farmers regarding the EU Green Deal. So that's on the subsidies. And of course, I think we've seen some increased financial commitments. And I think one of the biggest ones is the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. I think it came into being, and we're already seeing, I think some of the countries are already beginning to receive funding, and many more are developing proposals. But I think what is exciting is the speed at which Jeff and all the other parties have actually turned around that fund for countries to begin to access the money. So which is quite great, given where we've come from. I know that it's been quite a bit of a tall order sometimes to get these processes done. And one exciting thing in terms of numbers, as at December 2023, UNDP reported that we had about 600 million that had been catalyzed and about 1 billion unlocked, which is quite exciting. So, but I must actually indicate that it's not all rosy. I think as we get to Colombia, We need to see that most of the commitments are actually transformed into actually real cash, because that's what we want. So I think maybe I can end there, and then I think I'll speak to the other issues that are a bit finite on the finance later. Thank you.
Thanks, Bruno. I just wanted to stay with you for a little bit. So, BioFin, does it just work with the national governments or the national bodies? What initiatives do you have for the members who are in this room, the members of Anka, who are largely financial institutions, banks, insurance companies? Do you have any partnerships at that level?
Yes, so our engagement as BioFin is kind of tripartite. So naturally, public sector is a big stakeholder. But now we're really heightening our efforts, in bringing together the private sector and the financial sector. And some of the things that we're doing as BioFin, number one is rolling out the issue of taxonomies. In most of the countries where we're operating, we actually always asked, if you're talking about, say, green finance, in the context of, say, forestry sector or any other sectoral definitions, at country level, you find that you don't have a kind of agreed definition of some of these, terminologies. So we're rolling out the development of taxonomies. One is as BioFin, we're actually doing a global taxonomy. We're calling it the GLOBE. And then jointly with our colleagues, UNEP, and our other sister entity, UNDP Sustainable Finance Hub, we are developing one regional taxonomy for the Latin America. And then we're also supporting some of the country level, taxonomies, like one in Zambia is already advanced now. And then other than that, we're also supporting the nature-related risk studies. In Zambia, we're just at contracting stage, but many more other countries, I think in Rwanda, we've just finalized that. Mexico, I think we finalized that as well. So that's one of the things that we're doing. And then the disclosure studies on, finance sector, that's another, stream that we're working on. Quite a number of countries are already onboarded on that. And then UNDP, obviously being one of the founder members of the TNFD, we are rolling out, capacity building on TNFD countries. I think this year we're focusing on about 6, and Kenya, I think, is one of those. And one other exciting thing that we're working on right now is that there's been this issue that we don't have financing windows for biodiversity. As BioFin, we've created what is called the FIRE, which is the finance resource for biodiversity. It's got a collection of over 300 different financing mechanisms that you can actually find. So it's an exciting resource that I would really encourage that you go through that. And then one big one is also encouraging the formation of what we're calling the green finance mainstreaming working groups. What we've actually realized in most of the countries is that with the financial sector, lots of exciting things that are happening, say in the pension sector, the central banks, and we saw in the morning, I think, Bank of Zambia, and then also colleagues from Rwanda. But the issue that we're actually seeing is that those of us who are playing in this space, we're actually creating sometimes fatigue on the part of the financial sector, because we have so many exciting things, to take, say, to the central bank, to the Securities and Exchange Commission and the like. One thing that we're trying to support as BioFin is to make sure that at country level, there's one clearing house that we are calling a green finance mainstreaming working group, so that all the other actors kind of go through this clearing house. I think in Zambia, it's working very well. We've just established now in Botswana and many other countries, so that we avoid this fatigue on the part of the financial sector, but also creating these kind of synergies in terms of entries. And then, of course, supporting different financing solutions like green bonds, green loans, and then investment portals. We just finished one in South Africa, which is great, an investment portal for biodiversity. And then establishment of biodiversity funds. In Rwanda, we're just finalizing one fund under FONERWA. And of course, supporting reformation of policies for the financial sector. And I think a great case in point, I think, for Zambia, we're supporting the Pensions and Insurance Authority to reform the investment guidelines so that they can unlock their asset classes and infuse some of the green asset classes therein. Because one of the things that we've had, even their participation in instruments like green bonds, you find that most of the pension, houses still have what I would call traditional policies that speak to corporate finance. They would not really speak to issues like, project financing, for special purpose vehicles in terms of their entry into some of these instruments. So I think maybe I can end there. There's quite a bit that we're working on, but just suffice to say that the financial sector is one of our greatest allies now as BioFin. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruno. Coming to you, Simon. Just mention to the audience that Simon will have to leave at some point owing to having to get to the AFDB panel. But Simon, just coming to you and coming from Bruno's basically lay of the land, sorry. Just to understand, Sarah we're trying to solve basically Sarah's problem. But where currently do we stand from an investment capital flow perspective and from a transaction perspective? If Dr. Mahmoud was here, many times he mentions the fact that there is a challenge with bankable pipelines, etc. From your perspective as the CEO of Nature Finance, where do we stand from an investment capital perspective and sample transactions globally?
Thanks very much indeed, and I apologize for having to leave halfway through the session. We're running a little bit later, as you know, today, and so I need to be at the FDB in about an hour or so. So thank you very much for the question. I think actually you've set it up really nicely. So we've heard about some of the financial instruments already today during the course of the morning and early afternoon. And I guess I would highlight that some of those instruments are in a way more important than others, but they may not always seem so. So, for example, if we don't bring natural capital into sovereign debt markets, which may seem a long way away from that 1.5 million that was being looked for in the earlier presentation, then what happens is that capital markets more broadly fail to count nature either as a risk or an opportunity in many respects. And today, sovereign debt markets, which are, if you like, the anchor of the global financial system in many different ways, fail to count nature consistently in any way at all. Now, the good news is that over the last 5 years, a lot of progress has been made. The natural capital accounting side has been translated into financial accounting, has been translated into investor level risk, has been translated into sovereign risk. And so increasingly we begin to see nature being counted into sovereign risk, which of course affects the cost of capital at a broader level in any particular country, such as Kenya. And actually it means that corporate borrowers or other borrowers find it hard to borrow below the cost of capital, of the cost of capital that is defined by the level of sovereign risk and costs. But of course, in the climate space, we found that there was a perverse consequence here, that integrating climate risk into sovereign debt markets simply burdened climate vulnerable countries with a higher cost of capital. It didn't hurt Goldman Sachs, it didn't hurt Switzerland, it hurt Bangladesh and other countries that in fact need a lower cost of capital rather than higher. So what's happened in the nature space is, if you like, a twist in the innovation space of finance, which is a new generation of nature and climate linked sovereign debt instruments have begun to emerge, which reward countries for successfully investing in their natural capital by offering a step down, a reduction in the cost of capital. Now, there are a whole range of different variants of these beginning to emerge, and indeed Kenya itself at a government level is thinking about the merits of a climate and or nature linked sovereign debt instrument issue itself. The plus side, of course, and I'll give you an example of Uruguay, is that a government can declare a nature set of targets, such as sustained forest cover or improved coastal defenses by strengthening coastal defenses to prevent coastal erosion, and can issue that debt and seek a reduction in the cost of capital on that debt payment if they achieve those nature-related outcomes. So to give you a concrete example, Uruguay issued a $2.1 billion sovereign debt instrument. They offered the market, no concessionary finance at all, the opportunity to buy into an instrument that if they achieved sustained tree cover and various other both nature and climate objectives, the market would offer them a reduced cost of capital. Yeah, in total up to a 60 base point reduction. Now, why would the market do that? You know, the market isn't comprised of philanthropists, as we know. Well, of course, because the state of nature is a factor in sovereign risk. And so what investors were seeing is actually if Uruguay achieves the investments that they're talking about and the outcomes in terms of nature and, for example, renewable energy investment, that improves their sovereign risk position, and that means that, in fact, a reduced cost of capital makes complete sense. That sort of virtuous circle at the macro level, not at the micro level, but at the macro level. To give you another example, Belize issued a debt for nature swap in return for a reduced cost of capital, they agreed to invest in coastal defenses. Now, anyone who wants to look at a map of Belize will notice that Belize is simply a strip of coastland. Yeah, that actually, if coastal erosion is not prevented, there won't be a Belize in the future. And so, of course, investing in coastal defenses is a way of reducing sovereign risk. And so investors were willing to pony up, offering a reduced cost of capital in return for KPIs linked to improving the state of Belize's economy. Now, that's obviously at the macro level. Now, at the micro level, we've heard a lot today about carbon credit markets. And of course, there's been the sort of beginnings of a conversation about where biodiversity fits into those carbon markets. Now, I think we can see and expect over the coming years a growth in what euphemistically or broadly would be called biocredit markets. What are biocredit markets? Well, not so different from carbon markets in that they're offering credits in return for financing of nature restoration and conservation. So if we come back to the example that we heard at the beginning of this session, where carbon credits are being used as the kicker, I think the term was, in order to help develop what are sustainable business propositions at the smallholder level. Equally, we can see a call for biocredit investments as kickers to support small farming communities to develop more regenerative practices that in the long term will not be dependent on selling carbon credits or biocredits. So that's an example at the micro level of the way in which innovative financial instruments can make a difference. And there's a whole stack, if you like, within the financial sector that speaks to that range of different instruments from the very, very localized level all the way up to the top. The only thing I would say about those focused very much on the ground work is don't ignore that macro sovereign debt market. Don't ignore that higher level stuff because it doesn't seem to relate to you. Actually, it does, because the cost of capital up there will filter down into the cost of capital on the ground, the basic cost of lending for your mortgages, yeah, or for many other projects that are nature or climate linked. Let me just turn, perhaps finally, last couple of minutes, from innovation in the financial economy to the implications in the real economy. So most of the session today, we have perhaps understandably been focused on investing in nature. Yeah, and Funzo made the point earlier today, maybe that's the wrong language, or at least a language that leads us to a bit of confusion. Yes, we want to invest in order to improve the state of nature, but actually that's an end of pipeline solution to a problem that's happening somewhere in the global economy. So the real question is not how do we invest only in nature, but how do we ensure that our investments in food systems, in plastics, in pharmaceuticals, in all of the big sectors that are really driving the global economy deliver nature positive outcomes? Now, of course, part of the answer at the risk level are things like the Task Force of Nature-Related Financial Disclosure. If you force financial institutions and companies to take nature risk into account, it's not just that they're disclosing a report. You know, perhaps we forget to mention that's not the objective of TNFD. The objective of TNFD is that it changes investment behavior. It changes business behavior because it increases the cost, it increases the risk of carrying out business activities or investing in business activities that have nature negative outcomes. And so what we're trying to do at scale, and if we go back to the CBD, Global Biodiversity Framework, you know, what we're trying to do at scale is not just mobilize more money, but align global finance with the Global Biodiversity Framework, or what we can more simply call some version of a nature positive outcome. What might that look like in the context of Kenya or other countries in the continent? So I'm no Africa expert, so I'm cautious in what I would say. Yeah, but I would argue that actually it's not really in Kenya's interest to simply want to improve nature in order to be able to sell nature as a commodity in the way it has done in the past. Perhaps at a slightly better price, perhaps in a slightly less unsustainable way. I mean, that's a laudable objective, but surely that's not going to drive Kenya's development or Tanzania's development or South Africa or other countries' development across the continent or indeed elsewhere. That we do require a combination of biodiversity and technology in a whole range of new sectors that we will see emerging over the coming years. And therein lies the large opportunity. Yes, we need to invest in nature restoration. Yes, we need to take advantage of things like carbon markets and biocredit markets. Yes, we need to understand that the new generation of sectors emerging in the global economy, biopharma, bioplastics, you know, biochemicals, bioengineering, think of some of the industries that are beginning to emerge in the global stage and ask yourself, as a nature-rich country, what do we have to do to be able to take advantage of those new major sectors that will create huge economic value? Back to Mahmoud's comment, are we as Kenya, I don't say we including me, but yourselves, are we as Kenya going to accept that the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, that the Green Deal in the EU, that the industrial subsidies in China will once again suck that bioeconomy value out of nature-rich countries, leaving the principal beneficiaries, at least economic beneficiaries, as being elsewhere, not here, not Africa, but elsewhere? And so quite rightly, Brazil, in its G20 presidency, remember South Africa has the presidency next year, has taken this topic of the bioeconomy into the G20. What is it that Brazil or South Africa or Malaysia has to do to ensure that as nature-rich countries, you're not just investing in nature restoration and conservation, but you're investing in ways that allow you to move up the technology value chain into some of these large biotechnology sectors that are really going to bring benefits to your country. So there seems to me, in conclusion, sorry to go on so long, to be that sort of ladder of opportunities. Yes, the biocredits and carbon credits. Yes, the sovereign debt instruments. Yes, the TNFDs and nature risk and all of that stuff needs to happen. But ultimately, the big prize is, how is the global economy evolving? Where will nature fit into that global economy? How will it be creating value, linked often to technology surges in different sectors? And how will Kenya and other countries take advantage of those opportunities and ensure that the financing is available for it? Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Just before I excuse you off stage, I do understand that you have a big announcement for us. Do you want to share that with us before some?
No, just to say that Nature Finance has applied to join Anka.
Fantastic.
Round of applause. Great. Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause to that as we excuse Simon Zarek to attend to the FDB meetings, but thank you. The panel continues.
Thank you, Laban. Even as Simon leaves, I know he left us with the analogy of a ladder and bio credits. I want to bring in Paul because we have, I think, a baby that has to crawl before they can run. And Paul is the CEO of African Carbon Markets Initiative. Maybe you can just give us a sense of where do we stand at the moment from a carbon credits perspective. Simon has introduced the concept of bio credits. Are we ready for that?
Yeah. Okay, thanks so much. And I think I joined late, and I'm really regretting how much I missed with the wealth of the content being deliberated. On a very positive note, glad to say that just yesterday, as the Africa Carbon Markets Initiative, we released an in-depth status and outlook report on the carbon market state on the continent, really to serve as a reference point for deliberations amongst partners as to if these are the nature of the risks as well as opportunities, how can we come together in a meaningful manner to really start taking the necessary steps towards addressing meaningful growth and scaling of carbon markets on the continent, and really making sure that as we talk of the carbon market proposition, there's very clear, as has been mentioned repeatedly, very clear transparency and equity of community engagement, empowerment, and value allocation in this grand story. I think so central to the conversation that's going on in this summit is, I think, at the core of a lot of the deliberation on carbon markets in Africa tends to start off with the nature-based solution options. And as we really try and unpack how exactly are we going to make sure opportunities are going to be effectively leveraged in that space, it's first and foremost clearly acknowledging that credit at the end of the day, it's a transaction. It needs to be bought, sold, and priced. And the ability to effectively do that is fundamentally linked to how the level of certainty, clarity, and comfort there is with existing frameworks. And we see consistently that as the continent, there's a running sentiment that because of the absence of regulatory and oversight structures, let's just discount any pricing that would be applicable in that space. And until we're able to build some level of consistency, transparency, and the type of conducive legal and policy environments that exist, then you can then start making a pitch for meaningful scaling and deepening. I think I've been in 2 sessions this week with bankers, really speaking about, okay, so how are we closing the climate financing gap on this continent? And the fundamental first point is we need governments to, one, give clarity, comfort, but also need incentives. But especially in the context of things like the Inflation Reduction Act, they're like, what exactly is an incentive? And how scared should jurisdictions be about the idea of the huge numbers being bounced around? But it's very positively, very strong statements that clarity of policy and direction setting by that policy can in and of itself be part of the incentives that the market needs to have comfort and confidence going into that space. But even as we look at the environment, there is the need to also deepen and broaden the capacity in the project developer space on this continent. We have a fundamental problem of having very many, very small projects across the continent. And we need to either look at how we're going to effectively address aggregation or put in place a conducive environment to meaningfully scale respective projects so they can attract funding. I think it's been so clear, even just listening to fellow panelists, that until there is, as it were, some credible size and viability, it's very hard for money to move in that space. And how do we unpack that? But in trying to really effectively prepare, position, and make tradable those credits, there's a clear acknowledgement that as a continent, we have a huge gap in capacity and capability for verification and validation. So one of the things we're trying to step up with as the Carbon Markets Initiative is really to support the evolution of appropriate education programs for building a pool of lead auditors on this continent. People understand the fundamentals and are not just simply cutting and pasting a methodology that they've seen operating at home in India or Europe and trying to apply it to an environment that's fundamentally quite different. And how do you really make sure that even factors like co-benefits are being effectively understood and priced in the way these products are evolving and being presented to the market? I think there's always positivity. Okay, there's also a lot of risk in that a lot of the, especially the voluntary market space, it is very much built around messaging and positioning of the impact investments are having. But until you're able to build much greater clarity and transparency on what exactly is the fundamental social and economic impact of that money, beyond simply, I hate to say it, the reduction of carbon in the world. It's almost you need a situation where the carbon credits are the co-benefit, not the primary benefit of what's being designed and operationalized. And I think that's where almost there's an opportunity that can flow from this evolving conversation around biodiversity, because it is really getting to the core of what's the quality and depth of the environment that is existing in its value proposition, then actually understanding what impact positively it's having on reduction levels globally. But I think, sorry to go on and on, but it's even as we look at really the fundamentals around how to really catalyze demand, I think it's very necessary, I think even for us as ACMI, to make sure that we're not creating the impression that Africa needs to put work into building high integrity, high quality credit environments. They actually already exist. And how we bring in visibility to where it's working well, I think it is, sometimes people feel it's a bit contradictory for us to say that, well, when you have, the likes of the scandals in Kariba, people are like, oh, it's really bringing down the perception of Africa. But on the other side, it's bringing accountability for wrongful reporting, non-transparent conduct, which is fundamentally necessary to us to be able to really grow and position these markets and to truly be understood to be a global equivalent as a location and allocation of capital opportunities. So I think it's a continuing journey, but as one thing we're very conscious about and is clear in the report that we put out yesterday, it's really trying to scope what are the risks as well as the opportunities on the continent, what are potential targeted steps and actions that have been taken, and if they're to be taken, how can we draw in a broader pool of partners to make sure those actually get progressed, implemented, and impact really truly unlocked, and some level of meaningful credit allocation and revenue allocation across all the tiers of the economy.
Thank you, Paul. Maybe before I move on to the next panelist, and I know we are behind on time, maybe you could start thinking about this, and this is all for you, Bruno, Paul, as well as Dorothy and the Anka Secretariat. My question arising out of your submission is, for the Anka members in the room, again, I keep going back to financial service providers, banks, insurance companies. what's their first port of call when they have these integrity questions around projects? Will we see disparate solutions coming up on the continent? I know you're working on lead auditor kind of programs, but wouldn't it be great if I have questions on carbon or the integrity of the same, I come to Anka that has a collaboration with ACMI, that has a partnership with Biofin. So maybe as part of your parting shot, you could briefly speak to that when we come to it. But let me move to Jack. And so the climate action platform, for me, I love the way you described the system orchestrator. I would like for you to speak. No, we've heard from Bruno from a tripartite perspective, government, Simon, private sector perspective, Paul, markets perspective. What really are the binding constraints to the financing of nature from where you sit, Jack?
Excuse me. Thank you, Stephen. It's a rather strange time to be having this conversation because we're in the graveyard shift, and I know that folks have been listening all day. And like Paul, I came in a little late, and I know there's a lot of important conversations that I missed, in conversations that I apologize if we repeat ourselves, because in just a few hours I've been here, there's been a lot of insights generated, very similar, I think, to what I was going to share. But I think, let me start off with the question in terms of system orchestration, what CAP-A, Climate Action Platform Africa, does. The reason why we define ourselves as a system orchestrator is really the understanding that you need all these pieces of the puzzle to come together to really drive the solution that we need. So if you talk about markets, across the board, you talk about offtake, you talk about financing, each one of them has to be able to integrate with each other to enable the kind of solutions that we need. But I'll say at the core of it, what you find is that fundamentally, a lot of the investments in nature work are philanthropic. And I think that is it's a major part of the challenge that we have to overcome. And I know this again has been repeated over and over again, but if you think about a lot of these projects, again, anchored on philanthropic funds, and often without a clear path towards long-term financial sustainability. That is just a formula not to succeed. Now, it doesn't mean there are obvious options out there, but we do need to challenge ourselves in thinking about what are economically viable models that can enable generation of stable returns for all the stakeholders in that value chain, from rural households to solution providers to financiers, all of them being able to see a benefit, stable returns, in a way that these solutions can be able to essentially not only have a greater reach, but also be able to sustain greater scale of impact. Because I think if we take a step back and we all can be able to recognize the climate emergency that we are in, then the question then that needs to follow that is, if we truly we are in an emergency situation, our actions then need to follow to respond to that emergency. We cannot be fiddling with incremental change. We have to be thinking about the kind of impact that will truly have a transformative impact on the challenge that we're confronted with. And the honest truth is that philanthropy and public finance is limited in terms of size and scope, and we have to be thinking about how we bridge to attracting private sector scales of capital. If we do not do that, then I think we fall short in terms of the kind of solutions that we need to be surfacing. Now, we know that commercial finance obviously being able to be attracted into this space enables us to start now broadening the reach, the impact, and the kind of results that we need to be seeing. There are some instruments, and some already have been mentioned. Simon, I think, went down the list of a number of those different options, things that we need to be factoring in and considering and exploring, tools that are available from a financial risk mitigation standpoint, whether those are sort of general or opportunity-specific tools across first loss capital, offtake agreements, whether it's currency hedging, all these sort of de-risking tools that then allow that some of the challenges that private sector is confronted with in getting into this space, we can start lowering the threshold of the risk in a way that we start seeing that involvement and attraction of those private sector scales of capital and the resultant sort of impact in terms of what we know the opportunity to be. And CAP-A is very keen about thinking around these business models across the board, whether it's in nature or any other climate action opportunities, and allowing that the ecosystem players can gravitate towards how then we enable these models, test them out, and that we can be able to take them to scale.
Thank you, Jack, for that. I want to come to you, Akesho. So we've really covered the finance side of it, the investment side, but there's another piece to it all, which is the insurance side. And I think if there was a front line to nature and the risks that are present, it would be insurance companies, where you actually have clients that are facing these particular risks. Insurance companies in and of themselves are facing challenges from an asset liability perspective, from their investments, capital adequacy ratios. From your perspective and what you've seen come through, what innovative sort of steps and products has the insurance side and the organization taken in the face of these emerging risks?
Thank you. So, yeah, thank you. And even to be included in this panel as the only lady and the non-CEO, I think I need to scale myself up. Anyway, going back to your question, and maybe just to start with a joke. When you talk about innovation, I normally like talking about innovation and how innovation leads to more innovation and how it is great in sustainability. My first name is Caroline. I don't really prefer it. And I'll give an example, like you see Safaricom, the way it started with M-Pesa. We all know about M-Pesa, right? And at first there was another innovation out of M-Pesa, which was called M-Caro. So for those who understand Kiswahili, Caro is school fees. So it was an innovation how to help people pay school fees. And then there came another innovation, which was on how to save for the future, which was called M-Kesho. Are you seeing what they're doing with my names? I'm Caroline Wakesho. So I think I need to patent the name Sonje, because I think it's going to be the new next big thing. Maybe I'll be a CEO for that. Anyway, now going back to insurance and risk. Yeah, so there are quite a number of innovations which as insurance firms we can look at. One of them is risk pooling, because which then ensures that we get to insure quite a number of these, if I may say, catastrophes or risks, because which typically would not be insurable. Even as we know with climate change and nature loss, quite a number of people are getting to those levels where they are uninsurable. Because it's also getting to be expensive with regards to the insurance firms. But now when we come to risk pooling, where it's a number of insurance firms which come together to basically share that risk and lessen the burden for, say, one insurance firm. And I'll give an example with that. Of course, for those who are here since morning, our CEO actually talked about the Nairobi Declaration for Sustainable Insurance, which is a partnership or coalition for insurance firms within Africa, which came together to solve ESG matters and to ensure we meet the Sustainable Development Goals. So we partner also as NDSI with quite a number of institutions. So like one, they came up during COP27 and also COP28, there was an ideation on Africa risk capacity, which was set up just to ensure that, and actually a commitment was made of raising $1 billion so that to underwrite 14 billion worth of climate risk in Africa, in the continent. So you see, with such, I mean, the insurance firms, even within Africa, can manage to actually insure some of these risks. And that one was mainly going to, as I said, climate risks, and more so also agriculture, and for SMEs, and also for the really small scale farmers who typically would not, be able to access insurance. I'll also talk about parametric insurance, which that's an innovation which actually speaks to the market and brings about a solution which people actually need. Because typically insurance would be the type of, indemnifying. So you'd wait for the actual loss to happen for it to trigger out a payout. But when you talk about parametric insurance, you ensure that before the actual loss has happened, for instance, now this one is for farmers, before they lose out, maybe their animals or their crops actually end up, dying because of droughts or extreme weather events, then we're using, satellite imagery or such-like technologies, which ensures that, for instance, if certain levels of drought have been reached, then it triggers a payout where the farmers actually get fodder, pasture, and water before they actually lose out completely, before the animals perish. Also, another example, still with regards to parametric, the ARC, which of course is, if I may say, an insurance which came about from the Africa Union. Yeah, so they also work with governments, especially island states, which of course in Africa, island states, of course, they are typically hit hard by environmental disasters. So it also insures the states, and when it gets to certain wind levels, it already triggers a payout. And of course, this helps the states to insure their people, and it acts as a risk resilience and adaptation for their countries. And then I'd also want to talk about CAT bonds. Catastrophic bonds. Of course, one of our roles as insurers is risk management and risk transfers. So this helps insurance firms to be able to transfer that risk to the capital markets, where you issue out a bond which investors can come on board to insure a catastrophic event. But of course, they can get a return not unless the catastrophe which has been insured then materializes also. But you see, in this, it actually enables the insurance firms to broaden, if I may say, their offering and their offering within the continent, because we all know insurance uptake is really low. Globally, it's typically like 7%. And when we come to Africa, it's actually below 3%, at 2%. So many people are actually uninsured within the continent. But, with all these innovations, at least we ensure that we're getting quite a number of people being insured and, reducing that protection gap. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you, Wakesho. I have received a couple of prompts, so we will not have Q&A. I'll just want to summarize. We were planning to have a call to action, but we are really behind time. So allow me to summarize from the panelists. I think, Bruno, what I take away from your contribution, tripartite engagement, I think partnership. I like the idea about green climate finance kind of clearinghouse. I think that would be fantastic. From Simon, who is not here, I think the global examples from Uruguay, Belize, I think they were great. I think food for thought in respect of biocredits. And then from Paul, really the role of government and incentives. as well as the need to deepen capacity. I think you are all saved by the bell in terms of that partnership question ahead, but it would be great for you to get together with Dorothy and Bruno as well and other partners to see if there is a good first port of call for some of the members for Anka. And then from Jack, I think tying your words with Dr. Mahmoud, we shouldn't take for granted that that capital will continue to obtain the philanthropic component. We have to move to the markets to solve some of these challenges. And then last but not least from Wakesho, risk pooling, parametric solutions and cat bonds as well are some of the innovative solutions that are out there to allow for the flow of this finance, because actually without insurance, may be a challenge to actually have some investors come through. Thank you to the panelists and thank you all.
Thank you as well to the moderator. I appreciate it, Stephen. Usual, you know, please just pose for a photo there. We are live with our online audience as well. So we are grateful for your time and also for the engagement online. Just to refer to, of course, those of us who are watching, at the end of the next panel, we'll have the three moderators come on stage and we'll have some sort of a quick fire closeout session. So Dorothy, Stephen, and Jane and I will go on stage and we'll sort of do like a summary of all our panel conversation. A final round of applause, please, to the panel looking at nature-based financing instruments and also markets. Next up, we teased this panel by having Dr. Mahmoud, but now, of course, they are now ready to go with no keynote per se, so they will just go straight into it. Strengthening resilience through nature positive for climate action.
Thank you. I can see my
So Jane, over to you. Yep, let me welcome them. Elijah Isabu, Group Head of Sustainability, Equity Bank Group. Evelyn Nairisiayo, Africa Regional Director at Landesa. And last but not least, Paul Ohaga, Africa Investments Director, New Forest. Thank you. I'll have Madam Jacinta Njike on standby for the session closing.
She will not be here. Thank you very much, Laban. Jack was right. Indeed, this is the graveyard shift, but we'll try and be fast and exciting. Thank you very much for joining us in part 2 of our panel. Part 1 was Dr. Mahmoud making his opening remarks, and I see that we have made references to some of the statistics and some of the things he had mentioned. So thank you very much for keeping those in mind. Now, our session today is strengthening resilience through nature positive for climate action. And before I bring on my panelists, I think it's important for me to share what nature positive for climate action is. I know it's late in the day and we're not able to digest as much, but please do bear with me as I introduce this new, this call to action that was launched in COP28. The Nature Positive for Climate Action was launched at COP28 by the UN High-Level Climate Champions and the CBD Action Agenda champion for nature and people, who is Razan Al-Mubarak. And it is a call to action, particularly to businesses and financial institutions, to prioritize nature in their climate action and their transition plans. So we have the right people on stage. We have Equity, we have Landesa, and we have New Forests, who will be walking us through the elements of that call to action. And before I bring on the panelists, the call to action is anchored on 4 elements. 1, to boost investments in nature-based solutions, which we have discussed today. 2 is to integrate nature into climate transition plans. 3 is to adopt deforestation policies and science-based targets for nature and climate, including land and agriculture. And 4 is to assess and disclose impacts and dependencies on nature through the adoption of the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. So as we have this discussion, please let us keep those 4 elements in mind. Now, without further ado, I'd like to start with my friend Elijah, who is the Group Sustainability Head for Equity. And if Sarah from Kijani Pamoja is here, this is the right person to talk to. He'll bring your headline to life. Now, Elijah, Equity has been at the forefront of engaging in climate action and has been funding a number of climate projects ranging from smart agriculture, building resilience for farmers, and a number of things. And with that experience and with a very formidable engagement and example that Equity has set for businesses and financial institutions, what are some of the change signals that have facilitated Equity's group lending in particular for climate projects? And what opportunities do you see for increasing financing nature-based solutions in your line of work?
Thanks for the opportunity. So maybe just to take a step back to understand where we started, right? So as a bank, first of all, we started from the point of risk. You know, the foundation was always ESG risk, understand your ESG portfolio and everything. So we started with fundamental environmental and social governance risk assessment of our portfolio. And we realized that ESG as it is was not comprehensive enough. Then we integrated climate risk. Yeah. So at the point when we integrated climate risk, again, agriculture, one of the highly vulnerable nature kind of sectors, came in very strongly, where we said, now again, we will not treat agriculture similar to other sectors. We will even lower the assessment to understand our risk, much granular, at as lower scale in agriculture. Then at that point, we said, okay, now we've understood the risks that are there. What are the solutions? And like previous speakers indicated, that the important thing is not just understanding the risk and leaving it at that point. So we said, how do we extend financing? So at that point, we got into partnerships with the likes of IFC to start with. And then we got into a 200 million engagement, 200 million facility on climate finance, where we were able to at least facilitate 47,000 worth of climate facilities. And actually out of the 47,000, 90% of this went to agriculture, only on climate smart agriculture. Then we realized there's a demand. We are playing in an agro-based economy. Yeah, so the main, our economies in the region where we operate are mainly driven by agriculture. Yeah, apart from DRC where there's a lot of mining, another high impact nature sector. So we said, okay, so this is the situation where we are. Our strategy as a group still keeps agriculture as number one, meaning that we want to focus in increasing our portfolio in agriculture. But again, this will not happen if we don't do it sustainably. So again, we further extended partnership, and last year at COP28, again, we engaged with IFAD, backed up by Green Climate Fund. We launched what is referred to as African Rural Climate Adaptation Finance Mechanism, which is actually a 200 million facility, once again, focused purely on agriculture. And this is not just on funding, because we realize if you're only going to focus on provision of debt financing without empowering the farmers, for instance, then you won't assist, right? So we are looking into supporting these stakeholders or our customers to understand what solutions are there, the risk that they are facing, and also provide a guarantee, because the normal notion has been these are risky facilities, right? So we are looking at how do you bring guarantees to de-risk the lending process. So also we are having guarantees in place. We're having different terms, because you don't lend, or rather you don't extend credit to agriculture sector the same way we'll extend to a corporate, because the repayment is seasonal. How they'll get the cash flows is different. So we've gone into a next step to be innovative and accommodate seasonality in terms of how they repay the facility to the bank, so that they ensure that as much as they are not as, the repayment is not as streamlined as the normal corporate and other companies, but again, we take cognizant that they are key and they face different challenges, and therefore we tweak our systems to actually accommodate them. Yeah, and just one more thing, it's more on people also internally. So we really ensure that we have a segmented food and agri team. So these people are actually, it's a team of agronomists, and they are in charge of providing advisory to farmers. In addition to that, we've also incorporated digital platforms where we send updates to our farmers in terms of wherever there is a negative weather scenario approaching or a positive, we give them advisory through SMS alerts on what they should do. Should they adopt a specific approach? What should they be keen on so that they can be able to be less vulnerable?
Thank you very much. And Elijah, I'm hearing partnerships, empowering the communities and stakeholders that you work with, and that's something that Dr. Mahmood alluded to, the need for coordination. Now, Mr. Paul Ohaga, I want to come to you, and before perhaps you give your intervention, I think it'll be good for us to understand New Forests and to probably give a brief description of who New Forests are. But from what we know and from what I know is that New Forest Strategy for Africa is strategically aligned to the growth of the plantation sector. And perhaps walk us through on your investment model, your business model, and more importantly, what has worked well? What are the current tools and instruments that are available to scale investments in nature-based solutions in Africa? And maybe to add, and I complicate your question further, the importance of redirecting finance from nature-negative activities to nature-positive activities. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Yeah, my name is Paul Ohaga, Investment Director with New Forests. Just to tell you a little bit about New Forest. So New Forest started out of Australia in 2005, and it's now one of the world's leading sustainable forestry asset managers. Globally, we manage about $8 billion, and this is on about 1.3 million hectares of land spread across Australia, New Zealand, the US, Southeast Asia, and now in Africa. Now, at the heart of what we do, and we are leaders in sort of trying to drive nature-based solutions as a commercial asset class across the world. At the heart of what we do, even though our name is New Forests, we are slowly replacing forests with landscapes because we believe firmly that efficient use of land is critical to the transition to a sustainable world. We're beginning to see globally landscapes being the main opportunity, and all the sectors that tend to compete for land, forestry, conservation, agriculture, beginning to fold neatly and in a complementary way into a landscape approach. One of our objectives is to drive capital in a coordinated way into that coordinated approach. At present, we see capital going into conservation, and somebody says, yeah, but that's better than forestry, and somebody says that's better than agriculture. But really, at the heart of this is really just efficient use of our landscapes, and we're trying to drive that as a coordinated model. Now, based on that, Africa has been our newest destination, having come from Australia, the US, Asia, and then into Africa. And in Africa, the model is through a forestry platform. And when we were coming to Africa, the idea was, how do we leverage Africa's potential to contribute to this global problem of climate? And how do we harness the potential of our forestry sector that was nascent? We're seeing very little investment compared to what we're seeing across the world coming into the forestry space in Africa. And we're seeing very little commercial investment. And we consider ourselves as drivers of commercial investments into the sector, and we thought we could do something about it. So at the heart of what we do in that platform is to try and drive forestry at scale. We are also trying to leverage forestry as an anchor for nature-based solutions in Africa at scale, and we do this in a very integrated way. At the heart of our model is a commercial theme. But inbuilt into that model is very strong impact drivers with very clear targets. So we are driving improvements in biodiversity, and we have very clear objectives of how we're going of what we need to meet and how we're going to do that. We are driving social and community inclusion, and we have very clear objectives of how improve livelihoods. We have objectives around actual carbon sequestration, so climate targets inbuilt into the model, and even gender. So it's a really impactful platform, but at the heart of it is really trying to create a model that the sort of investors that we've seen around the world will understand and will begin to drive their capital through this platform in a sustainable way, to drive meaningful change. So what has worked? I think obviously the first thing that worked, investors were interested, development-oriented investors were interested. And so you're right, we did raise initial catalytic pot of 200 million. The desire is to raise a lot more, and that's work in progress. But since raising that, the real need for this capital, we've seen the real need for this capital. Built a very strong pipeline. We've seen across the entire continent of Africa, governments have huge concession land forestry opportunities that they've reserved for many years. We've seen a lot of interest for us to get involved in developing some of those plantations, working with some of those communities. And so the need is actually a lot bigger than even we had imagined as we came in. Just from a commercial perspective, some of the things that are sort of putting wind beneath our wings, there's just growing demand for use of forestry products. There's traditional users. If you look at Africa, the population, the rate of urbanization, the need to do import substitution. We do import a lot of wood products, yet we have, the opportunities to generate income from our own land, from our own landscapes. Now, that's not just an opportunity, but also a risk, because with that comes a lot of pressure and demand for more wood products, for more energy. And if you do not shift that production from a more dispersed natural forest, where we now get some of this from, to a little bit more of an intense production model, but uses less resources and is sustainable, then sooner or later we also run into problems of just keeping up with housing or furniture or just meeting the needs of this growing population. So there's really strong demand. We are also seeing demand that's coming out of climate issues. So feeding to the circular bioeconomy, we are beginning to see demand around the built environment, the desire to reduce steel and concrete, and so the demand for cross-laminated timber, as we call it, or more timber in construction, the demand for wood products in consumables. In Australia, we've now just built a plant that's taking recycled plastic and mixing that with wood fiber to create plastic products that are sustainable, sort of plastic and wood fiber based. We are seeing demand from energy. We are seeing demand for chemicals out of our forest. So there's really growing demand to feed into this circular bioeconomy, but it needs to then come from a sustainable source. And so the platform is working to build some of these sustainable sources to feed into all these emerging value chains that if we don't get a sustainable source, despite the good intentions, will then also run into challenges in the future. The other thing that's worked alongside that is there's just a lot of wind from climate finance, and we are seeing a lot of interest as this climate crisis gets bigger and gets more urgent. We are seeing it's actually become now, for the first time, a real risk consideration for commercial investors. So people are beginning to look at their portfolios, and initially when they did their normal risk and return profiles, climate is now emerging as probably one of the biggest risks. So it's becoming a pillar in their criteria for evaluating their investments. And this is systemic risk. It's also legal and regulatory risk. And some people, they need to keep their licenses. For some people, it's just difficult for their supply chains to continue operating unless they decarbonize. And for some people, it's just, it's floods, it's drought, which affects the supply chain. It's floods that affect the way they reach their customers. So it's becoming a real risk to portfolios. And so we're receiving a lot of interest from big corporates, and this is global big corporates that are beginning to commit funding. And I think for the first time, we are seeing private funding beginning to exceed public funding into climate issues. And so that's really driving a lot of our activity as well, and driving a lot of the capital sources that we'd need to continue driving the sector. Some of the things in terms of operations, I think New Forest is well equipped. We have lots of tools that we use to do our work. Forestry has become a very complex and precise science. And so we have very deep analytical tools, We have tools that help us run our forests with more precision, more granularity, manage our forests with more optionality, as we call it. Right now, when you do our plantations with the science and you know, all the science around it, you can be very precise in what you plant. The rate at which we can redo our genetics in the face of climate change has also improved. So we have access to the technology to quickly re-engineer the trees to the right genetics so that they can continue to grow in the right places against, you know, the effect of climate change that's fighting back. And so that's really helping us. From a funding perspective, there are many instruments out. We're seeing a lot of support, there's technical assistance. Again, we're seeing this from across the world, from governments, from corporates as well, willing to offer technical assistance to solve some of these problems. We are seeing a lot of seed funding to just test and do feasibility studies on some of these emerging products or emerging solutions that need to come out of these nature-based products. We're also seeing a lot of concessional finance just to be able to spur the sector and drive it forward. So there's really a lot of energy in the sector, and this we see across you know, all the geographies we operate in, not just Africa, whether in Australia, New Zealand, the US, Southeast East Asia, and here.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm glad you addressed the funding issue because someone asked earlier today, where does the money coming from? Where does the money come from? And you have mentioned that private sector funding is actually surpassing that public funding, the concessional finance. Thank you very much. And I do like the sound of new landscapes, better than new forests. Okay, now, Evelyn, we have talked about nature, we have talked about forests, different elements, but I was not here earlier today, and I don't know whether we have discussed land. Right, and land is a big pivotal issue, particularly in Africa, and we just want to understand from your perspective and your work in Landesa, what are some of the actionable tools we can integrate into our climate and nature strategies to ensure that land rights, in particular, are not treated as an add-on, but really part and parcel and are recognized as fundamental to both economic development and resilience building efforts.
Thank you so much. So those who are not familiar with Landesa is an international organization founded many years, over 50 years down the line. We've been in Africa for over 20 years doing work on supporting communities to secure their tenure rights. As I've been introduced, I'm Evelyn Iresia. I work as the Africa Region Director for the organization. So land rights are core to doing any business, particularly the nature of business that we are talking about. And I appreciate my colleagues who've spoken ahead of me, talked about how much climate change is becoming a risk in their ways of doing business and the attention that you need to pay to climate change. But the issue of climate change does not just come about by itself, and it's not that it has just emerged, but increasingly how we have managed land and how we've interacted with land as human beings, we have contributed significantly to the status as it is now. And we must also take responsibility, particularly looking at how investments and how business has been conducted. And that has put us to the situation we have now, that we are trying to halt and reverse nature laws and biodiversity laws. You've asked me about the tools that we need in terms of opportunities to be able to integrate land into what we are doing, but also using land as a tool and a core to actually reversing the nature laws that we are talking about and contributing to climate change. The first thing that we talk about in our organization, and Landesa also work very closely with private entities and private sector companies, particularly in looking at policies, and investment policies on your side as investors. And Landesa is not a financial entity, as I said. Therefore, we have been called upon by companies to be able to help them appreciate what they need to do, particularly looking at land or giving a better lens to the land-related issues and land governance issues. As you've said, communities where you're working, you may have very good intentions, but sometimes these intentions are not done in a way that are actually appreciated or in a way that advances really the core interest of the communities or there's a clash of interest of what you define as your interest and what the communities define as their interest. Specifically, about indigenous communities and indigenous people and local communities, you will find indigenous population or indigenous people living in these forests, rangelands, and other ecosystems that are rich in biodiversity. But these are also the same environment where we need to do our business. This is where we need to put our resources, where you put your resources as investors. How do you negotiate your way into those communities, into accessing the land that you need to do business? My colleague here has spoken about, millions of hectares of land that you're working in. The question is, how have your businesses promoted inclusive, gender-responsive land governance processes that respect indigenous people's rights and local community land rights? So we say one of the tools is to ensure that your investment policies and also our national policies on land advances these rights and recognizes the international instruments, including the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, as one of the tools that already exist and governments have signed up to, the United Nations have signed to. You also have the framework that demands responsible investment or responsible land-based investment, particularly with the voluntary guidelines on the governance of tenure, as well as the responsible investment in agriculture. These are instruments that can also be borrowed by your companies and institutions to really be able to call yourself to attention. And I must congratulate companies and investors who have actually risen up to the occasion to really appreciate that it cannot be business as usual unless you take the initiative to really engage, work with the communities, ensure their meaningful participation and inclusion in decision making, so that they can actually, the colleague who mentioned about Tanzania, I think talked about the issue of how do you make sure that the communities are not just recipient of your initiatives and your investment, but they come to the table as a business partner. And a tripartite kind of an arrangement that brings the government, brings the private sector, and brings the community to the table, guarantee sustainability, guarantee opportunities to reduce risks to your portfolios, particularly in terms of conflicts. And we have examples that we know very well, where communities have not been happy with the manner in which their land was taken or their land was alienated from them, and therefore really reversing the gains. And when that happens, either your investment is affected or the community is affected, or you also contribute to the same nature laws that we are talking about. It's also important to talk about the safeguards that we must be able to put in place. These safeguards are critical, and often they kind of speak directly to policies and frameworks that are within our national government policies, whether it's the Constitution, whether it's rights of women, whether it's human rights and obligations that we have signed up to. And these safeguards, for example, will speak to issues of rights. As I said, indigenous people have rights, local communities have rights. And these rights, we have to look at them in the context of the very environment that we want to protect, the nature that we want to protect and preserve, and also looking at the opportunities that are linked to climate change, be it in terms of forest, be it in terms of other ecosystems like wetlands or other rangelands that we have also in Africa. This safeguards also looks at benefit sharing. It's one thing to make business, and I know I'm speaking to business people, so at times the portfolios and how much you multiply, brings good returns and makes everybody happy. But they may not make the nature happy. The investments that you're making, as much as you'd like to make, they may not necessarily make nature smile. You may be taking away that smile from nature because you are harnessing the resources, you are taking advantage of the nature without necessarily caring that we are actually degrading the environment, we are degrading nature, and therefore affecting or impacting on our climate change. So it's important that we also look at how best we are able to engage the communities to ensure those rights are protected. This aspect and those benefits sharing, as I said, without meaningful participation and inclusion in decision making, there will be nothing like we consulted the community, they accepted, and now we are doing business. Please make sure that that is done to the level that is actually defined to be meaningful and that we are able to engage, including the sharing of benefits. For those who are Kenyans and maybe in Africa, there are a number of projects already. Communities have challenged them in terms of how much they are benefiting. And they're up in arms challenging how decisions were made, how transparent the issue of disclosure, comes in. How transparent are you? How transparent can we be, in sharing this information, in making your portfolio clear, including who is your financier, what is their commitment to issues of climate change and nature-based positive solutions? If they are not there, then the question is, how can we be able to better those kind of situations? We are also looking at issues of FPIC, free, prior, and informed consent. Communities have a right to say no to their, for you to be able to invest in their ecosystems. Of course, I know communities are very happy, and some have already started benefiting from your investment. And I know the examples have been shared by Equity probably already, point to that direction. I cannot validate, but I'm sure communities are also excited to explore these opportunities as long as will be of value addition. And to be able to do that, communities need to give consent so that they can be able to be the owners. They are part of the ownership of the project. They are part of the ownership of your investment. They can protect it. Without that, you are risking your own investment, and it may not necessarily be or give you the best returns that you are looking forward to. Lastly, that I must be able to underscore, as I said, let's also be very mindful that our investment and how we design them, we are likely to risk deepening gender inequalities. When we talk about land rights, particularly in Africa, a majority of our communities are highly patriarchal. This means that when you ask, for example, how many men in this room have their land titles, if they have titles that have the names of their wives, probably I think almost 8% people will probably sit down, while just a few will probably stand up. This is because we are a patriarchal society. So if we were to benefit and ask ourselves, yes, we are giving up this forest because we want to conserve it, and we have investors who are willing to put in the resources because we have degraded our nature, we have lost a lot of biodiversity, now we need to do this. And people will stand up and say, okay, now we are only recognizing those people who have titles. Africa, as we speak, about 70% or more of our land is not adjudicated. But it is actually well understood by our culture and communities that men are the owners of the land. So if you ask then whose name should go to that bank account where this benefit we are talking about in terms of finances, we will find only the money goes to the men. So if we are not also looking into gender aspects, and I want to thank my brother here because he talked about gender issues, and I hope that this is actually a serious element that is also integrated to look at how are women actually benefiting. But as you evaluate the risks, how are women likely to be impacted differently from men as far as your projects are concerned? So these are aspects that we also pay attention to. As I said, capacity building, not just for the government, not just for the communities, but also for us or for you particularly as the private sector entities, as investors, to appreciate some of these elements. Often we are working in silos. We don't even get opportunities of this nature to speak to each other. So everybody is busy working in their corners, trying to generate their benefit to the maximum level. But if we have opportunity to speak to each other, to share, we have best practices that colleagues have mentioned here, which also as an organization, we are happy to learn from and explore opportunities that we can best collaborate to deliver best our nature and conserve our biodiversity using the nature-based solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evelyn, and thank you for warning investors and private sector that they risk their investments if they don't take people and communities into consideration. Now, in the interest of time, I want to do a very quick fire round. I'll ask a question, 6 words or less, please. We want to give our audience some time to recuperate before the networking session. So Elijah, I'll start with you, 6 words or 50 seconds, and I'll stop you if you go more than that. What does your institution need from policymakers to scale deployment and delivery of finance for nature? Oh, let me repeat. What does your institution need to see from policymakers to scale deployment and delivery of finance for nature and climate?
Okay, thanks. From the institutional point of view, in terms of policy alignment, so I think basically the rallying call should be climate should be held at the same level. Nature should be basically held at the same level as climate. We've seen from the report that was released today. I think it's a high time that we take cognizance that nature effect will be more catastrophic than climate. as far as wherever it happens in terms of impact, then we will feel it more associated with the exact area compared to climate, where we are saying the developed world, they are contributors of GHG, while we are the ones having the impact. Unfortunately, on nature, if we don't take action as far as Africa is concerned, then we'll have more impact, more catastrophic than climate.
Thank you very much. That was definitely more than 6 words. Now, to you, Paul, what is one crucial lever that is needed to move the needle in Africa to strengthen our resilience?
Yeah, I think we have all the ingredients. I think collaboration is something I've heard over and over again. And for me, it's the critical ingredient. I think we need to stop working in silos. I would use the famous analogy of the pencil. Not one person can make it. The wood came from somebody who grew it somewhere else, and it was harvested by some truck that was made from steel that was harvested somewhere else. The graphite came from somewhere else. But the market drivers are such that, they all collude to come together to eventually make a pencil. I think if we see all the actors that have met in conferences around Nairobi working together and stopping to work in silos and having climate as the common denominator as our pencil, then we will move, we'll begin to see the needle move.
Thank you very much. And lastly, Evelyn, for you, I'll make it a bit different because you addressed what I wanted to ask in your submission. 3 things that communities want to see when investors are investing in their communities. 3 top things.
3 top things that communities want. 1, to be given the opportunity to come to the table as a partner using the meaningful consultation, participation, and decision making. 2, transparency. 3, tailor-made, customized financial products. Over.
Thank you very much. As you can see, I have a very efficient panel. Thank you very much, Elijah, Evelyn, and Paul. This was fantastic. Your submissions were useful, and I'll pass it on to Laban, but please do a round of applause for the panel.
Thank you. Absolutely great. Usual drill, our panelists and moderator will take a quick photo, as we also appreciate the moderator, Jane. Please give her a round of applause as well. Well put. I would, okay, smile for the cameras. Are we there? As that happens, please let me call back up on stage the moderator for the first session, Building Partnerships for Nature Conservation, Dorothy M, to come up. Next up, Stephen Masharia, who's the moderator, Nature-Based Financing Instruments, and of course, Jane. Please stay on stage. And last but not least, allow me to invite Mark Napier to please join us as well on stage. Welcome. In view of time, so that we can wrap it up in style. So I would definitely have loved Madam Sarah Scott to do a quick jig as well, but allow me to just save that for the cocktail hour. So please, ladies and gents, I know you've been sitting for quite a while, but now we're getting to the wrap-up session. I think allow me to also engage the audience who've been with us from 9 a.m. when we began, and some of you have been sending in your conversation and maybe just comments that we should talk about. But because we could not break the panel for us to engage with you, this is an opportunity, for us to kind of have a wrap-up of this day session. Then we take a quick health break, and then we'll be coming back for the cocktail, and we'll be done for the day. Before I come up on stage, is there anyone in the room who would like to say something, a comment, just what stood out for you? Because once the moderators speak and once Mark speaks, then we are more or less done. So here goes. Going once.
Hi, I'm Cecilia Wandiga, Executive Director for Center for Science and Technology Innovation. We are the scientists that raised the alarm, and very happy to hear finance and business coming together. It's going to be a long journey, but it starts with dialogues like this. Thank you.
Thanks, Cecilia. Really grateful. I have another opportunity going once. All right, so the two, and then we close.
My name is Caroline Masharia. I'm a consultant with New Day Consulting. I think mine is a reflection on how all these conversations and how we are tying them in with the, say, the Ministry of Education. I think the sustainability is a journey, and the earlier we start, the better for our future. So can we start it with the younger generation in understanding what we are really talking about?
Youth involvement as well. Thank you, Caroline, right? Thank you very much.
Hi everyone. Thiong Ondungu, South Pole regional team as a regional lead for nature-based solutions. So it has been an exciting conversation this morning, the entire day around nature and how we can be able to revitalize financing to what has been long perceived as a risky area of business, but now I like the direction how the conversation is taking. And I believe with this kind of engagement, we're going to see a lot of financing, a lot of projects getting off the ground, or in the main goal of getting to net zero, and of course, addressing the real issue that we have about climate change, because I believe the biggest solution lies with nature. Thanks so much, FSD Africa, and the entire team that are coordinating this. And I believe Africa will be on the platform for the global map to watch. Thank you.
Fantastic. A round of applause to the three interventions. Quick questions. Last but not least, anyone on this side? Thank you. On slide. Check mic. Apologies for that. Thank you for those of us who are engaged on Slide as well. Many African businesses still don't recognize biodiversity. Why? And what is the moment that convinced you that nature matters for your business? We spoke about the ICRAF engagement, the challenge about financial institutions. What do you see as the biggest barriers to unlock domestic catalytic financing? Was looked at how do you determine the cost-benefit analysis of nature-based projects, and how could you have a return on investment model? So I think if you look at largely the conversations, which was all within your panels, so in this order, Dorothy goes first, Stephen, and then Jenny close. Top three takeaways.
I'll start with the highlights of successful partnerships. We had Nairobi Climate Network, C4 ICRAF, we had Novo Nordisk and African Wildlife Foundation, and they spoke to us about the partnerships they have been engaged in. I won't go into detail because of time, but it essentially means that partnerships are key. I think one thing that came out during the session is the need to collaborate as a collective. The aspect of successes having been in place through multi-stakeholder platforms, and the need to bring different players together. I think one of the interesting aspects and feedback I've gotten is that we possibly for among the first time brought in the medical field, the pharma aspect of it, and more importantly, the real economy, which we have been told quite well about by Simon. And then the last one, Anka institutions have long complained or, had a challenge on data. And Peter and even Fred highlighted to us that the data exists. They may be sitting in many different platforms, but the data exists. Technology and apps also exist. And the challenge to them and to us all is that we need to bring this out so that the real economy and so that financial institutions and everyone else can access this data for the benefit of protecting, preserving, and restoring nature.
Fantastic. Stephen?
It probably bears repeating. I think partnerships, and I'll take it from this point, and I touched on it on the panel. I think there's tremendous scope for various partners to come together. I think on our panel, we had the example of a couple of, we have a convening body in Biofin. We had ACMI, which is a markets player. And then you have the private sector as well. And then you have Anka, also another convening player. And potentially there is room for them to collaborate and avail something that the members for Anka can make a first port of call and basically act as a reference point. So I think that will continue to obtain. I think the other thing that stood out for me from the panel, and again, it's a pity we ran out of time because we really wanted to expound on that, was the role of insurance in facilitating capital flows. Eventually, it will take capital to go into the risky areas, but that type of capital will still need a bit of protection. And so this protection will come, as Wakesha was mentioning during the panel, through various means, whether it's cat bonds, parametric solutions, but it will need to be there. This capital will not go in naked. It will have to be protected. And I think insurance will play a critical role in that. And then lastly, I'd say the power of example. I think Simon touched on that. We can learn from each other. There are global examples, whether at state level or from a transaction perspective, that we can pattern. I think the AFDB, there'll be many sessions, there'll be examples of climate windows, various facilities. We can learn from that and adapt it to our needs and then take it forward.
Last but not least, Jane.
Thank you. You asked for 3 things, but please allow me to share one that really stood out to me. Especially when Evelyn was making her comments, what stood out to me was the concept, the very sticky concept of just transition. And really, there's no just transition if nature is not part of the conversation. And there are many definitions of just transition and how it looks like. But we now know through science, through research, that investing in nature will not only create jobs, will not change communities' lives, will not unlock investments and revenue for companies. But again, we will, as we invest in nature, and my friend Caroline shared that it is a journey, we will then be able to understand what a true just transition that leaves no one behind looks like. We'll be able to have frameworks, we'll be able to implement a true just transition that understands the intricate relationship between nature and people. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, those are your moderators and representatives for the various discussions we've had. Please give them a round of applause. I want to transition from the 3 and now take it back to Mark Napier, who will just now give an overall close, and after which we can break. Over to you, Mark.
Thanks, everybody. I'll try and sum up in roughly 45 minutes, if that's okay. No. It's been a long day, and thank you to all of you for your stamina and for your attention, your commitment to this very, very important topic. And I'm sorry I wasn't able to join all the sessions, but the ones I did join were fantastic. I think a couple of takeaways for me would be around obviously the point about collaboration and partnership is really critical. I mentioned no reason why you should remember, but in my opening remarks a long time ago this morning, I did talk about the social capital that I think is really, really important for this kind of movement, actually. And I hope that today has contributed a bit to increased cohesion of social capital around these objectives. So thank you for that. And actually, just to recognize Paul Hager and I met on a plane journey, and I'm sorry it was in a heavy carbon environment that we met, but he did explain to me, he did really get me thinking about carbon markets pretty much for the first time, and how DFIs should start thinking about carbon credits and so on. So it's amazing how these connections can spark consequences. So thank you for that, Paul. And then just a couple of sort of links maybe through the day. Funsho, you may remember at the beginning, he was positing that there is an abundance of money, right? And the problem wasn't the lack of money, the problem was distribution of money. I just wanted to link that back to what Evelyn was just saying right now, which was that we need tailor-made, bespoke solutions. And that's part of the problem with financial markets, is that financial markets love standardizing things. They love creating things that want to fit into all sorts of things, but of course never do. And so we do need effort put into creating tailor-made, bespoke solutions. And that is part of what people like FSD Africa are here to do, is to try and create more innovation in financial markets. So that's one thing. But then I think there are perhaps also some very interesting challenges for Anka, and takeaways for you, Dorothy, and for all of us at FSD Africa, and for all the members of Anka. Gender, very important, obviously very important, and I think that's a clear priority for us all to think about. And I think that the other challenge probably came from Simon, I think, who I think encouraged us to think much more broadly than simply, important though this obviously is, the protection of landscapes. But he encouraged us to think much more around about the role of Anka in this much broader bioeconomy, and to think about nature as contributing to actually prosperity and enhanced productivity in the economy in a much broader sense. And I'm sure that's something that a number of you will want to have a think about and figure out whether you feel comfortable with that and how you yourselves might contribute to that. But it's a very inspiring idea, I think, that needs sort of further unpacking. And I think that's something for Anka to perhaps absorb in the coming months and years ahead. So, and then the final point is just the global and the local thing. So we know, for all the frameworks, for all the big plans and the ambition and so on and so forth, unless we do get local about everything, then it's going to go nowhere. So I think that was again a really important call from Evelyn at the end there, and a number of other people made similar comments today. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to all of you in the audience. Thank you to my colleagues, Monica, Cara, to Hosborn for putting on this event, and to Dorothy for your leadership on this. My pleasant duty is to now encourage you to partake of a drink, which is over there, and to welcome you to that cocktail. And please do continue the discussion. Thank you very much for coming. Have a great evening, and we look forward to seeing you again very soon.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for having us here, and thank you everyone, Dorothy, as well, to the entire team that made this possible. We're going to close out the engagement online, but just to advise that those of us who are in the room, please just kindly take a health break for just about 30 minutes. The room will be set up shortly for our evening cocktail for us to engage. And do you promise us a dance, Sarah? For sure, yes. Fantastic. So something to look forward to, ladies and gentlemen. So please don't leave. We have something special lined up, as well as our keynote address as well from Dr. Eleni from the ICRAF as well as Director General. And we appreciate your time as well for being here. See you in 30 minutes.